faster. just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara.
let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gets the first shot, looks to the left, managing to find the other one. Can he get the transfer? Yes, he can! Oh my goodness! He's got the ult, he's gonna catch everybody! Jimkin, how has he done this? Look at the emotion on his face. He is so drilled into this game right now. He gets the fourth, he gets the fifth! Oh my god! Oh, what a play!
His aim is impeccable.
That was insane, bro. What the fuck?
The fans are.
My co-caster Paperton has just fallen over the railing, but I do not care! And that's RQ closing up the final round. What a way to kick off Split 1.
faster. Go. faster. Go. Welcome, it's day 3 of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific, and everything we thought we knew is already in topsy-turvy. We saw new maps, new agent comps, new players, and of course, a brand new venue here at COEX in Gangnam, South Korea. We got a glimpse of the rise of the rookies in kickoff, but here in stage 1, stakes are realer than ever, and the teams are reaching down deep to bring forth their very best. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and at the analyst desk with me, we have Paper Thin and Valdez. Welcome, Valdez. I feel like I haven't seen you since last year. Hello.
Hello.
How are
you?
you?
Very nice to be here.
Yeah.
I love my little flower thing that I've got going. I'm kind of blocking it with my hands. I'm just having a great time hanging out on the couch with you guys. It's great to be back here at VCT Pacific. How have you guys been?
We've been great.
Good.
It's been a pretty intense 2 days, hasn't it? Paper
Yeah,
Thin?
I mean, I was casting the first 2 days. It's been like so awesome to see some of the changes, some of the improvements that our teams are making. Things continue to be really, really close in our region. I mean, it's so hard to gauge where exactly all these teams fit underneath each other. I mean, I think we have a pretty good idea at the top, but underneath that, like maybe who's going to be that third team to make it to Shanghai? Hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the Talon League game yesterday was super surprising. Both of those teams lost their map picks, so the third one was a complete up in the air with Talon, eventually taking that win, that point, that precious championship point.
Exactly, and it surprised me with how well Bleed looked on Lotus versus the rest of the 2 maps. Like, they looked so in control of things. It seemed like Scary on the IGL was a really good move at first. They looked dominant. They looked like they were reading the map extremely well. But as time went on, it kind of all started to fall apart. The coordination just wasn't there. Their ability to keep track of the info wasn't there. Yeah, it needs work still.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? We got 4 more weeks of it. We're on week 1 right now, Valdez. We got 1 more day tomorrow, and everything leads to the finals that will, we see who goes to Shanghai in mid-May.
Yeah, it's pretty important. You know, you got to get those championship points. You got to get that qualification, and week by week, there's honestly not that many chances that you have, right? So you got to just make sure, as you mentioned, those very important day-by-day championship points, win your best of 3, and make sure you put yourself in the best position going into playoffs. And it still is really close, and it's still very early on. We got to see a little bit of these teams from kickoff, of course, but now, it feels like the real deal, and the teams are coming in with a true kind of new, very serious look, and it's been a blast so far.
I mean, we're finally going to see Genji playing tomorrow. They are the first team to win at kickoff, and of course, like a full 3 points. It came really close in Masters Madrid, but Sentinels eventually winning first there. And in stage 1, again, 1 match point for equals 1 championship point.
Exactly. So it's all about getting every win possible. I mean, obviously that's what you want to do anyway, but each individual match has so much more weight behind it. You Sentinels, you got to be feeling good about them. I mean, they've already got a ton of points. They just won again last night. But, like, everybody here is so focused on each individual match. You have to play so many games through the next 2 stages. It's really exciting to see that there's really never a game that doesn't feel like it's really important for you to show that you're on your way to champions.
I feel like it's less obvious than last year's Pacific who was going to go to champions, right? Yes, Paper Rex was fantastic yesterday with Jing coming back. Genji looking phenomenal, but everyone else also just looks solid. Everyone's upgraded across the board. So these championship points are really important, and we're going to find out which 4 teams are going to stay here in Seoul, South Korea, where Champions is. It's very exciting. So the groups are split into 2. We've got our Alpha group and Omega group, Valdez.
Yeah, so the teams in Alpha Group will play the teams in Omega Group and vice versa. You see the teams that already have wins and the teams that have losses. All the winning teams are in the Omega Group, which seems to be very stacked at the moment. I think especially because DRX won that match against Team Secret, which was, at least from our standpoint, a little bit unexpected. But they get the win, Paper X gets the win, and Zeta gets the win. Those were kind of expected. Talon as well is who we did predict. So kind of waiting for one team to get a win from the Alpha Group. Maybe it's just going to be Genji first, but Team Secret are going to have another chance here in our first match tonight to try to get the first group win for Alpha and get a win for themselves, of course.
Well, now the pressure's on RRQ. You can't be the first one to lose from your group. Like, you got to play today. You can't let that happen. But it's really quite interesting how it all shook out. I mean, I thought maybe, obviously, I picked Bleed, but Talon getting that win is really important for them with the way that rest of that group is going already. I mean, it's crazy on that right-hand side how you are going to have to perform because it's already, like, feeling really intense up there.
Oh, yeah. And if if Global Esports is the first team to get that championship point for Alpha Group, that would also be pretty incredible. That is going to be one of the matchups here today, Global Esports and DRX. Achilles and I had a quick chat with Kang Yang, the CEO of DRX, the other day, and you know what? Some people might think it's an obvious pick, but even he's a little bit worried. You know, Global looks really good right now. They have some really interesting ideas. A little bit harder to end Strat than you would have thought. Now we're looking at the weekly schedule here. Again, it's Monday, guys. First day of the week.
I have no idea what day it is, to be honest. I just show up and I'm like, there's esports, yay!
Yeah, I mean, our schedule's a little weird. Tomorrow, we're going to see the first time Gen G and DFM since we've started Stage 1, Valdez.
Yeah, we'll see all the teams by the end of this week. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And, we're going to see RRQ for the first time today in Stage 1. And then, as you mentioned, Gen G and DFM will also get to show their stuff. And you guys were actually a couple of the guys who were kind of the only predictors for one of the teams that got, like, the one map during the 2-1s. So
yeah,
I think it just kind of highlights, especially on this analyst desk, that it really could go any way. And I don't think DRX is a sure thing, even though we all, maybe a little bit of a spoiler, but I guess you guys probably saw it on Twitter anyway.
Already,
it's on Twitter already. I guess it's not much of a spoiler. We all did predict them, but this first one definitely a little bit closer, I would say, and might be the 2-1 that we get today.
It's pretty evenly split, honestly, and I think even in terms of our prediction, it's almost 50-50, but we'll definitely dive into that a little bit more. Were there any particular matchups that you guys were particularly taken by?
For like the
so
teams?
that might have happened so far, or that will be coming up?
I mean, I think the Bleed Talon one surprised me in a lot of different ways. That Talon was able to bounce back. That Bleed kind of wasn't all there. I mean, I thought GE looked pretty good. I think they've certainly improved from kickoff. I still think there's a little bit of work there. It still feels like sometimes the firepower kind of falls apart for them and some of the coordination falls apart. But overall, it's sort of like I expected, but it's still really close. I mean, every map, for the most part, feels really intense.
Well, we are having Team Secret play today, and I believe Jen's on standby with the team.
Hello, and good morning. Now, what were your takeaways from the past DRS series, and what are you doing differently against RRQ today?
I think this time we're just gonna be so calm and be collective, and we just do our own thing and forget about what other opposing team would just do,
Yeah, do your own thing. It's Borkham time, right?
Yeah. It's Borkham time.
All right, thank you so much.
I feel like he doesn't say it with the same vigor that you do, Favorite Thin.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll give him a lot of hype. He should hype himself up more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had a rough start, but Team Secret, their roster is largely unchanged compared to some of the other teams here, besides the addition of NDG.
Yeah, NDG coming in, we weren't 100% sure what to expect. It feels like, talking with the players, talking with the coach, it feels like he does have high potential, but doesn't show it all the time. Still a lot of inconsistency still, so kind of hoping for him to, roll high on the dice potentially today. I think that one of the big things that surprised me was Team Secret's unfortunate first loss. I thought they were going to come in a little bit harder, and they did look pretty good, but it wasn't enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, and they will be facing against RRQ today, which we're very excited to see. Let's go over to that interview with Jen.
Hello, it's Rhea, and welcome back to Pacific. Now, you guys really pushed Gen G during kickoff. So what was it like watching them make such a great run in Madrid? And do you feel like that kickoff tournament was such a great experience that the team needed?
Oh, okay.
Set the bar of how good they are, and where we fall in comparison gave us the confidence that we can match up similarly against the other teams that Gen.G faced through their run in Madrid. Wow, Estrella, your English has improved so much, but thank you and good luck. I'm gonna let you go and practice.
He types really fast too.
He nailed it.
Must be pro gamer things. Just
yeah,
typing
why
them out.
speak when you could type faster anyway, right?
Well, Estrella and Jemkin are the newest additions to RQ, as we saw a little glimpse of them during kickoff, and Ascension as well. And RQ is just one of those teams, I don't know if they're unlucky or lucky. Like, is it a strong showing? Because they did, pretty well against Gen.G, but they still lost.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that has to be frustrating that you've lost to Gen.G so many times now, going back to last year as well. They've been kind of that roadblock preventing you from getting to those global events. Certainly it's going to be on your mind. There's no getting around it. However, I always like the way that these guys talk about it. They're pretty even keel. They don't get like super upset, at least that I've seen. So I think they can definitely kind of turn it around this season. I think this is a good opportunity for them. They should be looking at what happened in Madrid as kind of okay, we're almost there. We just need that little extra push.
This graphic's a little crazy. It didn't even occur to me that they've lost this many times because they come so close and they're going against such incredible teams. It's 265 days since they won a match.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's all pretty strong teams. The two teams that they have lost to, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, Gen.G 3 times in a row, going back to 2023 in July in LCQ, and, they got so close. It does feel a bit unlucky. I think that, maybe that confidence, just the fact that they don't seem to get too off-center, they're pretty even keel. Maybe they know that they are capable of doing it, but they haven't quite done it yet. So pretty frustrating at the same time, but we know what they're capable of. We know that they're a very strong team. They just got to get the job done in 3.
And they're like literally like a couple rounds away, or in one case an overtime away, right, from getting over that line and beating one of those teams. They're all 2-1s. They're all so close. So certainly you have to feel like RRQ is on the precipice of breaking through, and this stage could be their moment.
I mean, it's also worth noting, though, the last couple times they played against Team Secret, RQ won. So while those matchups against Gen.G, less lucky, against Team Secret, not looking too bad. I know we're having a head-to-head here with the key player, Stats, Envy, and Jemkin. It's not too different here either.
No,
Jemkin is kind of a monster.
Different roles. Well,
yeah.
Jemkin is an absolute beast. I mean, he is the epitome of stoicism. He never shows much emotion, as we highlighted in some of our content in the offseason.
Oh, yeah.
But still, he's dynamic. He's kind of got a similar sort of story to something where he was playing in the Tier 2 Japanese scene, destroying in there. RQ says, we got to get this guy. We saw him at Ascension last year, mostly doing very, very well. So he is going to continue to improve with this squad as time goes on. Estrella seems to be fitting in nicely, helping with the team as well. So, yeah, I think RQ is on the right path. It's just, is this going to be their time?
And now we're seeing the map stats from this year, which is only kickoff. And honestly, we haven't seen a lot of RQ because, again, they were in Group C, the group of doom for them. Gen.G and Paper X were also in that group. But we saw a little bit more of Secret there, and it looks like they're not huge fans of Bind or Split.
Yeah, not going on to those maps. And again, I think that RQ, they were already strong, but some of the different roster changes we have seen coming into this year have, in my opinion, only made them stronger. So, we can look at the stats, we can look at how they've already done pretty well against Team Secret, and it just makes me feel even more confident that coming into this one, regardless of the maps that we do see, I think that RQ should be favored. But it is going to come down to the best of 3. It is going to come down to who performs on the day.
We are going to go to the map ban picks shortly, but I think it's worth noting, and we've remarked about this with Gen.G, the more reps and games you get in might be actually helpful. In this case, for Team Secret. We've got our coaches here, Warbirds and Ewok, with their IGLs.
I mean, at this point, I'm like not even trying to predict what teams are gonna ban and pick, because it's so different in this stage versus what it was in kickoff already. So I have no idea what's gonna come through. I mean, you would think maybe
They've had a few weeks also to change things. Okay, so Secret continues to ban Bind, RQ ban Sunset, and Breeze will be the first map.
So it should be split, right? Or RQ?
Yeah, I would. If I were them.
They haven't lost on it yet, so...
They're
Seems pretty solid.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah.
They weren't split on this decision.
Oh!
Sorry.
You really breezed through that comment, didn't you? Alright, so Lotus, okay.
No Lotus?
Yeah. That makes sense. Just curious what RRQ wants to leave open for the last one. Yeah, that makes sense. They don't like Ascent. Basically, Ascent, Bind are kind of their least favorite maps, so it makes sense.
I mean, Icebox for Secret here. This... I don't know if this is going to change your predictions, but we will talk about that sure. So we got Breeze, Split, and Icebox.
I mean, I think it does start to lean a little bit in Secret's favor, maybe, because they're a really good Icebox team. So I think it could go either way, though. RQ's just so strong right now after what we saw in Kickoff. I don't know for sure, but I like this for Secret.
Yeah.
I think they got to get to that map 3 first, right?
Yes.
You know, the Breeze, the Split especially, I think RQ will have a nice start, especially if they take that first map. Might just be lights out 2-0, but again, not really sure what to expect from Team Secret today, hoping that they did some nice practice, some iterations coming into this second match for them.
Now, we got to talk about a little bit of predictions. But here's some stats from Breeze before we go deep into predictions. I'll give you guys a couple more seconds to rethink it here. So both of these teams have shown a little bit of Breeze. RQ has played it once and won.
Yeah, this kind of feels like it could go either way. I think both teams are quite good on this map. Assuming you stick with the Yoru, I think that's a little bit more dynamic than kind of the stock standard sort of KO, Sova, Cypher comp that most people run on this map. I think it gives you a little bit of ability to bypass some of that Cypher utility and things like that, make your attacker side that much more impactful, if that is what RQ does. But again, it's we're already seeing so many changes in agents and map pools and things like that. It's so hard to predict coming into this what it's going to look like.
It is. It's probably the toughest, I think, for us here in Pacific in terms of predictions across the board for really anything, including team comps. But I think it's probably reassuring to see Jesse Vash remain on the Sova. It is a Sova kind of map.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think that Team Secret, you know, looking at these stats as well, like it's obviously a map they're very well versed in. They should feel very confident and comfortable on this one. So, you know, all things aside, you know, it does feel like we are leaning a little bit RQ, at least on this side of the desk. But I do think that Team Secret, you know, maybe they come to this first map, have a great performance, especially in the beginning of a split or a stage or a season. It's really important to draft comfort, get into your comfort zone, and just play a strong game, because the other teams are going to be still, you know, trying to work through some of the kinks and trying to just get better, whereas this might be, you know, just big-time comfort for them.
Yeah, no, that's a really great point. All right, so with predictions, so you guys are remaining with your RRQ picks for today?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I'm not a flip-flopper yet. We'll see.
Yeah.
Last year I was.
Oh, yeah, you are our king of flip-flopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, Achilleos has been doing some flip-flopping, so I don't know. I'm sticking with RQ, though.
Okay. I also went with RQ today, but as you can see here, all of our talents were fairly split on this. I don't know, William, just being William.
Well,
again, this is every day.
He's getting called out on Twitter now.
Yeah.
Like,
what do you do?
He's been always being RQ for so long. The fans are very upset.
Yeah. And Achilleos didn't vote for Team Secret today.
And
so
that's why
maybe that's a little bit of a buff.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a little bit of buff for Team Secret,
could be.
right?
Yes.
Achilleos knows his power.
Yes, it is definitely all in our hands. As you guys at home know,
We pull the
it's usually
strings.
It's all us. Yeah.
This stuff is all scripted anyway. But I mean, it's hard to say. I think based on what we saw even 2 days ago with Team Secret and how we saw RQ last perform, even with the losses, very convincing. With that, the only thing You guys, that's cuter than a Tactibear is an Ewok. So let's welcome the coach of RRQ here.
I guess
True.
so.
Coach Ewok.
True.
Tactibear is pretty cute, though.
Yeah, I mean,
We can
Tactibear's
vote on
not
that
as
too.
cute.
Ooh, his
It's
sunglasses
close.
are up.
It's close.
Coach.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
I'll put him
Hello.
here next to you so we can have a side-by-side comparison of an Ewok to a Tactibear. Okay, how are you feeling? I heard you guys have been here the entire time since kickoff, presumably practicing and prepping for this.
Yeah, we try to make best use of the 5 to 6 weeks that we have, and we decided that we're not going to do a long break. We're going to go straight back into it and change potentially something,
Okay.
and try to be the best that we can be.
Okay, I have to ask about the last couple of matches, the way RQ's been placed in these groups. Do you think you were unlucky with the draw? If you were with any other group or faced any other team first, would the outcome have been very different for RRQ?
Well, there's something I said at the end of last year, which I'm going to stick to. And I said I'm tired of being unlucky. I felt like we got unlucky a lot of times last year, but I don't want to use that word anymore. So I think we were just not good enough.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. My question is, what do you think was like the biggest thing you had to focus on from kickoff to now to kind of get over that line, to stop having to be that team that has to say, oh, we got unlucky, or, you know, throw that out the window? What was the most important thing as a team you needed to focus on to now get yourself finally to an international event?
I think for us is replicating our comms when we're winning to also when we're losing. Sometimes we would have that little bit of a dip in our communication basically in game when we're just not feeling as comfortable, when things are not going our way. So we put a lot of time into being consistent in terms of what we're bringing. That it's not your mental, it's not your mood that's affecting your communication. That's kind of been the name of the game for us, that we can keep consistent on that.
I was actually curious about, a lot of people are saying that you guys are actually one of the strongest teams, kind of just because of your results against Gen G and how well you performed against some of these really top teams, especially after they went and had a really good run in Masters. So where do you rate your team right now in terms of Pacific and in the world? Like, do you think you're one of those really top tier teams that can challenge, you know, the likes of Gen G and maybe get the better of them this time?
We finished 7th out of 10 last year, and that's where we are. We're still there. And unless we win our games, and for now we haven't done that yet. Yes, we played a strong opponent that ended up doing very well, but to know how we could compare against the other teams is a very difficult task. And of course, Gen G learned a lot through their runs. They played how many games after our series, and since then we've only had practice. So for right now, we're really hungry just for match time. We want to improve in the server, on the stage.
That's a fantastic point. Any takeaways from the game we saw 2 days ago with Team Secret and DRX that you're willing to share? Look at your expression right now.
Tell us your strategy,
He has a
please.
lot to say.
Yeah.
I think Team Secret deserves the respect from any other team here in Pacific, and that's the respect we'll give to them. But we're going to play our own game. It seems like they haven't changed as much from kickoff, from what we've seen. Of course, we've only seen two maps from them, and the first one we're not playing, and the second one neither. So it's, for us, we're keen to see if they changed a little bit more on some of the other maps.
That's fair. So I want to ask about, like, how do you deal with, you know, being at home and maybe having that FOMO of, like, you know, you're watching Madrid, you're seeing how well PaperX and Gen G, the two teams you had to play during kickoff, how well they did. How do you, like, handle that as a coach? How do you keep your team, like, in check, keep them sort of on the ball?
I absolutely hate it. For me, there is FOMO for sure, and it's really we just want to compete. So for us, the main focus was we focus on ourselves. We're not going to draw the comparisons. Oh, Gen G beat Sentinels in the first series. We could beat Sentinels. No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're trying to make sure we're just doing the best in our practice. We just practiced very hard, and now we're just ready to play.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the very humble take. I was happy to have you with us here, and all the best. Yes. I feel like a lot of coaches are fighting for this tactic.
I'm waiting for somebody to just run off with it. just
run
take
with
off.
it, yeah.
Well,
I can't stop you. I got to stay here.
I mean, we like Ewok here, but all the best for your match, and we'll see you down on the stage.
Luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. What a humble
nice.
guy.
Yeah, I know.
We're like, how do you not like
Yeah.
Ewok?
Like, you're so
after
good. You guys are so great. He's like, we're 7th. In my mind, we're starting from the bottom. We got to work to the top. I think definitely the team is better than he gives them credit, and he's trying to stay humble and modest for now, but I'm excited for this team and for Ewok and for what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, what he said wasn't true, so I think, that's a very good way to set expectations. Now, before we move forward, we had a little audience survey, a fun little question, because it is springtime here in Korea, and there are cherry blossoms. All the little petals are flying everywhere.
gorgeous.
That's why you Valdez is wearing little.
Yeah, I got one right here. This is not a cherry blossom, but
And
close enough.
And this was the question: would you go for a date with a stroll through the cherry blossoms with your crush, or you would go on a date to VCT with something from Paper X?
That's a
What
tough
would you guys
choice.
pick?
That's actually a tough choice. I mean,
do
both
know-
sound really enjoyable, to be honest. I think I'd go for the cherry blossoms. I'm a huge cherry blossom kind of guy. That's like my favorite time of year. I know. It's like what I live for. It's like every time this week, it's like 1 week you get where they're blooming, and I'm just like out. I'm like going everywhere I can find in the city to see them. So
Yeah, if you follow Paper Thin on socials, which you should do, he's always posting about cherry blossoms. He's going out there. Not sure if it's with his crush or
No, it's
just
kind of
by
alone.
himself, but that's fine too. The time will come, and that's fine. I like the cherry blossoms as well. I like getting outside, I think, personally.
I mean, the way around this is if your crush is something, then you could go through a
you double
stroll
dip.
with something. And Paper Thin socials. He likes long walks through the cherry blossoms.
I like nature, yeah.
Yeah, he likes nature. He likes candlelit dinners. And ladies, sign up at Paper Thin here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So it's genuinely beautiful every day here in Korea, and I think we're really lucky. Both years, Pacific has kicked off during springtime, but we are here in the stadium where we got some crazy things happening. The first matchup, again, it's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. We didn't get to talk to Warbirds again. He had a very similar vibe to Ewok coming into this when we talked to him the other day, and they're confident with some of the things they've been working on, but at the same time they realize where they currently stand and how they've been kind of ranking out from last year and here. And both of these teams have usually placed neck and neck.
Yeah, and I think listening to both of them, they do a really good job, in my opinion, of identifying some of their problems, some of their weaknesses that they need to work on to kind of get over that next hurdle. We heard from Warbirds that it's these slow starts and things like that. Didn't work out, right? They still had a slow start on their first game, so that is what it is. Now for RRQ and Ewok is those calm things, those things that seem to really hurt them at the very end of maps when it's really close. Is that going to be able to be fixed in time for today as well? That's the real big question for me. What have these coaches been able to identify they've identified the problems. How are they going to be able to then get their players to address those in-game?
Yeah, and sometimes, it's like he was saying, Ewok, he's like, we just want more match time. We want time on stage. We want time to fix those problems. I would imagine that in his mind as well, it's like, well, Team Secret has a little bit of a buff going into this one because they just played a best of 3 that went to 3 maps, and they were able to get a lot of nice information potentially on, what the issues were and how to fix that, take a couple of days to practice and get ready, whereas RRQ is their first match, so they got to show it all here. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, Ewok had mentioned it, and we observed this. Even Gen G has credited their insane kickoff run where they had to play every single day. It probably helped warm up their rookies. Karen looked so comfortable by the time he was in Madrid, and a lot of it's credited to just, doing that lower bracket run. In a way, it was a blessing that they lost that first match against VALORANT. So we're going to see what happens today. Both of these guys have been working real hard over the last few weeks since Madrid, and I know they're very excited to show what they've got. We are going to go down to the stage really soon. For those of you who haven't seen the Pacific stage yet, like, where have you been? It looks amazing.
It's incredible.
It's like the floor rumbles when the spike goes off. Spoiler alert. All right, let's go down to the stage to see the walkouts.
Welcome. It is now time to go into the action for another day of VCT Pacific 2024. I'm Achilleos here alongside William to bring you guys the action here in this opening series. Team Secret versus RRQ. The players will get ready to make their way out onto the stage. I'm excited to jump into this one. RQ, they finally get to play against a team that isn't called Gen G.
I know, it's been a long time coming, right? We saw that match record, and also, it's kind of a battle between you and me, right? Everyone talks about the powers you have, but RQ has made it very clear to me the powers I have as well, so our prediction's a little split, and we'll see who comes out on top. But I think that is the real story here, is that both of these teams, they've shown that they can punch above their weight, but not consistently enough. And now that they're matching up against each other early on, I mean, you get that early championship point. Obviously, you get above on that leaderboard as well from each other's groups. Try to set yourself up better for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how RQ is going to be looking into this one, because obviously played against Gen G twice. It was a very rough go of it. They were in a very tough group. VALORANT was also there alongside them. Didn't get the place square off against them. So that was a bit of a struggle. But now they get to come out here. But at the same time, Team Secret, this squad, a squad that, as the coach, as the analyst was just talking about, has historically had some slower starts. They got that opening series now out of the way. It was a loss. How do they look coming into this one? Can they bounce back? And can RRQ come out swinging?
Yeah, I'm glad that the Des brought that up, in fact, because Team Secret had a bit of this issue at kickoff as well, where they looked absolutely lost, right? There's no way to skirt around that. They looked lost in that first match against Talent, and then they came back swinging every time afterwards. Really got used to the stage. Of course, they also have a rookie on their roster of NDG, now coming to a new stage. He's got that first match jitters out of the way, potentially. On the side of RQ, now, none of them pure rookies, right? All of them have had some form of LAN experience here or there. But again, I mean, it's that first match of the season. It's the first match in this meta with maybe some new things that you've prepared. And can you just make sure? Because my eyes actually are on Elmi more, right? He's another player who started to have these slow starts towards the later half of 2023, even at kickoff. And you just can't have that when you're trying to get these ever so precious wins from the get-go.
Known quantities here for the most part on the side of Team Secret. Like you said, NDG shaking off that first match. Can he come in and have a stronger performance? Time will tell as the coaches make their way out onto the stage, get ready for the fist bumps, and get ready to have battle commence. These coaches, obviously, incredibly familiar and friendly with one another. Hugs exchanged, as now players can go into their huddles and get ready to take their seats. We know where we're headed. Breeze to come through. Both of these teams finding success versus Gen G on that very map.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, of course, back then, Gen G also perhaps not as confident on the Breeze as they potentially looked at Masters Madrid, but that's neither here nor there. I think the idea is that they came prepared for this map in kickoff, and the question is after all the things we have seen at Madrid, and after both these teams have had the time to cook things up a little bit longer in the oven as they were waiting for Masters to pass them by, have they brought anything new? How do they look? I mean, quite frankly, I think Breeze is this type of map that kind of suits Secret well, right? You kind of hang back, you get the info, and you can go for these retakes, etc., etc. Whereas RQ, they always like to try to put a little bit of that extra spin on any map they go to. Obviously, they're one of the teams that did bring out the Yoru at kickoff. We'll see if it happens again here today.
Well, Breeze, you know, one of those maps that we go into, we fully anticipate that just about every single team that's playing it is going to be running that Sofa. That's where Jesse Bash feels the most at home. So, expecting to see some of that critical util coming out from the veteran IGL here for Team Secret. This is an important one because, you know, as we've been talking about on the analyst desk across the last several days, not only are you just playing for position, playing for your pride, for your fans, but you're also playing for those ever-important championship points to try to get qualified for Champs Korea. Take a look at the compositions. No shocks from the side of Team Secret whatsoever, but for RRQ, maybe not the most surprising, but it's who's playing what that is actually a bit more shocking for us here. Estrella now moving over onto the Viper. He was previously playing the Sova, which is now in the hands of Elmimore, who also was previously playing on the Cypher.
I mean, it's not musical chairs with the roster, but it is musical chairs with the agents here, which these are definitely not the common picks. I mean, Estrella, sure, he's flexed around so often throughout his career. That's probably the least shocking portion of this. But that's very curious to me, because the reason I had my eyes on Elmimore is that he's always been that sturdy lurk for RQ, but if he has a slow start, that really ruins a big part of their plan, of their play style. Now he's going to be core to the main portion of the team, and Xfero, who also has some of those clutch genes, is going to have to open up the other side of the map for RRQ.
Certainly interesting and puzzling to a certain extent here to see these changes coming in from RRQ, but will they pay off? Will it result in a victory? We are about to find out as we go ahead and jump into game number 1. Breeze, the battleground between these two squads as we jump into Team Secret versus RRQ.
I mean, this is in fact the second time in his entire career that Xfero has ever picked up the Cypher in an official match. So it's a little bit of experimenting for sure, but I'm curious if that helps them maybe gain a little bit more confidence off the get-go, lets them become a little bit more mobile. That would do huge things for them, which of course on a map like Breeze, if you have a Cypher that can really open up the other side on their own, that just goes miles ahead of the other team.
I'll check on Elmimore and Sova, because that's the one I'm a little bit more
that's
curious
the one,
about.
I'm also trying to check that as well.
You got setups there on the Cypher, but Elmimore, I'm curious to see how many lineups he knows, especially here on Breeze, because you got some pretty huge ones, you know, cross-map, recon darts and everything like that. But for now, see Secret being a bit proactive on this defensive start. Trapwire not going to get the catch. There it is. Does get the reveal now. Is Jemkin going to get tagged low, but he'll not going to be found. Trapwire for now holding NDG at bay over at elbow. Cam also set up as the plant's going to be coming in for RQ very swiftly.
Yeah, but there's a far, far further lurk right now, and curious to see if Estrella is well aware of it. He does have his eyes set on it, but it's 2 people. So they have to start to make a choice if they want to maybe push out of the site on another side, because they have to give up window right now.
Gives up window, but Flipshot are able to find an opening pick as Jesse Bash going to be taken down. Flips also finding NDG. Morgan able to find 2 as we watch Estrella here outside of window. Still, he's going to be good for 1 before Jeremy's able to take him down. Now finds himself in a 1v2, and Elmimore will be able to win that one out. So opening pistol round goes the way of RQ.
Very well played. I mean, they make the split-second decision that they will have to fight their way out of one side or another, but because they were so far already stuck behind the wall, Estrella decides, I'm just going to take one with me. And the real surprising part is we got so used to Elmimore playing the Cypher that we kind of forgot that he's played a lot of Sova as well. So, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to get back into the grind, which I'm sure he's been doing as they were waiting for VCT Pacific to return. So curious to see if that really gels with the rest of the roster as well. Of course, Estrella now kind of playing those lineups, playing far further back as well. That might help them a little bit.
Empty stack over here towards the A site. Looks like Jesse just going to be cutting it back across over into Nest. Taking a peek out in the mid, see if he spots anything. This double push once again all the way through halls. Set up right around the corner. It's just going to be classics in hand. So I mean, if they get close quarter combat, those right clicks certainly could deliver some results for them as Borkum going to get tagged, and he should have been spotted once again there right on the back end of that drone. Barrow now swings the corner.
Cage triggered. Yeah, they're going to have to start backing out once again. Once again, RQ in a bit of a bind, right? They do have to fight one side or another. Right now, Xfero just waiting for his teammates to clear out the site. They're not going to plant until they feel a little bit safer. Now that they've bought some time, now that Xfero's made sure that they're not on the flank anymore, they're able to focus onto the site. Flipside are good for another as well.
I mean, Borkum doing well to be able to find that opening kill on the Jemkin. Perfect. And now, just outgunned, okay. He's able to find a second kill. Flips, though. Finds himself a third. Looks for the fourth, though. NDG, quick headshot, does take him down. So, fairly costly in the end. Vandal can be scooped back up here by RRQ, so we'll carry that forward into the next round. But still miss out on 3 weapons. They will move up 2-0 all the same.
Yeah, I mean, that type of scenario, especially in a map like Breeze, it kind of more or less secures this next round for Secret. Now, because they did still save one person's creds, they're going to try to buy up a second Vandal, so make that 3 rifles on the side of RQ. So there's still a little bit of hope, but it's going to be a much more either methodical or a bit of a rush, right? You have to go for a bit of a stack on your style, on your choice here. Yeah, just calling for the gun down as well. And it looks like the energy there for RQ. They've been waiting for this moment to return.
This is what I was going to say, though. You could go for a bit of a softer buy with that Judge because Flips does have the ult available. So does have that now in play. Able to pass that Vandal across, so 4 rifles.
I mean, yeah, and then Jemkin buying down as well, so it looks like they have all the intention to really commit this Euro ultimate and make an opening with it, because Jemkin's nowhere close to his blades right now, so they gotta make this round worth.
Xfero taking some forward space, working his way up through elbow across into mid, nothing spotted. We'll stack here on the B site. Camera backside set up there for NDG, as that's going to be the entry coming through. Pings out the cam, Jemkin able to just go in, takes out Jeremy. Kill found, now flash is being sent. There's the pull out of the dimensional drip, but oh yeah, that one went a little bit wider around the corner than he might have anticipated. Egg on the face there of Flipshider, but still does help break open his sight. So now 4v3. Defensive setup as RQ look to try to convert this bonus. That's going to be Borkum now taking down Estrella here, the half wall, able to find Jesse Bash, and that leaves Envy on his lonesome. And the call has to be to save.
I will say, I mean, it's just the first few rounds, and a lot of these you can kind of come in with a game plan from the get-go, right? You're not really adjusting to what the opponent's doing, so we'll have to wait and see. But overall, RQ seems much more fluid as a team, right? My eyes were on Xfero. He already had full elbow control by the time they had set up for the execute. Then the Euro ult goes in. So as the Euro pings people out for the main forces to enter through main, if they need it, Xfero was ready to pounce for a pinch. If not, he can always stay on the lurk. So overall, a very good bonus. And we talked about how it might be difficult. Well, they make the correct choices with that ultimate, and now it's a 3-0 lead for RQ.
It just feels like a really weird inversion. They go into the anti-eco, they drop 3 guns there, and then they go into the bonus, and they do manage to convert it, but incredibly cleanly.
Yes.
Not something that you see all the time, and I mean, so is that. A smile there on the face of Jemkin.
Jemkin's voice and expression on his face, that's incredible.
Maybe they've been whittling away the stoicism during the Madrid downtime. Now, let's see, very weak purchases, just that one carryover weapon. Take a second attempt at that one there, Estrella. Clear out on the dart. Marshall in the hands of Borkum.
We'll see if that Marshall can do any damage. Kind of on his lonesome right now on A, and he's already deep onto the middle of the site, so this could become a very stressful position for Borkum if RQ ever decides to go to A. He'll get pinched from one side or another for sure.
Oh, Jeremy not quite ready for it, but Indy with the counter swing does manage to trade that back, so it's going to be Estrella on the floor. Weapon not really recoverable for anybody else, though. Would have to push out way too far to be able to try to find it.
Hasn't heard the drop. Just puts them a little too late, and that's going to be the free sight. Now, that does mean they have to let go of that potential rifle drop near elbow, but it looks like Team Secret, they don't have the leisure to go all the way around to pick that weapon up just yet.
No, they do not. Now from here, let's see if they can do any real additional damage, but flash out this time. Flipshot not getting caught by it. Does find Bash, gets the spot there onto Envy, goes for the challenge, and oh my god, the headshot is just so crispy. 8-3 now on that Yaru. Flips having a hell of a start to this map.
I mean,
Flips MDG now all on his lonesome to see if he can do any additional damage, but he cannot.
Flips seemingly gaining a lot of inspiration from the, finalist IGLs of Madrid, John QT and Munchkin, the fragging IGLs of Masters, because Flips is doing a lot of work, 8-3-1. And the more I think about it, the Euro, when they first picked it, I was excited. Granted, that time, his own personal stat line wasn't exactly spectacular, but you can tell so often, no matter which agent he's playing, Flips wants to get into the thick of things to help lead the team as the IGL, to create space on his own, to make the calls, and Euro's perfect for that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just put it this way. He's 2 kills away from tying his record in a 13-10 Breeze map versus Gen G.
Come on.
It was, well, I'm just saying, it was a rough go. They were able to still get that win, but
Sure.
right now he is just absolutely dominant. And quick from Jeremy, not going to be coming through. Ping not going to find him there. As the dash forward out over onto site.
Gets the tag.
Try to open up space, and Flipshider going to be taken down. Jeremy able to find Jemkin around the back, and NDG mows down 3. Estrella eliminated. Now Elmi Moore on his lonesome as this tries to swing out onto the site. Jeremy will be able to take him out for his 2nd elimination, and Secret get themselves their 1st round win.
RQ, I mean, the call there was they spotted the operator, right? They're able to push them back into the back of sight, and then you're trying to clear the other side with the Hunter's Fury and get in. But first of all, you get stopped with a Poison Cloud, and then a little bit of indecision. They get bottlenecked right on the entrance, and that might be the round just to give a little bit of extra breathing room for all the members of Secret to get a little comfy.
Tiny bit of gun barrel sticking out through the Viper wall. What gives Flips game up. Nice to notice there from NDG. He gets that punish and very much shuts that down. They get confused and really drawn in by the chaos of everything that was going to be coming through main. Flips could have done an immense amount of damage, so very good awareness to spot that out.
1 point away from Estrella's Viper's pit, so if they're able to get onto the site, if they could have a way to get the pit down, then, of course, the operator is going to be very tough for the retake.
There we go. Just quick clear. That mimic. Flip's just going to stay tucked into the corner.
Look at NDG. He's already cleared everything. He's gone past the tripwire as well.
He is fast rotating. Is Borkum trying to hold the line here. Does get flips. Envy going to be traded out. Swing onto the corner. It's just too many players stacked up. Unable to find the eliminations there. He does get taken down. Man advantage now here in the hands of RQ as that pit gets invested as well. And now Jeremy gone. Into the pit with now just yourself. I think, yeah, NDG. You just arrived, but I think you're gonna have to hightail it out of here. Does manage to find one, so pit dropped. Tuck around the corner from Jemkin.
Yeah, but this is so tough. I mean, the high-low on the back of site as well gets spotted. He goes down, and that's unfortunate because, again, NDG, a very fast flank, able to get past the first tripwire. Maybe it was a little bit too high there past the staircase, but just never has that moment. And that seems to be the pattern right now for NDG, right? He's kind of this last one alive where RRQ is picking up the pace a lot faster than Secret is expecting.
Yeah, the rest of the team not able to really stand their ground over on the site long enough for NDG to actually get into that position where he can take advantage of all the attention that's being paid to the site itself. So that's going to be a timeout called now from the Team Secret camp. Warbirds certainly wanting to intervene from here as they find themselves in a 4-round deficit.
Yeah, and something they're going to need to be talking about is, of course, trying to decide, because Team Secret, they've always been known to kind of play this, all right, we'll go for the typical 2-1-2 defaults, we'll get the info, we've got some lineups to lay, and then we go for the retake, things like that on their defense. And that starts to fall apart if the opponents just push up the tempo, 1-2 beats ahead of you, because then you think you can fight for the site, you're now down in numbers, the flank doesn't work out, things like that. And if you're going to go for things like the flank, maybe you just kind of give up more of the site, right? Just make sure you're only holding on to yellow in the back of site in the case of A, things like that, just hold on to halls, and then make sure everyone's at their starting line of scrimmage before you start the retake, and those are the decisions that Secret's going to have to start making in these remaining rounds.
Yes. Given the money, you can see a couple half shields coming through here for Team Secret. Knives about to be popped by Jeremy to see what kind of impact he can have. And it's Borkum for now situated over on A. Looks like it's maybe not, not gonna, it shouldn't be the call to invest the pit here with a heavy stack.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to go for a push out, and Xfero kind of expecting the halls push out with the cam as well. He's going to hear all the noise.
Flash
fairly
and push
well
out. There's a creep up from Xfero. Himself tucked into the corner. Trapwire and cam set up to see if anybody does go on a very deep push all the way through. As it's just going to be, swing in from Flipshiner, looking for the punish on the NDG. It does whittle him down to 36 HP. Now Inby eliminates. Xfero continues to creep up. There's the ping, reveal, spots him, and oh my god! What a crisp shot, Jeremy, shut down!
Holy moly!
There's the swing out, immediately just nothing else to be done. Xfero looking for the fourth, can't quite have it. Jesse Bash will be able to get his first kill on board, shutting down the Cypher. But now there's so much work to be done. Spike just now being brought forward as NDG does get the punish on the one. Jesse Bash, okay, gets himself 2 more. Drone out, gets the ping across, has the spot. With NDG's arrival over on Bridge, he will be able to shut it down, and this was a hell of a round recovery for Team Secret.
I mean, a round that, on paper, RQ should never have lost. I mean, let alone the triple kill, but the initial kill in halls and then the Cypher ultimate as well. Xfero just absolutely controls the entire map for his team, but they don't expect, I mean, what a crisp swing over to the back of Pyramids. And Jesse Vash, he was so quick that entire round, right? The backup was quick to B, and then he's right there on A before they can get the spike into it.
Really big potential momentum swing here for the side of Team Secret. We'll find the win off the back of the timeout call. Now Envy just looking to slow things up over in mid. There's been a good amount of pressure being applied here by RQ across just about every single round. Thrown over the top, checking if there's any forward presence around this elbow position, but won't go deep enough to actually swing into B.
RQ put some pressure on mid, right, just to make sure that they can keep control of it, and that Team Secret would have to invest a lot more to retake control. during all of that, they've already kept control of A main with the Euro. They've dug all the way deep into elbow once again with Xfero. Still a minute on the clock, so there's some options to go for rotates should they need it after this dimensional drift.
Drift out, leading the way. Hunter's Fury coming across here from Jesse Bash, looking to see if he can try to find any kind of straight pick. Two players going to be spotted. Borkum, however, able to shut down Chemkin on the entry, and that Hunter's Fury will be rewarded with a kill onto Xfero. Swing out around the backside of Orange, and will be good for one, but can't find the other. But now Borkum dead. The site is broken open a bit. Shock darts landing here at Elmi Moore's feet. 27 HP. Does get pulled off that plant for a brief little moment. Taps it again. Now we'll go in for the full committal on this.
Spike planted.
He and Estrella more very much stranded on the site. Now the reveal, just to go ahead and spot out where this Viper is. No deep rotations, flanks coming through. There's one on site, one in main, and they flush him out. So far, that's a good start. Triple face, getting ready to come through. They all line up. Estrella able to find two, sends out the snake bite to try and delay. Jesse Bash down to 47 HP. And this, could be absolutely devastating as Estrella holds the line, gets those 3 kills to stop Team Secret from chaining 2 rounds together. They get themselves in a firmer lead, once again out in front by 4. What a clutch.
I mean, screenshot that moments before disaster for sure. Everyone was thinking it when you were watching it. You saw the silhouettes. You thought surely not all 3 lining up together, but 2 are perfect for it. One's all the way back. Not there for the trade. And I mean, just incredible plays back-to-back to trade rounds.
He just reverse engineered Jeremy's Cloudburst. He sends it down as they're getting ready to swing, and he's just like, okay, well, I just put my crosshair right there, and then they all just happen to swing right in front of it. Fortunate for Secret, but that's a bit more of a fortunate start. Vash out of the tunnel, able to find Flipscheider.
Oh, this is a good adjustment from Team Secret, though. Recognizing the fact that they've been losing way too much mid control, that gives RQ all the time to set up. But they get a little greedy off of that, trying to push out, knowing that there was contact in mid. So I don't mind it. It's a very logical conclusion to make, but losing that fight costs you a lot.
So 1-for-1 for now as NDG on the push. In the spot, almost does get the tag. One more shot there into Xfero. Would have been able to take down the enemy Cypher. As, Neural Theft back online. Instant investment. Spots him out. One mid, one all the way back over towards the defender spawn. But Jeremy already going to be taken down. Push forward, that's going to be the plant coming in as Jesse Bash, work cut out for him now, is able to recover the Vandal. Looks like the call likely is just going to be to back away and save this one, give it to the cash. Not the best. Envy, though, still in a very committed position. And he will be taken out of it as Sparrow finds that elimination. Headshot from Bash, try to deal any kind of damage, but coffers are decently built up. It's another nice triple kill coming through here from the IGL, but doesn't get them any closer to a round win this time.
I mean, Jesse Vash definitely firing on all cylinders to try to keep Team Secret in the game, but it's a rough going so far in the first half. And, you know, these veterans on the side of RQ, flips for the first couple rounds, Xfero some crucial rounds as well. I mean, everyone playing, you know, up to their peak potential, quite frankly. But I think a lot of the kind of controlling space, map opening up sites, things like that, the Euro and the Cypher are doing a lot of work for RQ.
I think shockingly for Team Secret, it's been pretty big absence so far from Envy. Just the 1 kill found. Somebody who's been very much delivering, you know, even in the opening series from Team Secret and the maps where they weren't really finding themselves with too many advantages, too many bright spots to talk about. Envy was that bright spot for them.
So they decide this time, since they're going to invest the pit as well, just give up mid entirely, but make sure that RQ has to go deep into the site, right? Same thing on B. They're just both hiding close. And if it comes through tunnel, they've got the cam. Waiting for these contact plays.
Decent to hold the line there. Shots just inches away from finding contact there against Borkum. For now, Viper's still going to remain at full HP as the wall gets dropped. Shiner looking to fake their way out onto the site now. Pushing in alongside. Has a TP set up on back pyramid. As for now, I mean, Jeremy and NDG are still very much situated over on this B site. Rotation's going to have to come through. Just now starting, even though the plan is already in. Estrella, though, just outside of cannons here in mid. Pushing forward. Does he hear the rotations coming through? Looks like the answer's going to be not quite yet.
Well, the thing is he might hear one, but not the other.
Oh, but Jeremy, okay. A little bit snappy with it. He's able to find the headshot. Takes him down. That deep lurk now.
Standing ahead.
Gone. Oh, recon. Checking. Does get the spot onto one. Bash dropping down. With that Judge able to find it, but gets traded out. Now Borkum finds Elmi more. Then leaves Flipshedder all on his lonesome.
No util.
Your head swings out. Okay, does interrupt the defuse, but there's still plenty of time remaining, so Team Secret will be able to get a third round. Chance to try to run this back and make it a 7-5 half.
Yeah, if they can get to a 7-5, it'd be great stabilization. And of course, considering the map of Breeze, they'll have their own chance to press the issue on attack. But I love the adjustments on this round, right? Trying to go for the aggressive contact didn't work. You also don't have exactly all full buys. You have that judge for Jesse Vash. So you just say, let's use the pit. Let's hold far back in the sights, because that means RRQ is going to have to start to take contact to get in, right? To check for the util, to check for the setups. And they're able to make sure they get those early kills.
Funny, still a little bit wonky, but no outlaws in play. Flash in, looking for the push board. Borkum, and he's blind himself, but he's still got Jemkin. Doesn't get traded out. As the flips finds that kill, but Hunter's Fury from Jesse Bash again delivering that elimination. But Xfero eventually able to hound him down, catching him all the way back over towards Bridge. Gets that kill. Now Jeremy, one side of the pyramids here is Xfero looking for the challenge against NDG, but NDG happily takes it. Envy now trying to get the catch there onto Elmi Moore, but he decides to just back away from the fight. Gets the spike planted. So we now go into the 2v2.
Last player standing.
2v2 is with a tank in, gets the finisher, but Envy down low. TP across, needs to hit the headshot, cannot. Flips, get them across the line. Another 3K here for the Yaru is RRQ.
Last round.
So you know what, we don't want a 7-5. 8-4 maybe, but I think they're going to be hungry for a 9-3.
And with those ultimates, they could try to make something happen. Even the Blade Storm giving a little bit more extra mobility if they need it on the execute, things like that. And of course, if Xfero is able to get another pick off on another part of the map, the Neuro Thefts will be huge. You can kind of chain that with the Hunter's Fury as well. And, you know, you got the plan, you got the Viper's Pit, you've got everything. Now, no command, the timing of that on Envy is going to be very important, but the weaponry just lacking for Team Secret.
Alright, not going to be able to find that trap wire. Still set up, but Hunter's Fury now open here from Elmi Moore, and NDG going to be taken down. Jimkin finding that kill, quickly traded out by Jesse Bash, who does get tagged low, and will be eliminated. Xfero able to find the finishing shot. Now the reveal in. Jeremy swiftly taken down by Estrella, who once again is lurking out by window. So much work to be done here. Just Envy and Borkum alive, the weaponry weak versus multiple plays. That needs to be a headshot. That needs to be an elimination. Pop Flash coming through, gets a dink, gets the kill, but Borkum dead at the same time. Leaves Envy all by himself. Hold at the ready.
Only 11.
Up and recovered, but they know exactly where he is. They hear it. He finds one, can't quite line up the second. Elmi Moore will get the last shot across, and that's going to be 9-3, locked in on the half for RRQ.
I mean, the story of that half is RQ came in with a plan, and they were able to execute it to fruition. Team Secret, I think the biggest thing is perhaps not expecting as much mobility, as much proactiveness, as much aggression from RRQ. Like, even when they got contact in the site, they just didn't let go, because those are the moments, actually, if you think back, where Envy used to shine, right? He would never let go of the site. If someone presses him, he's there to fight 1v2, 1v3. He's still re-peeking. And RQ this time ready for the trades. Also the lurks, a lot earlier, a lot more fluid, and Secret just not quite aware of that. I mean, they started to get a hang of it right around, round 6 and 7, halfway through. But by that point, RRQ was ready to answer back as well, and the rounds had gone in favor of RRQ. We'll see if Team Secret can flip it, though, with the pistol in the second half.
I mean, yeah, this has just been pretty brutal. I mean, we've seen runbacks, from positions like this in the past, but not being able to get any consecutive round wins for Secret. All of these rounds have been so far separated. They need to start things off with a pistol. Otherwise, I mean, double digits and a double timeout advantage for the side of RRQ. You feel like it would just be done and dusted from there. So we'll see if they get it done as they do move over onto the attacking half.
See just ghosts mostly across the board here on both sides, of course, given the long distances of Breeze. And Team Secret looks like they really just want to try to get the information first from the get-go, even on the pistol. Not going for a bit of a Hail Mary, not going for anything straight out of the playbook just yet.
Decent little spread. Looks like maybe Jemkin going to go on a bit of a walkabout. Does have that ghost in hand, and looks like he'll want to challenge all the way down halls, potentially. He's watching, see if there's going to be any kind of forward pressure. Smash does have a drone. For now, just doing the rope peek. We'll just back away from that.
Yeah, no drone on the side of Homie Moore, so he is going to have to just keep his eyes on mid from Nest the whole time through until they get other information. And if they do want to empty it, they're going to have to make sure that they're careful about how they move around the map. So Jemkin trying to make sure that he continues to take control of halls as well. So far, I mean, RRQ, they feel comfy, right? They haven't seen any crosses that indicate where the attack's going to come through. Now you see that Poison Cloud activating again. That gives you a bit of a signal. Recon from A, you're expecting the pinch.
Yeah, drone now coming through. Bite sent just to try to slow up anybody. Does reveal himself and will get caught. Jeremy able to find that kill. Door now opened up. Recon will hold him at bay. Just a moment as Flipshot is able to find one on the entry. NDG in the meantime going to be taken down lurking outside of B, and that is going to be everybody making the call to rotate over. Orb going to be taken here. Sparrow. Oh, now spotting them out, realizing that they're all just going to be pushing in through tunnel. Just has to back away, give up the site. So Plant can come in. Secret, Milwaukee have to take a much more aggressive and deep position on the backside of the site, and it does reward them with 2 kills.
Yeah, I love that they're regrouping towards back of side as well. Right now it's back to a 2v2, but you expect the rest of RRQ to be split 1-on-1. You already confirmed where Xfero was. It might have caught sight of Flips as well. And now it's a 2v1. Great adjustments from Secret. What looked like it might be a rough round, they're able to turn things around with some nice decision-making from Jeremy to push out towards the defender spawn.
Tap onto it, spots them both, and will get taken down. Pistol round goes the way of Team Secret, and that's the first step of many to try to right the ship and get themselves back on track here in this map. Solid start for them. See though, now they fare moving forward here into the anti-eco, because we have seen some wonkiness so far.
Yes.
Pacific.
Yeah,
as far as
there's
people struggling to close out those second round wins.
I mean, maybe that's going to be the continuing trend. It seems like it builds up more and more. But that round, as soon as the execute started happening, a lot of good stuff from both sides. A great counter recon from the side of RRQ. But once they were down in numbers, Jeremy pushing out through the double arches to make sure that they create space to dwindle the numbers. Again, great decision-making as well. Now the Outlaw.
Cam.
Oh, the Cam just out in the middle as well.
Nash ready to send it. Oh, yep, spots out multiples. Swings back in. Looking to try to put that Guardian to use. Against a couple classics at long range. You definitely favor Jesse in that situation, but they do just go ahead and peel away. Gate crash now expiring, though.
Now, RRQ, not sure if it's off of a read or just really trying to stick to their guts, because they had to kind of give up that A main control. And oftentimes when you show a stack on an eco, you kind of expect the other team to rotate around, but they immediately just hold default. They hear nothing, and they're regrouping on A, and I think Team Secret was waiting for RRQ to move away from the site.
Well, Jemkin does get caught on that push down halls. Wall now set up. Estrella with a spray. Oh, just going for it. Rando does manage to find a kill. Envy going to be taken down. A bit unlucky there for him, but still 4v4, the weapon advantage, and there you go. Pop flash in. Xfero unable to find the kill. Just soften up Borkum a little bit. As he will claim 3. Team Secret will be able to close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, the great timing from Borkum there with the toxic screen. Kind of lowers it to make sure they have members ready for antis. They have members already peeking past the screen as well. Because the thing is they cleared the back of pyramids, right? And they're like, well, nobody's here, but they were here, so surely they've rotated around some other part of the map. Good reads from Team Secret on that anti, and they're able to carry over quite a few good weapons into the next round as well.
Yes, though, I believe everybody right now from RRQ is coming into this with half armor. And that Outlaw is still in play. Jeremy has that in his hands right now. So Xfero, back pillar. If he swings out, he could very well be a dead man.
I mean, it's rounds like these where you look at it and you say, are some of those buys really worth it in terms of utility, sheriffs, things like that? Here. And right now, because of that Outlaw RQ, they're gonna have to wait for some of these trap plays.
Don't want to give him any opportunity.
What a lineup.
Yeah. It's Jesse Bash.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's also one of those things where it's like, there was probably a simpler way to do it, but that one just looks a lot cooler as well and a lot safer, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
across the map.
Yeah, but we will talk about that, though, because usually you'd expect that trip to be, cleared close. So you're not expecting them to be this ready so fast on the A side.
Yeah, Melby drone is not an ambi-turner. It doesn't look left. And now with a push coming through double doors, he ends up getting flushed out. So now RRQ trying to rotate everybody across, but NDG in a huge backstab position. Lurking his way up through Nest Flips, watching this for the moment. NDG trying to take his time. There's the push out. It's a bit of damage here. Sends out so much there on the flip, so 89 on the Yoru.
I mean,
they get ready to go for this, but they have to constantly be looking behind them. They know that Cypher is still going to be in that position. First shot on the Outlaw, not finding it. Up over the top, Jemkin getting the jump. No! MDG gets the bolt. It's like they completely forgot about him.
I mean, they just assumed that it would take him a lot longer, and on top of that, just the way they lined up next to each other, kind of perfect for the Bulldog, which is usually hard to control.
And with that, I mean, that's just going to have to be the call to save now here from RRQ. So it's going to be yet another bonus converted, but this time for Team Secret, as they will very much shorten this gap. Only 3 rounds now separating. Is RRQ curious to see if we see that timeout get called right here, right now.
Big round from NDG. One of the things that a lot of people always look at for rookies is, are they playing too scared? And NDG, the first match of kickoff, the first match here of stage 1 as well. Very passive, very quiet. But the fact that he's willing to take these peaks on a timing, at least get info, then he says, I'm going to still press the issue. His job was quite frankly done, right? He could have just stayed there, played, to stay alive, played for time. Yeah. But he decides to still press the issue because they realize that RQ is going to start to push away from him. So just good reads, good comms, and great confidence from MDG in that round.
What reality am I living in? Where, okay, flash out, Xpera able to push up, gets the kill on NDG, spots another, grabs the weapon, tries to win it out, tells him to find it, looks for a third, can't quite make it happen. Borkum does eventually shut him down. Rotation now having to be called over as Elmi Moore gets himself situated on B site, but that is a huge swing off the back of Xpera's aggression. I was gonna say, what world am I living in where Jeremy is playing attack operator?
I mean, I'm glad to see it. I really was hoping that this season Jeremy would pick up the op a lot more confidently. But you're right, it's not a common sight, at least not since VCT Pacific. Now, unfortunately, this round is not going to be the round where there's a lot of hope for it to find its use and value. I mean, you saw that Jesse Vash was afraid of the flank as well, just given that they've already lost all control.
Trades it out to get a rifle. It is just going to be a Bulldog. As they get the spot. Damn, that's not a fake out. Does buy a little bit of time though as he just send one in. Back pillar, dancing just on the opposite side of the wall here. As that goes down, Jeremy gonna be able to find one. Borkum gets the other. And Estrella, quick turn in towards window. Finds the kill. The Viper now shut down.
Get out of my way.
Spike can be planted. Knives popped. Swing onto the corner, and Jemkin not gonna be able to get that transition across. Borkum will pick up 3, will get the kill. Bloody brawl between the two teams. RQ having not fully invested. It's a decent result for them, but it is still Secret getting closer and closer.
Well, the world where Jeremy buys you off on attacking rounds is really weird because he actually helps close things out with a weapon that's picked up that's not an operator. Of course, a very necessary call there since they're fighting in much closer quarters. I also love what they did with the Blaze Storm, right? Activate it, make sure that he has to kind of react, and now he has so many more angles to check. Lower the screen, swing out together.
Speaking of Blaze Storm, Jemkin with one of his own, as he's going to have to drop down off the top here. Full flash in. Plus that recon invested. Now, Poison Orb just going to be holding everybody at bay there at A main. NDG, miner set up over towards B. Camera set up in elbow. It's going to start trying to take some space here and scale up into mid.
Yeah, what we saw from RQ was despite the setup, you would take deep control of elbow, but here it's different for NDG, right? You still take a little bit of control, so you have more mobility from mid. You can still check for elbow, and that way you don't have to invest too much extra utility if you ever want to rotate back onto the other side. So I like the setup from Secret, but it does look like they've made up their mind to create a bit more of a move here.
Well, I think that one wasn't necessarily what was intended.
I was waiting for something really cool.
I was like, oh, where's this one going to go? Right in front of him, 5 feet away.
Well, that means they'll have to just try to take a little bit more contact, and mid will be the call.
It's moments like that, which is why I don't play Sova.
I've given up on learning new lineups, man. There's just too many that you have to know at this point.
30 seconds
getting
left.
ready, getting antsy, goes for the swing, has a quick dash out, cannot stabilize that aim. Jeremy able to take him down. Elmi Moore now 5 HP, pinged by the recon in a really rough spot. Same for Estrella. He will just get flushed out. Suddenly, it's only Xfero. A 1v5, I mean, granted, HP bars dangerously low. Does he even try to play for it?
I mean, with just the overall situation right now, I'm going to guess not. Right, sure, you can try to go for some cheeky kills on the exit, but your creds aren't exactly all stable. The rounds are getting way closer as well. The risk seems a bit greater. perhaps just taking this time to talk things through for the round, and maybe even a timeout afterwards, because one thing I'm noticing is things have flipped. RQ's the one that's starting to play a little scared. Secret continuing to push up the tempo, just creeping up one beat at a time.
Eagle-eyed. Plays it a little bit patiently, see if anybody else is pushing alongside NDG. They are not.
Yeah, what?
Vash, where did that come from?
Jeez.
What's he doing?
Well, we know how much time Jesse Vash spends trying to figure out lineups, because it's definitely a lot. Probably more than 50% of his practice time.
It's insane. I mean, you give this guy a bow, he can just get an arrow to any point of the map, it would seem.
We should do things like that. Where
he did mess up the shock dart, but...
Sure. But you have just like an agent stationed on a random part of the map, and they have to throw a recon and land it on their head and stick it to
It's like Olympic sports. Whoever can get the dart the closest to this little circle. That could be a fun game mode.
Yeah. Jesse Vash definitely up there, but there's the timeout, surely, from the side of RRQ, I would assume. Because right now, for one, they want to cool off Team Secret a bit, but I can't imagine that the comms have been where they want it, right? The team looks a lot different than the first half, a lot more passive, a lot more reactive. They're going to have to take some more control of the map if they want to continue the lead.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times on Breeze, we do see, this trend into the attacker side favor, but right now, I mean, RRQ, I don't even think this is necessarily like a side difference. This is just Secret have started hitting their shots. I think that their calls have been a lot cleaner. They've been a lot faster to react and make these pivoting moves, whereas RRQ have been very much lagging behind and getting caught off guard. We'll see if this intervention from Ewok get them back on course, but to go from 9-3 to now being separated by just a single round, that is a very dire position to be in here for RRQ. Knives still being held onto here by Jemkin, but 2 ults to try to work with. Secret, if they can get themselves over onto a site, the post-plant setup could be damn strong for them. A pit. You also have that null command potentially involved there from Envy. You just get that one opening kill. Neural theft available.
All right, so the call is just take a little bit more control of mid. They're able to hide away from the recon as well. Flash out the ready.
Poison orb.
Now, Team Secret seemingly expecting perhaps a bit of a fast push with the Blade Storm as well, right? Whether it's from halls, whether it's up top and mid, they're not going to spot it. Camp down. Still a lot of time, though. So Secret, they could regain mid if they wanted. They could still send the Lurk all the way up through elbow. And RRQ, now it's up to them. If they want to play this with the way they've started, they got to start to clear out all the sides of B, because you've even got Xpharaoh starting to lean towards halls now.
Gate crash does get sent. Flip Shatter ready to make a quick exit. Should it be necessary. Dark going to go a little bit wide there. Strange is clearing out the cam. Looks like he's going to take an even more aggressive forward position as well, as Elmi Moore gets himself situated.
Well, this is a brawl in the making. If Secret decides to make the call, and quite frankly, this is how RQ won a lot of their rounds in the first half as well. But that's a bit of a curveball.
Pit comes through, but it's not enough to get them onto the site itself. The players playing for, though, will be decayed down. Xpharaoh trying to hold the line, spotted another one, trying to make his exit, but eventually they just spray away. Now that's going to be the neural theft coming through, and that could really upset the players trying to hold main. Flipshotter's still going to be able to find one that drops the pit, gets himself a second. Jesse Vash going to be taken down. Has the mask available. Pop flash sent. NDG running low on time. Mask now put on. Dimensional drift in play. Sees him. Knows that he's going to try to have to stick to this spike plant. Pulls off of it, and that is going to be the round 1. We'll be able to get the kill just for good measure, but even if he had died, all they needed to do was have Jemkin stay alive. RQ, they break this win streak. It was 5 consecutive rounds built up here for the side of Team Secret. They now get themselves up to double digits.
And it's a good adjustment. Thinking back to how are we able to win on attack, other than the fact that, of course, attack may be slightly favored on Breeze, but a big part of that is also you're going to have the numbers no matter what. You're going to have a clear numbers advantage, more so than some other maps as well. And they were able to just clear out mid, plant Jemkin on the Lurk, and then his 4-man stack ready. And sure, the pit throws a bit of a curveball, but they still have way more numbers than Secret expected.
They get that round win. They get those 2 ults out of Team Secret. Decent cash here for, Borkum NDG. They've got enough stacked up, but another heavy investment as attack operator once again in play for Jeremy.
Take flight.
Trying to hide that off.
More, yep. Just have to back away. They're just going to say tucked behind the box. It's not going to go deep enough to actually get the spot.
Well, Elmi Moore seemingly quite aware of that fact as well. Saw him making some comms immediately afterwards in the camera. But do they expect the op? Apparently not so much.
Seems like a big no. Huge kill found. Flipstrider has been a thorn in their side throughout this entire map. Getting rid of him nice and early bodes well for Team Secret as they get ready to cluster up and make their push in here towards main. Dart at the ready, Elmi Moore having to send that one out right as that knife does come through. Undodged. Cage comes up, push into the smoke, and with the shorty in hand, Jeremy finds himself a second kill. B-side completely broken open, and you can already see
30 seconds
the remaining
left.
members on RRQ just going to have to make the call to go ahead and save. Looks like maybe Jemkin, given that he does have knives, is, yeah, that's just going to keep happening. He will get himself positioned to try to find some exit frags here, but widely, we're just going to be waiting for this spike to explode.
Yeah, I mean, you can still try to stabilize some way or another in that next round here with the Blade Storm, so just playing for the longer actual map win for RRQ. And, you know, when it was Elmi Moore last one on that site, on B-side, good reads from both sides, good calls, right? I mean, the Cyber Cage support from Xfero trying to fill that for Elmi Moore. He sends a counter dart as well, so he knows that they would have to funnel into him. But then it's a Cloudburst and the shorty to counter from Jeremy, so both teams really getting into comfort zone individually speaking. Now, if you can take away this op,
I don't think anybody's going to push this far out. They're already away from the explosive radius, so can just stay tucked all together just outside of window, and Jemkin not going to go aggressive enough to actually be able to get a punish here nor get picked off. So it will just be those three players retaining their weapons moving forward here into round 20, but Team Secret keeping things neck and neck, still just one round separated. You can see just the dominance here on this attacking side.
They got to do something with this operator, right? It's allowed Secret to slow things down a lot more, play for that op contact. He's always got someone to support him as well, so he's not just going in blind, going for those dry peaks. And Team Secret looks like they're prepared for a bit of an aggressive push out. They want to stay grouped up and make sure that they can help cover and don't allow Jeremy to get picked off from afar. A bit of an off angle. The Blade Storm activated. Secret starts to back out just a tad bit.
Not quite clearing the drone and also not quite covering all of main. So second sync by now being invested there from Estrella. Trying to come up the works here as a couple knives go flying. Jemkin not able to find anything there. Hunter's Fury now coming across, a little more on the hunt. Gets the tag on to Jeremy, but now will be interrupted as the null command comes in. Nothing him to find a follow-up. It's just going to be passing that spike back across the way.
Here.
Maybe even ushering it over towards A, or at least wanting to fake like they're going to be doing that.
You know, the no command still lets RQ know that for now it's going to be that B hit, though. Only a couple knives remaining here for Jemkin.
Trying to try to check. Nothing spotted, though, but also doesn't see anybody rotating. Looks like Flipstrider going to go on a bit of a walkabout here, but now that the recon invested here on the B site, you should have a better idea that this is where the spike is going to end up. There's only 30 seconds remaining. They're not seeing or hearing anything at all on A.
RQ's in a much better position in terms of knowledge, right? They've got the Cypher set up on A. They've got mid control and flips as well.
Push up into the smoke. Estrella going to be taken down. Be able to find that. Does get traded now. Borkum striking from tunnel. Able to find two. Shiner back at half wall. There's the reveal. Getting ready to come in. The ping across the spike. Planted. Pop flash up. Jesse Bash. So very blind. Flipstrider is able to flush him out. Finds the kill, and that leaves NDG by his lonesome. He will fall. RRQ, again, narrow margins. They do get the closeout here on this round. They continue pressing forward towards a win here on Breeze. Just 2 more to go. Team Secret, can they keep it close again? They have cash. They can get a bye.
I got real scared when Flip started to creep out of mid, because we've seen that from RQ when they start to run out of information, or if they feel like things aren't really going their way overall in the map. You know, Flip's just trying to kind of go for these hero plays to get a pick way deep in enemy territory. But this time, correctly understanding their position, their utility, they knew that the pressure was on Team Secret. Now, Borkum sneaks, you know, right by him an elbow and sure, tries to make a fight for it. But the Yoru being able to TP right back into sight as well. Huge value to keep that lead.
It's like first round where we're actually going to maybe have some op v op as Jemkin does pick that up here. Cash aplenty. Jeremy sticking with it on this attack, trying to see if anybody goes for an aggressive peek in towards shop, but everybody right now statuesque from RRQ over on that A site.
I mean, especially now with a Cypher and an op, even less reason to go for these greedy plays. Now, again, like I mentioned, and seemingly like Team Secret is prepared for, RRQ, they have a habit of doing that. So I don't blame Team Secret for it, but the resulting situation is that they've wasted 40 seconds without gaining any information. They currently don't have much control of any part of the map. They're going to have to slowly creep up for that extra control.
There's no presence or scaling here. Looks like Borka maybe can get himself once again into a position to find a nasty flank, but is being noted and watched at least ever so slightly by Elmimore and Estrella.
Take flight.
Flips, he has to have that trigger ready on that gate crash.
Thrown out, but I don't think this is noted. The Yoru up close. I mean, they're just rushing it in to the doors. They're just getting ripped to shreds. Elmimore able to find them as Jeremy only picks up 1 kill. Just the Yoru displaced, and now Jeremy is all on his lonesome. Does find Jemkin. A quick swing onto the corner. Elmimore will find himself a third as RRQ get themselves now up to map point.
I see the idea there from Secret, right? They still suspect the Yoru just because the drone gets taken out way too quickly before it's able to get past that orb on the poison cloud. So they're thinking, all right, we want to swing this. We've already got members from mid coming in through double doors. Let's pressure that, create the chaos, and then we'll have our own flash to the back of sight to set you guys up. The unfortunate part is Elmimore gets that first kill initially, and then both sides getting flashed seemingly by the KO makes that fight drag out too long. And the main forces from main not able to come in quick enough.
Well, now, last-ditch effort here from Team Secret with this timeout to try to see if they can extend this. Now, 3 rounds consecutively, we know that they're capable of that. They had that 5-round streak coming into the second half. What does the economy look like? How do the players look when they're put to the task? We need that to give us our second overtime so far. Pacific, they have been eluding us. Finally got one of them last night, I believe.
Yeah, actually. Well, the thing about this is it could end up just being a story of you gave 1 too many rounds in the first half, right? I mean, you talked about the 5-round win streak. That's 1 more than RRQ had at the start of their attacking half, winning the pistol. So obviously both teams understanding how to take advantage of the map itself and how to play that side. But you started the second half 9-3, and it's always going to be an uphill battle at that point. Team Secret yet to be able to overtake them or tie them even, always at least 1 round away.
All right, knives popped. Jemkin with a warning shot. It was a recon when flying up in towards Halls. Just wanted to tell them that, no, this is a completely unassailable position for you. Does rotate back down now, joining in alongside Estrella here on the site where any kill, that pit can come into play.
This is a very aggressive repositioning here from RRQ.
Wall in, knives at the ready. Jeremy swinging around the backhand side, does manage to find, or does get taken down rather by Estrella, but Envy trades it back quickly. Keeping the numbers evened up, but shock dart right there at Jesse Bash's feet. And we will get taken down. Envy finds himself a second one, but it was good damage dealt. Bash and Porco both going to be tagged up, and now Envy with a third. Finds flips, Jemkin gets 2. The op shots. Looking crisp, looking clean. There's still more targets. Xfero just now getting ready to arrive over at double doors, working his way through mid.
Yeah, time is not in favor of RRQ, because the thing is they have no idea where NDG is. They were partially waiting for that. They suspect it.
The shot goes wide. You can see Jemkin. He thought for sure he absolutely had that one nailed. And now we'll just have to make the call to go for the save. They could buy another one, but instead, we'll just hold on to this and allow for Team Secret to get the round win and get themselves up to double digits.
Man, it's one of those rounds. RRQ, off the bat, sure, you have the op and Halls, and then he's just holding from bridge. They just want to hold on to yellow, right? That container in the back of sight on A, and they have the dimensional drift. Everything was there for a potential retake on A. Now, obviously not the best way to play that site. You want to put some pressure, but then credit to Envy. Understanding that they want to push out in case that there's an early regress. That's what's been messing them up on Team Secret. RRQ always 1 beat ahead of them. And Envy this time counters that. The perfect bodyguard for Team Secret. Brings home the 10th round win. Now the pit available for Estrella as well, so double ultimates. Obviously not exactly the best, the pit for the retake. But we'll see where it comes into use.
All right, well, Flips taking a forward position. Is able to get the catch there on the Jeremy. Exit Finally slowed up and denied as no command does come through, but Estrella holding a pillar, finds Borkum Bash, going to be taken down. Now suddenly just Envy and NDG all in their lonesome. No kills found, no way to invest that neural theft. They desperately need to do something now to keep themselves in this round, in this map. Throwing the scout, Envy pulls back. Right now it is looking dire. Not impossible here for the side of Team Secret. Insult to injury, Pit invested. That's going to be the dimensional drift as well as Flipshiner wanting to chase forward, trying to get the catch, but Jemkin ready to get the catch, finds NDG, gets the final shot there onto Envy. 13 and 10, the opening map of Breeze. Team Secret's pick, but not their winning spot. It is going to be RRQ taking that away from them.
I mean, definitely a close game. And Secret, they seem to catch on to things just one round too late in each half. But credit to RRQ, came prepared supposedly for this draft because they were swinging right out the gate on that attacking half. A 9-3 lead sets them comfortably up to eventually secure it 13 and 10. RRQ, it's a little bit of an extra buff here today. We saw on social media the CEO buff coming in for RRQ, and so far it's worked for map 1.
That it has, with Split on the horizon, things that need to change here for Team Secret. Haven't gotten a win on that map since Paper Rex, the start of last season, but when Benkai was still on the team, so rough tidings ahead of them. But we'll go ahead and hand this over to the analyst as to break down the action for Breeze.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And after 265 days of match losses, RRQ is one step closer to finally getting that match win against Team Secret. Now, that was, it looked very dominant in the first half by RRQ, but Team Secret started climbing back in the second half before RRQ took it home.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit too late. I mean, you could see that both teams had a pretty good read on their attacker side, especially with that Yoru in place for RRQ. That makes things very, very difficult for the defenders. But what concerned me for Team Secret was that when they played this map the last time, it was their defender side that was really powerful against Gen G, and probably why they're leaning into this map. They could start on that side. You know, you're going to expect your opponents to want to go attackers, but it just didn't work out. So that's kind of heartbreaking here because it looked like maybe they had a comeback in store. They ran, what, 5 rounds off to begin that second half, but still wasn't enough.
Worth noting, both of these teams actually defeated Gen G. I know Gen G is now, you know, the crowned kings of Pacific at the moment, and both of these teams dominated Gen G on these maps. So to face up against each other, probably, I mean, we've got some of the best Breeze players here.
Yeah, I think Team Secret just started off a little bit slow on this one. You see that overall, you know, 13 first kills compared to the 10. They did pretty well in that one. The post plans were a little bit less solid, and there was that one clutch from the side of RRQ that's kind of put an end, I think, to the big streak that Team Secret did have going. I think they just got started a little bit late and maybe, you know, not feeling themselves early on, but at least they were able to show that, okay, they are strong on this map, they are strong on the attacker side, at least it seemed like it this time around, and, you know, get some rounds back. But at the end of the day, I still feel like RRQ kind of dominated the majority of it. You see the Yoru, the Flipsider, was doing the most for the team this time around.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried here overall for both teams in a way. I thought RRQ on their defender side left a lot of space open in mid. There were a lot of crunches, either through B link or through mid doors towards A, you know, that were kind of unaccounted for by RRQ. They were able to kind of stabilize and just based on some of their raw mechanical abilities, get over the line with it. So that is, I'd say, the deciding factor in the long run in terms of that second half. But it is concerning for Team Secret. We're still seeing the slow starts. We're seeing the same problems that not only do we as, you know, talent see, but also Warbirds literally sat here on the couch the other day saying the exact same thing.
Also worth noting, Team Secret had more first kills than RRQ, and you're absolutely right, Paper Thin. Despite that, the raw firepower coming from RRQ was enough to overcome that. And with the Yoru, I mean, it was always really interesting to see Yoru on the Breeze. I mean, there were moments where we were contemplating, I wonder when we're going to see a fake out by Yoru.
I'm hoping for the fake out where you just walk in a straight line pretending you're the fake out, but you're actually not. And it was kind of funny because I was watching for it to see if, like, how teams, I always watch for this to see how teams check the fake out, if they respect it or if they don't, if they just ignore it. But I saw mostly Team Secret was clearing it, so no opportunities for this time, but I'm hoping someday somebody at least tries it.
Would be nice to see it someday. I think the mental game, even if you just get away with it, you know, and you like get one kill and you immediately die, it doesn't matter because you kind of fooled your opponents. Didn't get it this time around. I mean, flip side around, the Euro did get the majority of the kills and was kind of the MVP of his team this time around. But yeah, a lot of the early part of this map was RQ on the attack, got a very substantial lead. It was 9-3 in the first half, and you know, it was a big comeback from Team Secret. I think their attacker side looked pretty strong. A lot of these executes onto A were very nice from them, but just wasn't enough. I feel like that very slow start and the fact they got so far behind, it was just too much to make up, especially against such a strong team like RQ, like Jemkin coming in with the op there towards the end was just kind of insane. And RQ eventually just needing the 4 rounds they got there in the end.
I mean, this is a good sign for RQ. Nice start. And Split is the next map. Team Secret has not shown Split at all during kickoff. They definitely played a bit of Split last year, even defeating Paper Rex on it. But this year, RQ is, they also haven't shown Split much. They won one, lost one, and the one Split they won was against Global Esports, so it wasn't like a Gen G type of a match there. So how are you guys feeling going to Split? I mean, Team Secret hasn't shown anything.
Yeah, it's kind of a coin flippy map sometimes, especially for Team Secret. It seems like last year they were like really good at it, and then at times they kind of fell apart on it. So I don't know what to expect. I mean, you got to worry about sort of the mentality of Team Secret right now. It's been a really rough week. Coming in here, having to play 2 matches in the first week. The first day doesn't go your way. You're even kind of the favored team after how well you performed at the end of kickoff. And now sort of those expectations have been ripped out from underneath of you. So how do you feel like, how are you going to be able to mentally recover? So a lot of pressure going to be on Jesse and Warbirds as the leaders of that team to get their players kind of back into it here. RQ looked pretty dialed in, especially on that first half. So I think this is going to be really rough. This is a map RQ loves. They're great on their defender side. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and we've seen 6 bans from Team Secret so far this year, so it's definitely not a map they're going to be feeling too comfortable on, and I just feel like, as you were saying, paper thin, the mental game is going to be huge coming into this one. I think that RQ, you know, I was very curious to see how they were going to start off. They came out really fast out of the gate, and now I think they have that confidence behind them to just say, okay, we can move into game number 2. We can move into map number 2. It's very confident for us. We should be able to take this one down. And kind of expecting a 2-0 after watching the way that map 1 wins.
I completely agree with you guys. Hopefully not the case, but you know what? Here at the Analyst Desk, I'm always happy to see teams reveal new maps that they haven't played in a while. It's always really exciting. And what else we're going to reveal, your first time playing this game. It's called officially it's called the Guessing Game Pool.
I don't feel like anyone could catch Aserai at this point, but we'll see. He's dominating.
He is dominating. And today you guys get your rank. We all start at gold here. And we have this question, and if you get it correct, you get to rank up. If you get it wrong, you rank down. Very simple. The question is, which team will get a Thrifty first on the second map, which is Splits?
But what if there's no Thrifties?
That
then what happens?
Is a great. Then we all rank up. I don't know if that's the official.
What if I vote for no Thrifties? What if that's my vote? Do I get to rank up twice because it's like in roulette when you get on
or
one
double
of the numbers?
RR,
Yeah.
where you
I think it's
jump ranks.
the next vote you get double the rank, right?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
well,
I
anyway,
say yes
if
now,
this one
and then
doesn't
Productions
happen,
with
the next
he
vote,
stopped making up rules.
Next game, yeah.
Okay, so we have our little things here.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you guys can think
So we
about
gotta
this.
pick a team?
Yeah. Wait, who's
It didn't
going
take me
to
very
get
long.
Thrifty? Like they win the Thrifty, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard because both
get
teams won their
Thrifty
bonuses
first
on that last map, so I don't
on the
even
second map.
know who to go for. But
All right. Well, let's show it in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
All right. So,
Ooh.
okay. So what's your thought process, Valdez?
Well, I mean, they have Elmi Moore, right? He can use a sheriff and hit people in the face, and he doesn't need money. He doesn't need credits to get wins. So I think in terms of, not even based off of what we saw on map 1 or anything like that, I think it's just like this team is better at getting Thrifties. I don't know the actual stats. It's just kind of my gut feeling. So it's kind of why I went for RRQ.
And how about you?
I feel like right now RRQ is the better team. Therefore, Team Secret's going to be on the Thrifties more often.
They have a higher chance of getting them.
More likely, exactly.
I have the same thought process. And, you know, Team Secret, they get fired up when they're on the down. We've definitely seen that happen over and over again. So I feel like those Thrifties are going to be Team Secret side. And hopefully it rank up because Achilles and me, we're still stuck in gold. All right, we are going to see the Asian picks. Surely Team Secret has figured out something. They did let this map through after all. And here we go. Forrest splits the Asian picks between Team Secret and RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not going to be super out of the ordinary. Okay, well, Team Secret actually quite a bit different here.
Yes, very
with the breach and the fade. That's well off of what they usually run. I mean, usually you got a Sky in there for them with Jesse.
I thought they would maybe just go standard and say, okay, we really need to get some like solid ground underneath us, like get some foundation. But yeah, definitely going with some interesting picks that you don't oftentimes see. Whereas on the side of RQ, it does look pretty standard from what I can tell.
More or less.
I can't wait to see Jemkin just go nuts
a great race.
on the race. Yeah.
He's a great race player. He's usually, that's where he's like really putting up his damage. Actually, Breeze was pretty rough for both of the players that we highlighted at the beginning of this. Envy and Jemkin kind of a little shaky on those maps, so definitely going to need both of those players to really step up. And, you know, Envy on that fade, really interesting to see this choice. I mean, expecting some it feels like close quarters battles for the side of Team Secret. So we saw that a lot on their attacker side on Breeze, right? A lot of shorties, a lot of stuff like that. So maybe they can kind of snowball that.
Well, we are going to see what's going to happen on this map. We've got Will Cho and Achilles. And Will, I mean, do you still love RRQ or what?
Wow.
Not a game-related question necessarily. Just,
I mean,
do you love RQ or
well,
what?
it's just such a loaded question because it's like, first of all, you're asking me to maybe be biased on an official guess, but then on top of that, that has nothing to do with my predictions. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say anything yet. We'll wait until the full match is over before we say anything about the predictions. But the fade pick, let's talk about that a bit more, right? Because like the Death said,
all of it.
like the Death said, not a very common pick for Envy. In fact, only kind of 12 times, so it's not completely rare, but not the usual go-to. AKA not the flashes. It's Jesse Vash playing the flash. So Envy surely trying to, you know, gain a little bit more of an advantage on that info with things like the Prowlers.
Okay, well, there's the fault line looking for a catch as Prowler does go chasing. Flipshatter just going to do a quick little touch back up the rope. Get himself out towards safety, sends out a snake bite as well to try to stop any forward pressure coming out of ramp. Clear out there. Haunt not going to be revealing too much of anything, but it's going to be a large amount of space taken by Team Secret. Estrella at the ready, just holding on to this paranoia, ready to send that over towards main, but full heaven control now here for Team Secret. Selmy Moore looking back, smoke dissipating, ready to swing onto the corner. Oh, pulls back, on the dog.
This is hard to predict.
This can be bad, but no, still gets the daze, gets the slow across, so he is going to be protected. The punish cannot be found. Now pop flash, swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to find one. Takes out Jeremy, but now Envy will be able to claim two. That's going to be a massive advantage here in the hands of Team Secret. Jemkin now
Spike down
on his lonesome, looking to try to make some texture maneuvers, and it makes it happen! 4 kills picked up. Jemkin steals the pistol round away from Secret.
KO indeed. Man, a little reminiscent of some sick highlights we've seen from Gen G, of course, in the past as well, but you saw one of the members low, and Jemkin just does not miss the opportunity. The movement here is so good. The constant left-right jiggle as he's repositioning. That keeps him alive, even if his teammates are all just hyped about it. Jemkin can't believe it. But it's things like that, the micro movement, it's the left-hand movement that oftentimes makes these clips shine.
That is just a kick in the gut right there for Team Secret. Such a great start for them. And a 1v4, as Bren would say, something about ghost gaming. Push out now onto Raptors. Second kill not going to be able to be found there. Borkum does manage to find the elimination. Quick turn away from the flash. Estrella able to dodge that one out, but then does get punished as Borkum puts that recovered Spectre to use. 3v3. Some weapons scooped up here. The rest of RQ still rotating around over towards this side of the desk. We're guessing and conjecturing about who is going to be able to get the first Thrifty. See if that comes into play now as Paint Shell's out. Envy in a rough position, takes another chunk of damage there, down to 36 now. Borkum tries to hold the site. Envy gonna be able to find one, but Xfaro comes up with two. NDG now trying to lurk his way across. Does get that headshot, does get the kill. Spike being held to half. Here's the drop, pulls off of that one, tries to go for the jumping right click. A solid attempt there from NDG, but Xfaro will be able to hold the line. Still very costly.
Yes. I mean, losing out on a lot there, but a good read from Xfaro at the end as well, right? Here's a drop, so he's 6.5 and expects him to have to run up for the right click. Just goes for the pre-fire immediately.
This goes here.
Now we'll see if they do try to just buy up. Not much, they will just want to stabilize for round 4, so as good of an opportunity as ever for Team Secret. Like you said, the pistol, I mean, they had a great setup and a good read even in the mid-rounding, so we'll see if they can regain themselves here with a full buy.
Setup going through. One of the things that we didn't really get to touch on because the pistol round ended up being so crazy, it's just straying away from using the Viper here. We see just about every single team in the world going for that Omen Viper, you know, maybe occasionally the Astra Viper setup here on this map. Team Secret doing something very different.
Well, it does feel like, you know, the way they're playing it so far, what they had for the pistol, you look at the comps, everything, you know, their interpretation of how do we make sure we gain more of an advantage on the attack. The paranoia, they're not checking for it yet, though.
And somehow Elmimore, I mean, he does get rewarded for that aggressive rush out, finds Jeremy, does get punished as they weren't ready for Jesse Bash to be this far forward. He does manage to collect a second kill. It's knocked down 13 HP. For now, there will be a man advantage here for Team Secret as everybody just rotates out of Ramen, gets himself collected and ready to approach into Garage. Cam set up from Xfaro, can try to spot for this one. So he also has a neural theft available.
30 seconds left. Find you.
And we'll be able to get a weapon, it seems, as well. So 2 rifles, Jesse Vash very low. Orb secured. I mean, RQ already decent amount of value. Now, if they can take away a couple more weapons, that'd be huge. And in fact, Jesse's going to be alone. Low health. Bit of an off angle, though.
He can find the headshot, he does. That'll keep him in this one. Identify the position of one. Suspect that the rest of the players are going to be here on the site itself as NV nearly peeking out from back pillar. Jimkin with 1 kill would give him a showstopper, but it still would be 3 more targets to try to play through. Straight up with the spot 1. Just going to be swapping out the weapons there, grabbing the Phantom up now. Backs away. Looks like widely. RQ ready and willing to concede this round. It's not going to go enough. That's going to send them out in towards Jemkin, so we'll be able to find those kills. Just looking to get as much value as they possibly can, as much hurt put on the Team Secret, but the round will be theirs all the same.
I mean, well played with what they had for RQ, right? Obviously, the round had already crossed the line way long ago, but Estrella constantly putting pressure on, doesn't get spotted by any of the utility, doesn't go for the aggressive peeks off of the utility, and that forces them to decide, okay, we got to go somewhere else. These guys are set up outside of B main. Couple extra kills here for Jemkin. He's got that showstopper online now for round 4.
Nice one, boys.
And I mean, sure, seems great. They'll take whatever they can, and Jesse trying to get the team a little bit more energized. But for now,
still feels a bit rough, a bit forced.
Exactly. On RQ they're in good position to try to take back control of this first half, try to keep that lead.
Jimkin just playing it patiently here. Somewhat long gone are the days of the aggressive rush, but Jeremy's trying to do that. Opposite side had that judge in hand. Showstopper not going to find much. NDG get out in front of that one. He does catch Xfaro off guard top ramp. Jimkin, though, continuing to try to hold the line. Paint Shell's up to try to further delay. The push forward, though. NDG gets in front of that one, finds himself a 3rd elimination. The neural depth now invested. Sends that out, gets the ping reveal here on the 2 remaining players, but everybody low HP, not even a single 100 HP bar between the 3 remaining players on Secret, but in with a chance to tie things up at 2-2.
One spotted, Borkum now having to be pushed out, and they decide just to ignore it. The Nightfall, they're aware of the location.
Prowler on the hunt. More having to look every which way. Trap wire now coming through the chase in. NDG now on for an ace. You can find this final limb. Drop down, here's it, swings it, gets it, NDG with the ace. To get Secret tied up at 2-2.
An incredible ace from NDG. First of all, gets past all the way up through ramp, despite the showstopper coming out. They take out the cam, and they're already one person ahead of it through the cyber cages. A great setup with the paranoia as well. That sets him up, goes past the paint shells, and he knows at this point he has to be the one opening the site. And just good positioning, good utility for post plan as well.
Well, if you want to get the rookie and the rest of the team jazzed up, that is certainly one way to do it. Huge round there from him. xFaroe still holding on to his own mural theft. Two-man stack here in mid. Jemkin just staying tucked around the corner.
We'll catch them.
2 rifles here for RRQ.
Yeah,
Otherwise, Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost.
Hard sell on that sound fake as well from Flip, so Team Secret still wary of it. Now, the real question is do they suspect Jemkin at any point? Or, obviously they don't even have to press it, right? Of course, it's going to be a weaker buy from RRQ. Team Secret rightfully choosing that they don't want to take the risk, that they just, you sense something fishy. It's just not worth it going into such a tight space like vents.
Yeah, even if, they don't necessarily have to read that Jemkin's going to be tucked there in the vent itself, but they could still suspect that there's going to be presence in mail. Just don't want to try to push into that one. Pull off the camera there. xFaroe doesn't manage to get the dart across. Cam now going to be cleared out. So we'll see the Lion Sheriff Team Secret making their way forward here onto the side trap wire. Try to slow him up, and Borkham does get taken down. Nice headshots found, but Shredder not quite ready for that forward elbow pressure. Paint shells will not be able to deter the plant, so still does come through. Dash not eating too much damage as Estrella will fall on that swing out. That's one of the rifles now on the floor.
Yeah, and a good push out into screens as well, since they gave up full main control. Sure, the trip was there, but they didn't have Heaven either. So Team Secret, instead of getting caught and having to cover too many angles, they decided to push out and eliminate portions of the site. Jeremy now taking the lead.
Pop flash, but Sheriff in hand. Bash down on the side itself had enough of an angle to go ahead and take out Elmi Moore. So staves off any further deaths here for the squad. And Secret now will take the lead.
Now they have Rolling Thunder as well with the showstopper, right? So it's another round where they can shut down the buy.
Ooh, a new turn special? Double blast pack into the push forward off the Rolling Thunder.
Man, that is some memories right there.
Back to 2021 Reykjavik.
Holy cow. I mean, if we see that, I give all the props to Secret.
Oh, sure. As long as he doesn't, as long as he gets some value out of it.
They're ready for it. It's definitely going to be an A hit, that's for sure. Clearing out close so that they can get set up. The breach trying to get in position afterwards. Showstopper's going to go forward.
Okay, and it will just be used to clear out Ellie Moore there on the close angle. Rolling Thunder now not going to come into play as Jemkin swoops in. Top ramp, finding 2. Bash and NDG both going to be taken down. Man advantage now here for the side of RQ, but quickly equalizes. Flip Shredder will fall moments before that neural theft does come in. They're on the Prowler, swing out, double face coming through as Jeremy gets himself 3, and yeah, the rest of the team just not able to do anything here for RRQ. Team Secret now 4 rounds in a row. Drop the pistol, drop the eco, but since then it has been clean.
And you saw the chemistry right there as well. Off of the Prowler, they hear the drop. It's just that double swing out from behind the screens and elbow as well. High-low setup still for the crouch as well on Envy. And Jeremy looks a lot more confident. He seems to be taking things by the rein here on Split for the attacking side. Perhaps just a little bit of that extra warm-up that they needed on Breeze, and they're able to strike back on RQ's pick of Split, even drawing out that first time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is certainly a position that RQ, nor us, expected for them to be in. Just given, I mean, Secret, the win percentage on Split alone, not great, but this is also a map that they have not played a ton of. Aside from the newer maps such as Sunset and whatnot, this is one of their least played. I think it's like 17 times. This will be the 20th time all time that they played it. Team Secret has been an organization since the beginning of VALORANT.
True. Yeah, it goes way back. So obviously something they've avoided time and time again. And RQ perhaps trying to identify the weakness in that, and maybe suspecting that, what are you going to do, right? The double duelist no longer an option. Obviously, we haven't seen it since NDG joined, and thinking that, okay, double duelist was kind of your go-to because you couldn't figure out what else you wanted to do with the meta. And now, what's going to be your option? But Team Secret, their own take on this aggressive setup. And of course, still a lot of trap play setup as well for the defense. So I like the flexibility. We'll see if RQ's figured out the answer.
Now things going to be a bit slow. Is okay. Quick little swing out from Flips. Going to go unpunished, even though it was a fairly wide peak. does manage to back away.
So one thing that we're noticing is RQ, even after the timeout and before it as well, they don't want to give up mid control, right? Their positioning, their reactions are always about trying to keep mid control, but also their utility setup, etc. on the sides of the map aren't exactly being respected just because there's so much pushing power from Team Secret. So this time at least a quicker rotation as Secret being a bit more cautious post timeout.
Sparrow taking a very aggressive position here. So Rolling Thunder going to crash across. Not going to spot him though, and that's just going to be a double mowdown from Sparrow. Going to find him down. It's going to be full flash, but covering fire in from Jemkin keeps him protected as Vash will fall. V and NDG now in the blink of an eye. Going to be the last 2 players remaining. They will clean up those Seekers. This round has very much gotten away from Team Secret.
So much patience from Xero in that. I mean, he was as close as you physically can get to that smoke. You saw the aura around it on his screen, cross it over to his weapon.
I don't think you're going to get that orb, Envy.
Yeah, that's just going to have to hope
peek
to
anything over top of this smoke, but they're not giving the sight lines. Now triple stack up. We'll just end up falling. NDG, last one now alive. As they go rushing forward, orb can be taken. That's going to be Xfair now getting the neural theft online.
Yeah, I mean these are just picked up guns here for our.
They didn't see him.
Not sure who's happier about that situation, but I mean RQ definitely could have tried to go for the ults, right? I mean those are upgraded weapons, so maybe getting that ult online, but also all of them 1 point away is huge, and just the absolute patience, and then the Cyber Cage immediately afterwards to cover his escape. Meanwhile, his teammates are there. Not getting hit by the other utility. A single-handed setup from the Cypher brings RQ back.
I mean, and look at the ult economy right now. The showstopper there, the Rolling Thunder was used by Jesse in the last rounds. They got that out of him. But no avail. The pit, even Estrella's ult, nearly built up here for RQ.
Yeah, once again, mid control as well. This time the Trips trying to help cover ramp on top of it. Because that toxic screen, again, hasn't been respected too much. Obviously, it still finds its use on retakes, but you've got to be alive for that. So
got the spot on the 2 there. Flip's just going to force them back with that snake bite and beat. Hoping and praying that he swings out a little bit wider.
Poison's off.
Instead, just off to play this a little bit more patiently. Continued smokes coming down.
Not much more utility to hold on to mid, though, unless you rotate some people over, right? All snake bites are now gone.
I'm thinking about what he wants to go for. Jeremy trying to get the drop down here, but this, again, covering fire. Jemkin's there. He's there to protect. Showstopper out. Xfair has already claimed that kill. Jemkin now on the drop down. Knows that there's going to be one in there. Can't quite flush him out. Pushing the corner. Shots flying. Jesse Batch going to be taken down. Xfair will be able to come away with that kill. Now Envy is all on his lonesome. Does manage to find Ellie Moore despite the paranoia. Getting the read there, but as he pushes back up on top of the rope, Jemkin will go ahead and finish him off. So now tied up 4-4. See who is going to be able to take the lead.
I mean, Flips is acting as some amazing bait. So many of these rounds, right? Obviously, sometimes he gets caught, but that's maybe second, third time now where he's been able to draw them in and just be prepared for it, this time with the help of Jemkin. Jemkin was sitting in vents that entire time until, yeah, the aggression happened, and that's exactly what happened. They got baited for sure.
Jemkin's just playing bodyguard.
I mean, that's getting him 12 kills so far, so I'm sure he's happy to do it.
Yeah, hell of a glow up. It's very slow going. They didn't have to do as much on that jet in the past, but is looking damn good right now on this raise.
Now the pit to control mid as well. We'll see. I mean, Team Secret, especially with the weaponry now, and not too much, right? Sure, you got the Prowlers, but not too much to try to break through that, so they're going to have to find other ways. Xfero, he was a great anchor, a guardian of A-side on Heaven. Getting a lot of value just knowing that they haven't pushed up into ramps just yet. And NDG not getting as much with his camera right now.
Jemkin at ramp has been big pain here for them. They got the spot on the 1, but Envy counter spraying through. He does take an immense amount of damage. Manages to stay alive and get that opening kill here. Secret trying to get this Thrifty online for themselves.
So Secret's going to just stay in the site, right? Not much weaponry. They didn't want to risk pushing up through ramps.
They have this Nightfall. If they just send that over towards screens here, that could very much be a major deterrent against RQ. Snake bite down. Envy, yeah, he's so far in front of this one. Swing in. That's going to be Envy taken out. Chimkin able to find that kill. Going out wide. Chimkin gone. NDG flushed out. Jeremy still, however, delivering. Finds himself 3, gets himself 4. 41 HP. He holds on. And Secret will be able to get the round victory.
And NDG, even though he's not able to clean up the kills, the fact that he peeks out and draws across there 2 people completely ruins the pinch that RQ had. RQ thought they had Team Secret absolutely trapped. All they had to do was spray and pray. But it's going to be NDG that draws away some of the backup, and that allows Jeremy to get the picks. I mean, look at him moving, weaving back and forth around the map.
Investment.
I mean, it's actually... It's a fun contrast, Jeremy versus Jemkin, right? The reactions are somewhat similar, but also very different.
Oh, it's great. Jemkin, though, deep push. Flash out, Jeremy full blind. Elmimore able to get that kill. Jemkin looking back over towards Robin, finds him behind. I mean, it is just a slaughter in mid. Elmimore with 3. As I love the call from RRQ. Just upping the pace, upping that presence in mid. Spike's now down, and they know exactly where NDG is, at least the vicinity. As they hear that util getting used.
I mean, you know, they only pushed out once so far in the first 9 rounds, and that was just Elmimore. They're kind of expecting that was on their bonus. Then they just hold passively in mid for 6 more rounds, and then it's a triple stack. I mean, you always expect it to happen at least once on the defending half, but so far RQ's movement never led them to believe, and it was a good one, right? Crossfire already set up, the flashes in play as well. Good cover from each other, and Elmimore picks up the triple.
Well, it's 30 seconds to think about the next round for Team Secret. Start putting the game plan together.
I mean, listen, you already have the 5 rounds. It's not exactly a bad half so far.
Sure. Anything else from here is just a bit of a bonus.
Yes, exactly. And yes, you know, the competition, again, it has a lot of power that you can utilize to promote the attack here on Split, right? Kind of cover some of the weaknesses that the map offers. But again, if you have good reads against your opponents, the trap plays you can set up with the Breach and the Fade that pairs along with the Raze, even the Paranoia to boot as well. There's a lot of ways that Team Secret can regain control of the map on the defending half.
I think that kind of surprised me the most is that RQ are not really pursuing for this kill. They have an immense amount of money. They know that he already has the ult online, so I'm kind of surprised that they don't try to take that rifle out of his hands. But, I mean, this is just a fantastic crunch. Just everybody, you know, watching the corners that they need to be watching the angles that they need to keep tabs on. And it works a treat for RRQ, so now in a position to maybe take the lead to themselves. Secret by a little bit wonky once again. Stinger, Guardian. Looks like Jeremy just going to be playing with a Sheriff and a Showstopper.
You just got to watch out for that full send ultimate here on the side of RQ. See if they're prepared for it. Just going to trade the Snakebite for the Prowler, knowing that the weaponry is an advantage here. Flip's just going to try to set himself up. Bit of a miss on that Snakebite. He'll have to take a tick.
I wanted to bank that off the wall rather than an in towards mail, I believe. Let's just drift across that one. So repositions, and now we'll be keeping Secret guessing a bit.
Well, Secret, if they're able to take control of mid here, and then slow creep up with the Cyber Cages, the fault line, letting them know that Vent's been taken over. Now, no opposition. You sense that this is going to be a far back defense from RQ, but when does that Showstopper come out?
Okay, well, there's the boom bot. Bounce out onto the Raptors, though. Jemkin, position for now, still masked.
Noise.
There's the ready, and there's the kill. Jemkin can't get away from it. It's getting taken down. Jeremy knocked down to about 60 HP, but still finding the value, still finding the kill. Borkum just a lot closer than Xfero might have registered there. Ends up coming up with the elimination. Gives them now the man advantage. Be low on HP, the rest of the team healthy here for RQ as they try to make their exit. It's just a little bit too whippy though with the Sheriff shots. Some damage found, but kill gets traded back. 3v3 now.
This choke point, they will get topped up a little bit by Elmimore.
There's the first challenge for Borkum. Good for it. NDG now going to be noted, but Borkum continues to hold there. That elbow swings back around the opposite side to get himself a 4K and get Team Secret up to 6.
A big round, and RQ, I mean, I wasn't quite sure if Flips was maybe just trying to sell the idea of a fake that they went over to B because they heard the boombot come out from vents, so they knew there was presence from the showstopper. But the cam not exactly seeing anyone actually enter into heaven. Maybe they thought it was already a rotate over or the main forces were already set up on B. Whatever it was, Jemkin tries to get the pick, but the showstopper's already out in the air. And NDG once again, just good, you know, kind of crosshair aggro there in the last bit, setting up Borkum for that third kill.
Last round of the opening half here. RQ look to try to tie this up 6-6, but 7-5 for Team Secret on the attacking open would still be incredibly strong from them.
Okay.
Especially considering that they're playing an unorthodox comp. See how they fare though. Nightfall still available from Envy.
I mean, if they'll probably check main with contact here. Well, Guiding Light might have to change that a bit, but I was expecting they might just check ramp with contact and then use it to push out of screens once again. And now that they know that there's presence.
Quick clear on that Trailblazer. No way to spot anything. Is okay, Jeremy swinging the corner, is able to find Jemkin, trades that back. Elmy Moore hearing the rotation sounds, they push their way up forward into the site. Jeremy lands right there next to Estrella and is able to take him down. Flash going to be lost at the same time though as Elmy Moore finds one. Jeremy pushing back in, but it's that full flash from Elmy Moore top ramp. Repeats, he's whittled away at. Now Borkum going to be dead, and that should just about be the close up here. Flipshider down to 30. Envy is now left all on his lonesome. Spike in hand, but as he turns back towards the site, Xmero will take his head off. 6-6, RQ. They do manage to keep it neck and neck at the half.
Team Secret, there was a good way that they could have tried to secure that last round as well. Sure, send the Nightfall, but they want to take advantage of it because of the numbers, right? They didn't quite feel safe. They didn't have the spike planted just yet. So they want to take advantage of the fact that, okay, they don't have audio, they're on decay, let's push back out and kind of clean up the surrounding area. Unfortunately for them, Elmymore not hit by the Nightfall. He's able to use a Guiding Light to buy time. Of course, he doesn't get the immediate trade because he flashes himself a little bit on that swing, but it's enough to draw out even more of Team Secret away from the site. That gives space back onto screens. Now it's tied 6-6. Of course, again, considering split overall, sure, Secret gonna be okay with that. A pretty solid scoreline.
I mean, again, I wasn't expecting this comp. I wasn't expecting the game to be this close at the moment. So I think that this is still positive trends right now for the side of Team Secret. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get over that finish line. Because again, they have not gotten a win on this map since they played against PaperX week 2 of last season before something had joined the team.
Yeah, where Jesse Vash gets that knife kill with the Cypher. That was a long time ago.
And even then, you know, since then, I think they've maybe only played it 4 times.
Yeah,
most recently, you know, was versus Zeta in the LCQ.
Which, I mean, we saw, right, from the stats of RQ's win record so far. Even LCQ was a while ago. So Team Secret trying to turn a new page here in 2024. And so far, I mean, I'm liking the comp and the idea. We'll see what reads they have, though. Because the way you got to play this on defense, you got to have a real good read on RQ setups already.
Yeah. Don't have that double control. You don't have that Viper to really try to slow up the other side of the map. Curious to see what this approach ends up looking like. As just a couple straight shots out. Jemkin needs a little bit of damage. That will be fairly slow going.
Shadows traveling.
His camera's still there on ramp.
Yeah, that camera staying alive, the trip staying alive, all of that is a lot of information for Secret. They already have main control as well, and again, this is what you gotta do, right? You gotta be a little proactive. Jemkin.
So the Pain Shell to create some space here for himself. Only more in the meantime, rushing forward, just ready to charge through that cage. But not still in a fully committed position, still just lingering right here around mid. Do draw some additional attention over with Jesse Bash now rotating back through the spawn.
Here.
Pain Shell will clear out Mail. That's going to make Secret a lot more confident this does end up going towards A. Only more on the drop down, Envy able to find that kill, swing it out, NDG just running and gunning, comes up with the goods. Elimination found, Jemkin. Here at Elbow spots him, right click will finish him off. No HP bars though, is okay, that's Xmero dead, and that's a spike now stranded up onto Heaven.
I mean, if Jemkin can just stay alive, buy time for flips here. Now, it's going to be split 180.
Now watching back in for this one, though. The wall comes up. Yep, he's just going to get shot from behind. Jeremy with a headshot, able to find it, and there's just nothing else the Jemkin can realistically do here. Push up the challenge, not ready for Jeremy in that position. That's going to be another pistol round going the way of Team Secret.
Splitting 1-1 on the pistol so far on both maps. Jemkin, 17-8-1, doing the lion's share of the frags for RRQ, but they just couldn't. I love how the way they played the map, though, right? They drawed a lot of the util. They drew the fault line a second time. Yeah, but at the end of the day, they just can't get into the site. It's going to be Envy and NDG bugging them up, gunking up the entry from heaven. They'll take a little too much of that casualties.
It's like just going to be heavy stack and push here. Oh my god. Jemkin and Estrella taking quite a bit of damage there. Heal's not available anymore. Does not have those purchases coming into this round, so they can't try to fix any of that. Jeremy will be able to find one before getting taken out by Jemkin. Classic claims him, but that's going to be a judge picked up. The HP bars continue to suffer as Xfero as well now whittled away at down to 56.
Yeah, if Jemkin had full health, sure, you can try to blast back with the judge, but right now things look a little dire.
Vash playing it stairs, sends out a flash to try to slow them up, but ultimately doesn't want to overstay. Will rotate back around towards Ellie's side, get himself maybe pushed up onto the side. Looks like he's going to play this one out patiently, wait for the approach to come in as the fault line now goes across. Swings out, finds one, Borkham as well. Down Estrella. Smash will find a second. Leaves just Xfero all on his lonesome, the weapons out of reach, and his position noted. NDG will go ahead and finish it off. It's just one casualty here on the side of Team Secret as they now move up 8-6.
And a really good setup there on the double team between Jesse Vash and Borkham, right? Once Jesse Vash is back in position to help with the trades and the crossfire, you send the Paranoia out to buy time as soon as you get an inkling, and then you're hiding, making them think that they can swarm you. Jesse Vash is there, immediately capitalizes on the Paranoia, and then it's just a crossfire, clean and set up with better weaponry. So while, once again, RRQ, they do what they can to make sure they have a numbers advantage, the weaponry, etc., the utility, all in favor of Secret. So far, we're seeing the positives of this comp. They're playing it to perfection, taking over this aggressive space, basically denying any use and value of that toxic screen.
Robbing that away from him. Judge now positioned right in front here. They'll clear that out at range, but Flip Shutter, yeah, with a quick little peek in, does manage to find Borkham. Do not know about the judge around the corner, but it also looks like widely RQ have very little interest in playing in towards Garage. At least for the time being.
Yeah, no smokes remaining on the side of Team Secret, though. And that trip, they want to send them to B, right? They want to let them know we pushed out of A.
There's the dog, and there's the 1-2 pump.
Spike down B.
Oh, it's set up just too perfectly. Gets a weapon as well.
Jump pick across, spotting two, fault line sent there. As Xfero will catch NDG, trying to lurk his way out of vent. But this is a big spot of bother for the side of RQ. But that being said, Vash does fall down. Now, blast packing over to the side. Jeremy trying to play elusive, swing around the corner, and Jemkin landing. Plants his feet firmly, finds the kill. Envy now alone to see what kind of damage he can deal. Jemkin at 19 HP. Spectre in hand, full util available here to the fade. Some drift across, tries to get the jump, gets the headshot in. Xfero going to be taken down. Now the 1v2. Sets the interrupt on the play, but they're running out of time. Haunt cleared. Jemkin out into the open, caught with a blast pack. Now the C's around the corner, trying to get the catch. Estrella able to dodge that, but Envy gets the headshot. He's on his feet for damn good reason. One hell of a clutch as Team Secret now stretched the lead by 3.
Envy made every single decision perfectly. Everything to lead him one step closer to that clutch win, to that Red Bull clutch. Right, he first of all tries to isolate. He expects someone else is still going to be in main to create that crossfire. Takes out Xfero. Then he tries to delay, gets to delay once it's on the second plant because of time. I mean, yeah, you got to shout. You know it's going to be a 1v1. He knows he's low. And then the C's immediately after because now you have to stick the plant. All of it to perfection. Keeps the lead here in the second half. Gets that bonus for them. Showstopper online as well. On both sides, but it's full armor for everyone on Team Secret.
RQ this time taking a little bit of space there in Garage, not wanting to concede it. Will immediately drift away. Flips continues to lurk forward. Jeremy, though, little bit of an off angle. Not often that we see too many players up on top of box just in the exit of garage.
There.
It's a fairly all-in position. As for now, with the smoke dissipating, it's just going to be a little tuck away there from Flipshider.
Team Secret, they heard this. Obviously, the trip gets broken as well. Trying to weaken up ramp, and at a certain point, you're going to want to start to send Xfero to get value. Whether it's to A or B, that remains to be seen, but it looks like they just want to pressure them there. Expect that they've weakened the site. Now, this is all bait. It's for Jeremy. Everyone's
oh,
flash.
He's slowed up. The flash is in, but Jeremy recovers his vision just a little bit faster. Looks like they didn't quite read where he was. He gets himself a second kill before getting taken down. Now Borkum holding things firmly on the site. But back out, and DG. Looks like Xfero just not ready for that one at all.
No.
Flash right into his face. He's still plus forwarding, and things are really starting to slip. RRQ not in control at all here in this second half.
We've seen a couple of these moments where Elmi Moore gets a little rushed with the guiding light. And he's gotten away with it a couple times, but when push comes to shove, I mean, first of all, that was going to be a hard round no matter what to clutch, but it's just unfortunate that we're seeing these micro mistakes. If they're happening when you're getting pressured, even if it's not an impossible clutch situation, right, they're likely to come up. So I was fully expecting the timeout because a lot of panic starting to show. And probably something that Coach Iwa is going to need to talk about is the players in the server, they might not have any idea what's going wrong because quite frankly, they feel like they're taking the control of spaces that they wanted to, right? You're able to push them out of mid. Now that you've identified that they push early, they get early control of main and garage on B. You push them out of there. You have that control. You clear mid again. You have vents control. What is going wrong? We tied them up in ramps. What in the world is going wrong? And that's something that Coach Iwa is going to have to talk about. One of it is, of course, you're not drawing out all of the important util. You draw out a fault line, sure, but then there's still a Seize, still a Prowler, another Haunt, another Paranoia. There's just a lot in the bank that can be used at various ranges that they'll have to account for.
This goes here.
I mean, it's just in every single metric right now that Secret have control. Ult economy very much in their favor as well as that Nightfall about to be online for Envy after the clutch. Is now Showstopper, Neural Theft, both ready to go. What's the game plan here? 4 Stingers and a Sheriff to see if they can try to find a thrifty win. Paint Shells lead the way, but Trapwires for now still standing. Do get spotted out a bit by the Trailblazer.
They hear the Stingers. Know it's a weak buy.
Flash out.
Now just playing a long range. Still got that camp in heaven as well.
Jesse just basically about to just full util dump everything that he had, and does so.
I mean, but again, Team Secret, they don't mind if they get pushed away, if they push RQ away to me. In fact, they'll just get a double kill before that even happens. Because
they'd be playing off that so perfectly. And they know the TP back there from Estrella. As he does get knocked down about 51 HP. But jump up, Jemkin trying to open things up a little bit more, trying to find that catch, but Jesse Vash manages to stand his ground. Shadow in the meantime creeping forward, trying to get his way out over onto the site. NDG not necessarily reading this at the moment, but also not really in a position where he's going to get caught whatsoever by this Viper.
Oh, look at Jeremy's position on the minimap. He goes down, I mean.
Spike down,
and there you go. Finally susses it out. Cleanup is going to be good. Just Envy lost in the fight. Team Secret now up to 11.
I killed them.
As it's again another 5-round win streak going into a second half.
Yeah, 5-round lead as well off of that. Of course, tied 6-6, but a great position here for Secret. Not only do they get, you know, a happy amount of rounds in the first half, but everything coming to fruition. And we talked about, again, the kind of high risk, high reward that this kind of comp can bring to Split, but so far the reads are on point. And the way they're cycling a lot of their util, they always have kind of the ones that don't refresh, like the Paranoia. It's always in their back pocket.
So much util to spread out across these next 2 rounds. Very slow going here for RQ. Showstopper at the ready, spots one, gets the cleanup. Elwin Moore going to be fast and traded back. So it's just going to be raises taken down on both squads.
Yeah, but the raise down on a single duelist for RRQ, and it's not, you know, anything else that can really force the site open either. It's just the sky right now for the Initiator. things are looking rough. The only thing they can hope for is Xfero on the lurk, but he doesn't exactly have control of the site just yet.
Creeping their way over now towards this A site. Trap wires still there, still not dealt with. Trailblazer can try to spot him out, but just a couple shots in. That's Elmore down to 5 HP. He didn't even have the reveal on him. Just heard them moving forward. Trailblazer now trying to spot things out. They have identified that NDG is going to be back screen, but displacing him is still going to be a completely different task. Fast now arriving up in heaven. We'll be able to find the final 2 of the round is Secret. Looking absolutely dominant here on Split.
A great showing. And I love it because they bring out their own interpretation of a composition and they're using it so well, right? It's not just that they're fragging out, but the way they're changing their utility, the way they're understanding how to create space, how to take space, the way that they understand on defense. We're going to have to push out on the early rounds to take control of a portion of the map. I mean, all of it clearly shows us that this is not a result of, we don't know what else works, let's try this one. This is a result of a goal was met during the scrims. We came in with an idea, and it's time to show RRQ what it tastes like.
Can they hold on? Feels like 6 rounds in a row. Even though Secret have done just that. Right now for RQ, feels like an impossible task.
I mean, look at the ults as well, right? Both Nightfall and Rolling Thunder online. These Seekers aren't going to mean too much.
Envy fishing around. Sparrow does get tagged up a little bit as Envy will be able to get the catch. Jemkin taken down, but not before NDG does fall. Util now taken away. Aftershock will force flips away for a brief little moment, and Envy swinging back around on the side itself is able to find Xfero and keep them very much in a winnable position. They look to close out this map. Flips about to be jumped here from behind. Fault line set. Finds one. Pulls off the angle, but does he realize that he's being hunted? 2 more players behind him. It's Borkum now.
Oh, this is a cheeky spot.
First line of defense. Here's the rope. Swings under the corner. Gets one. They can't calm it fast enough. And we're taking down Borkum. He will be the closer. 3 kills for him as Secret run away with a map here on Split. 13-6. Absolute dominance.
RQ looked good on Breeze, but you can't count out Secret. They came in prepared, and quite frankly, again, I mean, both teams with some changes here, both in terms of kind of who's playing what agents, the compositions, things like that. So this is a fresh slate. So it's not even really the story about, well, Secret does well in the rematches. They come in prepared when they can ante. It wasn't about that. It was more so about the fact that Secret had full confidence in what they had prepared.
Well, we have a 3-map series here on our hands, but first, we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to break down all the craziness from Split.
And just when you thought it was going to be over, Team Secret said nope and took RRQ's map pick from them of Split.
Yeah, that's my job to say nope to people, like keep them off the elevator.
Nope.
But, but I
inspired.
mean, a flawless defender side for them, an incredible performance. Their attacker side looked really good overall. Kind of similar ideas, I thought, to what we saw in Breeze with a lot of mid pressure. And in that last round, or the second to last round of the first half, RQ found a way to deal with that, where there was a showstopper available for Jeremy. They get ahead of it. That was good, but then they get over to the defender side, and Team Secret just ran them over. I mean, it was crazy how strong they looked.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful. I mean, the defenses they had on the top of A was just like, there was just no getting in for the side of RRQ. It was like, had every angle covered, and then on the opposite side, it just felt like the entries from the side of RRQ weren't that great. So kind of falling apart there. It was 6-6 half, but just the flawless one side was just too much for them to handle.
I think there were some little warning signs early on, Valdez, when you pointed out, too, when we saw the kill count, and it was a little bit too heavily skewed towards Jemkin and Elmi Moore very early on.
Yeah, I mean, the other 3 players had 2 kills apiece, and it was 12 and 11, respectfully, for those other 2 players. So definitely felt like there was a little bit of carrying going on even from the beginning, and then once they got to attackers, it was just kind of lights out for them. They had a decent amount of first kills, but look at the post plants, 0 out of 1. Like, they didn't have post plants.
Well, that just goes to what you're talking about, right? Like, just doing such a good job of controlling the pressure points on this map, not giving them the opportunity to get there. Envy really popping off here. Borkum had a great game. So some of the players who were, well, Borkum had a good Breeze, but Envy in particular, who did not have a good breeze, showing up much more here on the fade. This double initiator really worked a treat, especially on the defender side and the attacker side, to be honest. The 6-6 attacker side is quite good on split generally. You'll take that most of the time. So really everybody stepping up big time. Yeah, Jesse may not put up huge numbers, but the breach util does a lot for delay. They did a great job. One thing that I really noticed with Team Secret, especially on their attacker side, was the way that they cycled their ults. They were staggering them. They were only using one at a time. Like, you know, the casters were talking about it. You could see when you have the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper available at the same time, you could, you know, launch the Rays with the Rolling Thunder, but they didn't need to. They were just like, we're just going to use one or the other and then save the other one for the next round, then do that. So really smart game planning here from Team Secret.
I do like how Jeremy, you know, stepped up. He wasn't looking on his best form the other day. So and honestly, the last map. So seeing him on this map, starting to feel more comfortable. I mean, when you're on the Rays flying through split, you need to be confident with every decision that you make.
Yeah, it was kind of funny too because this map started off with RQ. You know, they won the pistol. I think it was a 4K from Jemkin, just like lining them up. It was crazy. And then for some reason after that, it was, you know, it was very even in the first half. Obviously, it kind of went back and forth, but, you know, we had an ace from NEG who was looking pretty good, and, you know, there were some nice comeback moments for Team Secret, kept it close, and then really, you know, it just felt like a totally different map once we changed sides.
But you could see some of the ideas, like, with this double initiator comp, it puts this, like, kind of, like, pressure on you as RRQ to have to worry about being caught by it, getting tethered, because it's a lot easier on split sometimes to kind of like track those angles and deal with that. And then even, you know, throwing in the judge in there for Jeremy, you know, catching them right outside of B main. Just everything so well thought out with this composition for Team Secret. So, you know, we talked about earlier today that it's hard to come into this stage and know what teams are going to do, what maps are prepared, what agent picks are prepared, and now we're seeing that, you know, finally a team has come in, cooked something, and it's actually come out well done.
I like the whole cooking process there. I really just enjoy them.
I'm
Ooh, that
definitely
sounded
a chef,
delicious.
yeah.
He's not just an elevator guy, he's also a chef. Does this change your predictions at any point? I know, again, infamous flip-flopper here, just in case with how things going.
Yeah, I'm infamous for a reason. I do kind of feel, you know, before we started this segment, I'm like, maybe Team Secret take this actually. I mean, going in an Icebox, I think they should be pretty comfortable, and RQ did look kind of flat in that second half. I think that was mostly just because Team Secret playing so well, and they really shut the door on them. So as long as Team Secret keep up this level of play, I mean, there is a pretty good chance they go into this map of Icebox and take it. So I'm not going to change my pred. You know, I've turned a new leaf for the new year.
New year, new you.
Stick with RQ. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not. You know, I'm willing to say that okay, there is a pretty good chance that Team Secret take this anyway.
Very happy with the Gross and Valdez. Definitely, you know, no more flip flopping. I'm gonna stick with RQ, but I think it's gonna be really darn close on Icebox. I mean, obviously, you know, seeing it from both of these teams earlier this year, both of them had to play Gen G on it. They both pushed them basically to the limit. I mean, there was the overtime, right, with Team Secret. RQ got close to the overtime, so I don't know. I still think RQ probably has a little bit more firepower and those kind of things. That's where I'm going to lean. I'm going to stay with RQ.
Okay. I will share my thoughts on that after we address the guess in game poll result. The question was, who's going to Thrifty first on map 2? And because there was no Thrifty, both of them managed their economies like actually really well. Nothing happens. We stay in gold. Forever gold,
yeah.
Pony boy.
I should have bet on no Thrifties, yeah. I wish I could have bet on no Thrifties.
Yeah.
I was denied.
I know.
I think all of us would have bet on that, though. It's not very common that you see a Thrifty, right? So.
We did have record of you saying that, so I think, you know, mentally we know. In terms of how this is going to go for Icebox, it can go both ways. Especially with a performance like this coming from both of these guys. I think if it was, because it's a 1-1 score, I know how strong Secret can be on Icebox, so I'm actually now completely up in the air, but I will stick to my prediction because it's a new year, like Felda said. We're just
Turn a new leaf. Yeah.
We're just gonna we're gonna commit.
So proud of the girls.
The year commitment.
So proud.
Yes. So here, Jeremy and Jemkin, I'm again, both of them performed phenomenally, but Jemkin just couldn't be the only person killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, I think, you know, the defense we've talked about a lot on that second map, but it just feels like everybody's pulling their weight on the side of Team Secret, whereas even in the beginning of the map for RRQ, it just felt like kind of a two-man show from Jemkin and Xfero, and the rest of the guys eventually caught up, but yeah, it just felt like a better team performance from the side of Team Secret, so... And the fact that Jeremy also hit 333 ACS is pretty good, on top of everybody else performing really well, like a 31% FB percentage as well. So, yeah, I think they've got the hot hands right now, and I think this is going to be a very close match. Wouldn't even be surprised if we go to like overtime or something like that on Icebox.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is very highly likely. We are going to go to our agent picks now for the third and final map of this first series of today between Team Secret and RRQ.
I was going to say, Jesse's playing Sova, I can tell you that right now. Like, before that even came up, 100%. But, okay, Envy going to be on that KO. You're seeing teams kind of lean into this a little bit more with that extra space on B. It's a little easier to flash behind yellow and things like that, so teams are going into it. But then RRQ going with more of what we're seeing globally on this map now with the Gecko, some kind of double initiator, but it is the Sova, so you're seeing this kind of interchanged. It's either that or the KO usually, and it is going to be, interestingly enough, the Sova that RRQ is going to go with. But I think this has been kind of a story of, you know, who's been able to sort of have their full team come into the map and play their best. And we saw it on Breeze with RRQ, Team Secret on Split. Statistically, this should be very close.
Yeah, historically, even since last year, both these teams have kind of been neck and neck every step of the way throughout Pacific. So we really don't know what the outcome of this. This is going to be a very exciting third and final map. And to take us through it, we have our casters, Achilleos and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into the action. Icebox to see who is going to be walking away with the win with that crucial championship point. Both teams have put up some strong performances on this map. Back at kickoff, RRQ playing it twice versus Gen G.
Yep.
10-13 score lines both times.
Yes, exactly. Getting very close to that overtime and potentially the win, but never quite. They didn't really have what it took to just keep up the round-to-round adjustments near the end. We'll see if that's a different story here. Of course, Team Secret, they were playing the Sage back then. They were experimenting with it. Now back to the KO for Envy, and honestly, Envy's KO on Icebox, it's one of the best highlights we've had through and through for Team Secret, all for the first season of Pacific last year.
Shock dart out as, ooh, Jemkin, okay. Bit of wonky timing there. Ups off the angle moments before he would have had the lineup. Doesn't get punished for it, though. Just be drifting away and actually getting himself very much situated in mid. I mean, despite spotting out quite a many few people, it's widely the site conceded here by RRQ, looking to just play a full retake. As Team Secret themselves amassed here. Dart is going in, not going to find the connection there, but Jemkin able to find two. Envy and Jeremy both going to be taken down there by that Sheriff that gets traded back as Borkham and Jesse Vash get one apiece. More playing out at screen, seeing that Sova. Actually, with the help of Helms, we'll be able to just go ahead and flush him out, so just get that elimination.
More's quite low, but gonna support with the dart for the time being. They know the site itself has been cleared out, but you gotta clear out all the opponents if you wanna stick the defuse.
The second headshot from NDG is monstrous, and now it is all LB Moore up on the ropes, 9 HP. He is not ready for the forward positioning, and NDG will get Team Secret another pistol round win, 3-2 across the set now.
Great mid-rounding from both teams. Team Secret, they get the initial contact, they recognize that the Jet has given up pipe, so they immediately press the issue, try to push forward as a death ball. Now, meanwhile, RRQ, they're not able to stick with it anymore, but just so they can bring flips back over from B side, they decide to group and cover mid.
Good shit, boy.
Right, just to see if it's going to be a rotate, and that way they can still try to push the flank or at least put pressure on it. And initially it looked like it was going to work out, but the plant goes down, and then good positioning from Team Secret to make sure that they hold everyone at screens. Jesse Vash going over to the rafters. That was the big difference maker.
Yep, just absolute, basically zero investment for the most part here for the side of RRQ as Jemkin does push his way out of tube.
Here.
Dashes, oh, back, still takes a couple shots. Jeremy knocking him down to 38.
You got the outlaw for Jesse Vash as well, so everybody in dire danger here to both the Guardians and the outlaw. Of
course, buys across the board for Secret, trying to snowball things over for all the future rounds. And that's also kind of why they're playing a little cautiously, right? You can't just have someone on an aggressive lurk just with a pistol, anything like that. You want to be able to stick as 5, keep as many of these weapons going forward.
Recon at the ready. Only more waiting patiently.
Timing of this will be so crucial.
See if he gets anything at all, any kind of inkling that they're moving forward. Catches a good timing on this one. Yes, okay, drone over the top.
30 seconds left.
No delay, does get darted there. It's push into the corner, enemy instant headshot there on an X-Barrel. Flips, able to find 2. Reload the reload, those can't quite find a 3rd, but Jemkin with covering fire will be able to take him down. So already, very bloody here. Secret suffering more losses than they certainly would like to have on this approach. Can they find more? The push up back, able to take him down, gets both kills collected. Be a Guardian and a Bulldog held onto, maybe swap out for different guns. The ping's down, but NDG can't get there in time, so it'll be the Outlaw picked back up. Decent damage dealt, but still a 2-0 start for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, just because it was buys across the board, it's going to be a little costly, like you said. And while the recon bolt was delayed thanks to the drone, they just aren't able to check 4 flips, right? A little too distracted by Elmimore in the back of sight. And so a lot of damage done. Now, we saw initially, considering a couple half armors here and there, but eventually everyone will buy down to the full armor. They'll give up 1 piece of utility each to make sure that happens, recognizing that the Outlaw is still a threat on the other side from Team Secret.
Jeremy just checking, watching over there. Pipes to see if anybody's going to poke their head out. Meantime, double push up. Jesse Vash, Borkum investigating over towards B. See if they can spot anything out. Nothing seen. We'll just go ahead and back away.
Yeah, but this alarm bot's getting so much value for RQ as well, right? Able to just deny Kitchen, now the turret as well, so relatively safe in mid. Now they won't spot anything with the drone.
I think you saw his shoulder just a bit there.
Yeah, just a tag right at the end. Now, of course, they're also still holding on to green. You've still got that one way, so no reason to over-rotate from RQ, but the question is can you hold on to the site? Because if the execute's good, it's a bit of a pain here on A.
Not wanting to reveal his position because Ceysat allows for that knife to go off as DG able to find one, gets traded out as Sparrow comes up with 2. Jemkin now presence noted, Jeremy gone, and it's going to be swift and clean here from the side of RQ, just losing out on Elmimore as they will go ahead and get themselves online.
And that decision not to shoot out the 0 point, that made the difference, right? Not able to spot out Jemkin, he's able to cover for his teammates. Flips, got flashed, and then of course dashed on right from Jeremy, but Jemkin still there to cover all angles from above like a hawk in the sky. Buys enough time for Xfero as well. So easy, the crossfire. And the energy's coming back up. Flips' trash talk is back as well.
Well, that's just the bonus round, so now it's going to be full firepower, full shields on the opposite side of Jesse Vash. The Hunter's Fury as well. He's used 2 so far and gotten kills off both of them. Got the ping there on the Jemkin, but given that it's the Jet, likely not worth trying to open up with that Hunter's Fury, so we'll just keep it pocketed for now.
Now Thrash on the side of Flips. Hasn't used it yet, so we'll see if it gets used at all this round. But they get spotted immediately, like you mentioned, so that means they have to give up Pipes control. So no reason to try to push out for even more info. Trying to just hide the position of all teammates, just keep Team Secret guessing. They still got that alarm bot once again in mid, covering both parts around tube with the turret.
Still not fully committed here. Double creep up. Pushing their way now towards yellow. I like what they're seeing over here on this side of the map. Well, they might just be able to rotate back around. It looks like that's going to be the call coming in from Jesse Vash. They're suspecting that the Viper's going to be alone, but quick to replace here is Xfero. Gets himself shifted over, and it looks like they're going to leave Jeremy in forward position over on this A site. See if he can come up with any kind of backstab. A little bit of damage there. Otherwise, spike now planted.
Oh, so well set up for Jeremy.
That turret obviously not going to spot him either. Just going to go creeping across, work his way. I mean, he can go Snowman, he can go Kitchen, whichever way he decides. But first, it looks like he may just come across. Jemkin, yep, he does. Takes him down. And now this is such deep control here for the side of Team Secret. But NDG does end up falling.
Yeah, he goes above the grading as well.
The fuse held to half. Hunter's Fury across from Jesse Bash. Looking for the tag, managing to find two. Would have gotten LB more, but Envy takes him down just a little bit faster. Flipshatter now on his lonesome, 24 HP. Not worth trying to play through this one, just has to hold on to the weapon. Will rotate out. Let's see if Jeremy can get the catches. He's ready to swing his way in. Flip's thinking better about it. Not wanting to give him that line of sight, just stay tucked away. He'll hold on to the weapon, but Team Secret will continue moving up.
Yeah, ever so necessary save there from the rifle, just so you can make sure that you have some semblance of a stable economy, or at least a hope for one. Now, Estrella trying to abuse the kind of tip of that toxic screen against his opponents. He'll get the one kill, of course, the trade. But what was really smart from Team Secret is it's not an immediate over-rotate. They still use utility to tie them up in A, and then they still leave the lurk. That gives them that option that you will get the flank, right? I mean, Jeremy was able to move immediately as soon as the spike goes down, because that's when RQ starts sprinting over. Just a kind of multi-step plan. And now he's online once again here in Icebox.
Certainly feeling it. He's lacking a bit on Breeze with the Jet. The Rays looking very much reinvigorated on Split, but now Jeremy is kicking things off gorgeously here for the team. Flipshatter looking forward, trying to avoid that drone. Does eventually get tagged, but not before he finds the kill onto Borkum. He's still in a very rough position potentially, but Sparrow finding one. Envy going to be taken down. Flips now trying to peel away, but Jesse Bash moving forward, finding Sparrow. Flips still tucked in the corner though. Gets rid of the enemy Jet. Nope, that's just going to be the Dizzy connecting right as NDG tries to strike. Flips with 3, will get RQ to 2.
So far, it's been A site every single time. Sure, I mean, they eventually rotated over to B, but it's been the A pressure every single time, and they don't stop at pipes. They will always try to get some form of control right up to the site. Now, I like what Team Secret's doing, right? They're denying pipes control. That's great. But at a certain point, perhaps, you know, maybe after this round, start to kind of slow things down, maybe gain a little bit of mid, maybe a little bit of green control. You don't have to commit to it, but you got to put pressure.
Get out of my way.
Knives pulled, looks like pressure looking to be applied. As first it will just be the clear out there on the turret. Jeremy drops down off the top of tube. Sparrow in position. They're in kitchen, not really wanting to peek out, but you know, we'll get the mark. Note that the Jet is going to be rotating away from tube. RQ can breathe a little bit more easily in regards to mid now, but it's A that's getting ready to receive an immense amount of pressure. Flipshatter set up here. By screens, all of his util still online, decides to pull back even more. And that movement right there could have very well saved his life.
I like it. It's a good timer right in the back of his mind because he's got that thrash. They already emptied the site anyway for a retake.
Spike planted.
But clear. Dizzy gone. Thrash now coming in, hunting for a target. Borkum still playing forward on top. I've noted that, just given the trajectory of that snakebite coming through. Flash and drone searching for a target. Flips does get noted by that. Borkum now repositions just in front of the plant, and Flips is not ready. He was coming back to try to get that Dizzy. Gets punished for it. Up in, Chemkin, a quick peek, trying to find the shot, can't make it happen. Borkum stays alive, does get pushed forward, does get flushed out as Estrella is able to find that kill. Now Elmi Moore trading one back. Jesse Vash will fall. Times out, unable to find value as Jemkin will get that elimination, and now it is all on to Envy. The hold's coming through, but they're so damn low, but Jemkin will be able to keep him protected. Two members left standing, the op retained. RQ tie it up at 3-3.
I mean, nice try from both teams, but RQ comes out just a couple steps ahead. I mean, Xfero, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it almost looked like he had found a way to get around that turret, maybe just found a timing. Didn't keep my eye on the lurk entirely, so I thought that was going to be the difference maker. NDG was wise about it, still checks it on a timing, takes out the lurk, but by that time, RQ had just slow crept in one step at a time. Sure, trades all the way through, but they're able to approach the spike, and that's what mattered. Of course, they cleared a lot of that utility early as well. That was a big part of it, ruining some of that post plan.
Right there.
Jemkin posted up. Knows that he's going to be going up against a weaker buy, so can just go ahead and hold his ground. Gets the opening shot. Just waiting to see if anybody peeks their head out in towards the nest. Looks like it's just going to be a ground approach here. As Drone will stay low, will get the tag here. Flipshatter can back away. Wide peek out. Jemkin unable to find the shot there. Sends another one moments before. Jesse Bash would have likely swung in to his crosshair. The shot's gone, but Wiley, it's just tags here onto the members of RQ. The spike can get planted.
Gotta play it a little bit safe.
Yeah, wait for that retake.
Oh, Jesse spotted. They know that he's going to be stranded forward now. Lockdown even going to be committed.
You should run.
RQ very much wanting the lead for themselves, and it's going to be a lockdown on the opposite side now. Invested. Xfero pushing forward. Jesse Bash unable to find the headshot. Does end up falling. Lockdown had been destroyed. Now in holding for the defuse. They get it up to half, and they just think of the whole time. Xfero with a quick little second glance. Spots Borkum, takes him down. Fragment from Envy will find one, but ultimately it is going to be RQ coming away with this round victory. 3 in a row for the squad as they take the lead.
I mean, again, it's just that ace site over and over again, and yes, Secret is famous for doing that against certain opponents, and it's worked in the past. But
it was on Haven, though.
It was on Haven, first of all, with 3 sites. And second, it's just, you know, the Killjoy setups in mid, they just haven't been disrupted much at all. And sure, you've been able to pressure B a little bit here and there, even in the first round, but for the most part, yeah, they can just kind of chill there with the one-way, right? Estrella can buy so much time knowing that he should be comfy. So perhaps after all these times, right, it's several things. RQ, their retakes are now starting to work. They also know how to anchor depending on which utilities used first. You add the op now. So Team Secret, they're going to have to decide if they want to switch up the default at the start of the round.
Timeout called from Team Secret. Trying to get them right back into the driver's seat. Nothing that can't be undone quite just yet. Still just a single round separating the two squads. They can come out swinging as this is going to be a bye round for them.
Yeah, very
go ahead and equalize very quickly.
See what the adjustment is, because of course after a timeout, surely the operator going to hold a different position here. Whether it's going to be green or mid, could be that push out from Tube as well, but it looks like it's going to be a commitment over to the B site. I mean, this would be the round where Team Secret says, you know,
keep going,
sure,
A.
yeah, surely we don't go A again another time, right? And then they go again.
And it looks like RQ are kind of biting on that. It looks like it will be, okay, rather, Estrella will rotate over to at least be lingering a little bit closer by.
Okay.
Not quite as dire. Previously looked, and okay, just going to be the nano cleared out. Alarm bot's still standing.
Revealing area.
Second nano now set up there from Xfero to try to slow up the approach should it's very much, you know, end up coming over to A, which right now it looks like it is.
Yeah, and you got that pit ready from the rafters as well. So RQ, they've got things in place, right? They've got a little bit of mid control. They could go for the flank at any point if they wanted. They're still ready for the potential lurk. They have no reason to rush things. That alarm bot's still alive on A. You'll have the pit, and you still have screens control.
I mean, they'll have the pit if they can avoid, okay, I was going to say the null command. That is available here from Envy. So pit comes out first. And that was popped. It's Jeremy just playing alongside this one here for now. Jemkin in the meantime gets the catch on the Borkum, who's lurking over outside of green.
Jeremy would just so love to try to get a pick through the pit here. Try to shut things down on Evan, but he can't. So they'll get the plant, but it's going to be a very tough post plant to hold. A lot of it comes down to Envy. Just holding.
But he finds Flipshider. Does manage to take him down. A couple other players getting blinded there by the Dizzies, and eventually he will be found as that wall drops. Jeremy can only find Jemkin. Otherwise, the cleanup will be swift. 2 kills there for Elmi Moore as Xfero will sprint to try to recover the operator. The defuse can now come in. RQ will counteract and not allow for that timeout to lead to a round win. So now they stretch the lead very slightly, just up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are in place for sure after that timeout. Trying to guess where the op's going to go. Say that maybe this time is the time that it works, but didn't quite account for the pit. And of course, RQ, like you mentioned, it's not just the pit. I haven't heard Elmimore taken on after flips in a long time, but RQ's feeling the energy. We'll see if they can keep it up to the end, though.
Still a multitude of ults to work with there. Borkum's death does give him the pit. Bash with the Hunter's Fury. If he'll be able to work his magic, is assessing what they really want to go for here, and it's still a decent commitment as he does buy down to a Bulldog.
Not quite the read from NDG.
Clear on the turret. They're keeping that operator disguised for the moment. Borkum in a position where he may just end up getting caught. Try to rotate around, and he actually does manage to make it across unscathed. So now can get into position, drop his pit here for his squad.
Yeah, they'll have to get there fast, but the question is how do they hold the flank, right? Because the turret's no longer there, and that's a great double kill from Jeremy.
I mean, yeah. And Elmore whittled down to 2 HP as well as they just sat there. I mean, Gun Barrel spotted, but Jemkin, they've got nothing to really flush him out into the open. Snakebite eventually will do it, but it's already low enough that it gets the kill itself. So 1 found, but still so much more to work with, and Vash is in a very disconnected position with a Hunter's Fury online.
Elmore couldn't get the timing for the kill.
Turn away. Do they read this cubby hold? No, they do not. NDG takes down 2, Sheriff in hand. Now, Elmore trying to escape, but will not be able to do so. Team Secret, a great reply. Dropped the round after the timeout, but come back in with a much more solid game plan. And love to see what exactly went down in mid, because it felt like Borkum should have been dead to rights, given that line that was being held by Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin might have been kind of peeking back and forth, perhaps through the tube, trying to make sure that he also doesn't get caught out. But all props to Jeremy here for making that happen. Opens up the site with the setup that he's received. And NDG holding a great close angle. Able to turn things around on round 9, trying to tie things up again. And here's the scary part. So now RQ has to focus on A side again, right? They tried to take some in control, it didn't work.
God.
And Secret's ready for it.
I mean, he had the shot ready to go, but Jeremy just a bit faster. Flip shot now in a very committed position. The drone coming up over the top will spot him out. He just has to try to exit, but there's the Hunter's Fury. It won't even be necessary. Jeremy will be able to just go ahead and get the headshot. Elmore now creeping forward, looking for more. Ends up getting taken down. 5v2. And a call to just completely abandon the site. Team Secret. They will go ahead and get this plant. We'll wait for that spike to detonate.
I don't know if he'll be able to carry over these weapons, though. We'll see. I mean, NDG might try to get a cheeky extra lockdown going here if he can try to find a couple extra kills.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of reasons to hunt. Xfero, the one person you probably don't want to come across, given that he's a little bit closer to having the lockdown, but only a few more rounds to play. Looks like widely Team Secret will just take this patiently, take this safely. We'll just hold on to all 5 as they get this flawless round and tie us up at 5-5. The desk was talking about it, you know. They felt like it was going to be likely that this ends up going to overtime, and right now, given how inseparable the teams are being, it does seem like that could very well be the case, but we kind of thought the same thing on Split.
Well, and we also felt that way both times that RQ played Gen G, and they never quite made it to overtime.
That's a good point.
So we'll see. But right now, Secret right back in command of the round-to-round pacing. Because, you know, after the timeout, they go for it again. That time, RQ reads it. But then they go for it again. RQ thinks, surely not after that one.
And looking to just go ahead and, you know, burn some of the cash that they've been stocking up on. Hoarding it like a dragon. Jeremy going to be bringing another attack operator into the mix here.
Yeah, with the Blade Storm as well, so might as well try to even things out. That'll make the tempo change a little bit unexpected for RQ. But again, whether they go A or not, Secret has command because RQ's the one left guessing. They're denied pipes control. They're denied some of their early util. And if they don't push out and clear that turret early, they're denied mid control as well.
Everything grinding to a halt. The silence filling the arena here. Both teams are making any noise. Stray sprays, 0 point, but otherwise just silence here. Secret thinking about what this approach is going to look like. Drift back across, full squad. Just join up now on this A side of the map.
Scanning ahead.
We're just sending that recon out. Does get cleared.
Yeah, that should give them a better idea of where things are going to be coming.
Over the top, knives now pulled. Jeremy rotating in, but doesn't read it, but flips. Not able to nail the shot, but eventually will be able to get it done. More in the meantime, finding NDG. Pit now invested. Throwing the double swing out. Borkum doesn't manage to find Elmore, but now he's all on his lonesome. The spike outside of the pit. Recovers it. Goes for the plant. He's got one snake bite left. Try to utilize. Does eat a little bit of damage there from Estrellas. Can he clutch this? For the rush in, and oh my god, right as he goes to exit the pit, he must have been able to see the gun barrel, but Jemkin is right clicks for the headshot. And RQ, they will move up to 6.
Had to have been, because that's a crazy shot to take if it wasn't for it. But either way, great pacing there from the duo that remained alive from RQ, not wanting to give Borkum a chance to reposition and play the mind games in his own Viper's pit.
They'll barely hang on to the lead. We'll see if they can catch on to it. Things look dicey from Flims. Eventually, though, he gets the jet. That's the important part, so it doesn't keep flying around the site.
Yep. Just a tiny bit of gun.
Now RQ, once again, back to the op setup on B. And, you know, kind of hoping that it's not going to be that A hit. You know, they'll be prepared for the retake with the Thrash and the Hunter series. They can afford to play a bit of a weaker A site this time. And Team Secret, a bit of a change here. Just allows for the dart to ping out. They want to get ready for a pitch on A.
Feels like for maybe the first time, and we've seen some sightlines drawn towards mid, but never really a push like this from Secret. So a bit of a change up here. Just how committed to this they're going to end up being is MVG just eating a little tiny bit of damage there.
Gotta watch out on this window.
Placing sentry.
Heard the rotation across. Jemkin for now still just alone on that B side. He's going to have to rotate over quickly as Flipshot are going to be taken down. That's a Thrash now out of the equation. Ellie eventually is able to find Jeremy with the spray to try to equalize, but now Xfero trading up. NDG gone. That interrupts and very much makes Jesse Vash second guess this plant position. Spraying through and Elmimore finds it. Hunter's Fury not necessary.
Now it's a
players are
deep
killed
lurk as
off.
well.
This very much changes up the game plan. Have to commit in for the stick, but that gives him the tag. Warcup trying to escape, but the final shot from Elmimore will not be able to find its mark. And V, forward spot, needs to open things up here for the team. In this 2v3, and it does.
One
gone, but
enemy
Xfero
remaining.
just lurking around the back. The wall drops. Xfero, his contributions not needed. RQ with 3 members left will be able to close out this first half 7-5.
Yeah, the mid kill onto NDG was huge because we saw that the Killjoy was nullified, so that turret wasn't going to have much value. It still gets taken down. NDG is trying to draw aggro out so his teammates can plant onto the site. But of course, that makes Xfero very well aware that he has to clear that flank before he's able to assist his teammates in any way, shape, or form. The lurk battle comes in favor of RQ, and that 7-5 lead for the Indonesian squad. See if they can get that first victory. It's been a long time, like the Des talked about as we were preparing for this match. And RRQ, a lot of people wondering what really was the true power level of RRQ at kickoff. Sure, Gen G, they looked like they continued to improve, but could that have been RRQ, right? So many questions on a lot of people's minds. And if they want to prove that the potential was there, they got to make sure that they can close out a best of 3 first of all.
Sure. I mean, like Ewok was saying during their interview on the analyst desk, you know, we consider that we're still in 7th place until proven otherwise. This would be the first step in proving that. Team Secret are certainly looking to test them and keep them as low in the standings as they possibly can. 7-5. Not much of a difference between these squads. Secret, 1 additional pistol round win so far. Let's see if they can add another one to the mix here. And just immediately cut that gap in half.
All right, Secret, see if they try to do a little bit of that aggressive push on the A site. You know, at the end of the day, the overall idea being the same for both of these teams as they both still have that Silva. It's not going to be super aggressive like the KO Geckos, but of course you can still get a little bit of that early info control. Try to set up your jets for success.
0 point forward. Don't believe it got the catch onto anyone. And B, we'll just move up, grab that orb. In the meantime, chasing from behind. We'll get the tag on him.
They haven't checked for Jeremy, though. Still hidden on top of the screen.
And this could be a very unpleasant surprise here for RRQ. There you go, makes his presence known. Now they noted, but clearly not everybody getting the memo there. Flipshot still gets taken down, but Jeff getting able to find 2 before getting traded out by NDG. While top, Xfero, the Sheriff is able to find Jeremy. Gets them into a better position. Swings back around the side for the headshot. Borkum now, the last one standing. Everybody low on health.
Spike planted.
The classic, can he manage to make it happen? Snake Bite gonna be thrown down. The wide swing coming across. He will be able to get the bite kill there onto Elmimore. Sheriff and a Ghost will be retained as RQ. They tie it up 3-3 in pistols across this series, and they stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, this is as close as it gets. 3-3 on pistols is a crazy stat line. Really just goes to show, and I think everyone that was trying to predict this match all around the world, everyone agreed it was 50-50. It's just where you put a little bit more faith, right? What do you weight a little bit more?
Is it just the stats that we saw at kickoff, or is it what you think is going to be the interpretation of the roles and the comps? And right now, I mean, both teams, I think, subverting some of those expectations on both fronts. But nonetheless, a very tight match. But maybe RQ can change that up now that they are on for the anti-eco.
Jeremy dropping down. Estrella certainly will have heard this. As a couple shots go his way. Now he's going to look for the catch. And he does find it. Nicely, patiently played out. Comes up with the goods. Jeff, no, getting overwhelmed. Back yellow. Does end up falling, but Shredder will be able to take out Borkham there. As Jesse Bash still wanting to fight, pushing forward. Gets the dink there. Auto Xfarrow, who can be finished off by NDG with a recovered Vandal. Things very scrappy, very dangerous here for RRQ. Selmy Moore still far forward, getting hunted. Gets another weapon recovered.
That's what Elmi Moore wanted to protect, but yeah, now you don't really have a choice. Now your positions are good, right? You've got Defender spawn, you got the spike planted. So Elmi Moore just has to play for time.
Goes the challenge. Recon quickly cleared out, gets the headshot on the one. Can he find the second? Sends out a warning shot, but Envy continues the challenge. Finds the kill, but now he himself in a 1v2. Spike already planted. It's against two Bulldogs. Just a quick little fake tap there on the rope. 0 point at the ready. Stop some of this post-plant util from coming through, but Bosch already thrown down. Wingman going to be cleared out. He does get the suppress, so the Snake Bites can't come into play for the moment. Down from the Spike, swings out, finds one. Is he ready, though, for the approach on the bomb? And he is! 4 bullets, but no time! Such incredible efforts from the side of Envy, but Elmi Moore, like you said, had to play time. He bought enough of it, got that kill as a parting gift. And it just wasn't enough to work with. So RRQ, they do get the round win. They lose everything in the mix there. But Team Secret just knocked down another peg.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're an RQ fan, though, I would say that that round starts to show a bit of the same concern, because that was a round where the team wasn't all on the same page. Were they going to back out or not? Are we going to stand fight or not? You have the rifles. You don't want to give that over. And that starts to spread you thin. It's going to cost you this bonus round. You do have the Soul Vandal. We'll see if they can make a miracle out of it to try to keep the lead.
Oh my God.
Oh goodness.
Jeremy very much lucky to get away with his life there. Jesse Bash does find Elmi Moore for his trouble.
Yeah, basically says, don't bother my son. Shuts him down.
Now just flush against the wall. Envy right there alongside him. Triple threat crossfire set up there on that A site. RQ though, not going out of the same playbook as Team Secret. They will inch towards the B site this time. Wall goes up.
They can get the plant down. It will be the Thrash available, whether it's this round or the next. Now they've got mid control as well, trying to back out from the utility.
I like this though. It's just a tap on the Spike. Try to draw out what util they can get. So, bite down. Borkham revealing that he is going to be playing back at Snowman.
So they have mid control, so they're considering rotating over because of the time, which I don't mind that in and of itself. But will they have the leisure to clear out the site? Because Jeremy is still there.
Yeah, can still very much shut down all hopes and dreams of getting that spike planted, as Estrella not going to be noted by the drone, but by the 0 points. So they know that there's still some forward presence here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of assumptions for RQ. They're hoping that their movement out has kind of made this site a little bit weaker. It's not going to be the truth.
Okay, well, Flipshed are going to be taken down as the spike interrupted. Plant not through. 10 seconds now remaining. In the hands here of Xfarrow, but now Estrella finding NDG. Push forward. Borkham is able to get Estrella. That's the spike planted, or it seemed like it shouldn't have been possible for them to have that one come through. Playing together now.
Not checking for mid.
No, they are not. Turn back, look towards kitchen. Jeremy now just on the opposite side of this wall, and as Jemkin swings back through, he will fall. Team Secret able to close out this round. Bonus not converted here from RRQ. Only 2 members lost, so overall could have been worse for wear.
Yeah, I mean, on both sides, right? Things could have gotten a lot worse for RQ as well. You could have just not gotten anything, quite frankly, on this round, given how the anti-eco went. Still got the plant down, still got the Thrash online. Got a couple of kills, forced Team Secret to have to buy up once again, making sure they can't just start banking up all the way to infinity.
Just the instant nade death.
Yeah. The thing that Team Secret will also have to recognize is they're also getting a little antsy, right? Trying to just shut down the plant and then giving up an extra kill here and there. So hopefully the players discussing that and coaches hopefully liking what they're hearing in the comms. Gonna be that forward control. The ping won't happen as that dart's a little bit too deep.
Yeah, not quite on the corner of the wall, so Jeremy can go unnoted for now, given the noise made earlier. Got a decent idea. 0 point just to cancel the rest of the drone there.
Well, that means that
had
they
to drop off.
Yeah, now they have to respect that thrash as well, right? They have to respect the space they gave all the way up to the front of pipes. So Team Secret, it's either empty the site entirely or try to flood it. And that has left mid entirely open for Jemkin, no matter where they go.
There's a ping down on tube, but I'm not necessarily sure if it was under tube or on tube itself. Either way, they have to be aware that there's going to be somebody in kitchen. Thrash now going to be coming through. For any kind of target, we'll just go back around over towards Flip so he can get the quick recovery.
Oh, the drone and the turret to clear him out.
Okay, he'll just go ahead and clear both. Xfero take it down in the meantime, trying to go on that deep forward push in towards the A side, but Jeremy very much privy to it. He's able to find that elimination.
Can't do it.
Man advantage there for Secret. Is widely, I think they just have to wait for the ult to come back up here for Flips, which it is now available. Wingman gets the plant across. They have a chance at this post plant, but oh, Jeremy makes it that much more difficult for him. Jemkin taken down. No command now going to be invested here.
Oh, that no command is going to be huge. The thrash can't be used. You just have to hold on to yellow with your guns.
Envy on the floor. Flipshider trying to rotate around, get himself across the side of that fragment, but he just ends up dying to it, and it's a catastrophic mistake. As the res was in, and in the end, it's still 4 players alive retaining their weapons here for the side of Team Secret. Just not able to get across that. There's no safety on that side.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to decide which way he wants to peek out for an extra kill, but like you said, that means he stays in the middle way longer as well. Takes too many hits. Elmimore a little shaky on that last fight as well. So surely, okay, it's going to be a timeout. Got to imagine from RRQ. Because you're probably hearing a little bit of that breakdown, right? A little bit of the discrepancy on what the call is, a little bit of discrepancy on, you know, what value do we hold right now? Do we want to hold on to yellow? We still have mid control from Jemkin, things like that.
Haven't seen any intervention from Ewok on this map quite just yet, but now that they're back within touching distance, only 2 rounds separating. Yeah, wants to get in here and clean up whatever is going wrong on stage. So a moment of reprieve, perhaps, here for Team Secret. 2 rounds picked up in a row for themselves to make this just about neck and neck once more. We'll take a look as we get ready to go back into this, what the economy looks like at the moment here for RRQ, because, you know, going into the second half, even with the wins, they have not been clean. And as we can see, the buy isn't either.
Yeah, it's just going to be a full half buy here. Or, yeah, just a half buy, I guess is a better phrasing for that. And the thing is sure, you've got mid control a couple times, but it hasn't really meant much in the grand scheme of things. Team Secret is very well aware of how much space they have given in mid. And curious to see if RQ continues to try to utilize it, if they think they have better ways to utilize it, or if they start to just stack the numbers a bit more in their favor on the execute. Now this time we will see a turret ready. So NDG going to position himself to cover both B site and mid. It allows everyone to be ready for a hit onto A. They recognize the half buy coming in.
I hear that dash. Heal out onto 1 there, but for now it's just blind spraying through walls. Looking for any kind of straight connections they can get. Fragment out to try to interrupt, but Plant has already come through. Just a moment too late, that util there, but more ability still going to be found. Flips in a straight up, both peaking so damn low, and yeah, that's just going to be a very swift and dominant retake here from the side of Team Secret. Not losing a single player. It'd be, sure, down to 1 HP, but unless you're dead, doesn't count. So that's going to be Secret now, closing this gap even further. 9-8. We have to suspect that this is the round that the timeout is for. RQ, get ready to come back in with a purchase.
See what value they can get out of it. Both sides, 1 away from the lockdown. Bladestorm is available as well. So you can't really rely on the ult cycles to be in your favor at any point. They're always going to match up against each other. So it has to be the reads from round to round. Now that one, sure, you know, it's off the timeout. You expect the half buy on both sides. So you can chalk it up to Team Secret just having a good read on the econ. Now it's going to be that early push onto green. No lurk on the side of A, mind you. So a big commitment here.
Drone cleared. Jeremy noted up on top of yellow. There's a recon dart from Jesse all the way at top mid. Does get the ping out on the 2. So they know that there is a decent amount of players on this side. Scheider getting tucked away. Play safe here is Elmimore eating even more damage. Knocking to 75 and flips. Oh boy.
Jeez.
What a wild jump out.
What in the world?
The man is just an absolute lunatic between the fragment and this.
I mean, the fact that he has more health than Elmimore as well. Elmimore just took all those shots into the toxic screen the entire time.
Just getting absolutely destroyed, and that is not how you want your round to start.
TC should be fairly prepared for this. They'll go ahead. Of course, the orb having been taken, the lockdown, and the pit as well. So RQ just wanting to try to keep the lead. Surely they use the pit. Is the lockdown not quite available just yet for NDG?
But not being sent, but Wingman in a very odd position. Does end up getting taken out. Tap onto the plant there from Flips. I mean, it's just so damn low, but it's going to be Jesse Bash. Somehow that falls first here in this round, and Estrella able to find that kill. Clear out on the nanos, but Spike still not committed here.
The pit doesn't give you too much room to work with for the plant. Now finally they're dwindling the numbers though.
That'll certainly help. Yeah, Envy going to be taken out. They could just try to go ahead and flood retake this one. They're going to try to swing their way forward into the pit, but it's just an absolute shooting gallery. As RQ, I mean, just about every disadvantage they could have been handed early on in the round without somebody dying. You manage to scrape by with that victory. They keep Team Secret at an arm's length distance at the moment. So once again, moving up by 2 to get themselves to 10-round wins.
Yeah, overall, kind of a good idea from both sides, right? Team Secret, sure, their econ's fine, so they wait for that last attempt to plant. If you can just take out the spike, then that should give you the round win. Meanwhile, RQ using that against them. Make sure that they dwindle the numbers first, and then you just spam through pre-fire on that potential retake for the challenge.
I mean,
now the op online.
Elmimore, that's the second time he's gotten wall banged in that position while doing that same drone. Now he's down to 54 HP.
Gotta be careful where you activate those. Well, for now, at the very least, he's still alive. The utility can assist. Now, cutting noise for the time being, but nothing sighted in mid. So, Team Secret, they've already shifted the op over to A. That side's well covered. Still 2 members on B to delay.
Alarm bot triggered there. Quite going to be sent in. Wingman going for the plant, however. Quite a little bit too deep to actually get the kill. So, plant is in. The full 5v5 for the retake. NDG with the lockdown, though, could cause some chaos. Elmimore still 2 away from having that Hunter's Fury, so they do not have an easy clear on this.
All right, the double flank around mid, though. They've always only sent 1. Going for the double, and is planted for mid as well. So if they can just get by.
Flips. He's giving his life for the cause. Pushes forward far enough to be able to find that one, but now Elmimore going to be finished off. And Xpero caught NDG, so cognizant of that flank coming in from mid. Strikes him down, swing out back yellow. As Jemkin's the last one standing, but not for very long. Only the singular kill on to Borkum. This is a fairly decisive and quick retake. Team Secret will continue to hang in there.
NDG gets both on the lurk. I mean, they try to send a failsafe there, and he just understands my job is to make sure that there is no flank. I mean, surely after they see the spike plant location as well, somewhat aware of it, but how does he read the second?
1 enemy remaining.
Just incredible.
Nice, boys.
So, very clean here. As there you go, another timeout now. Only 3 rounds separated here from RRQ. The pressure heating up now.
You have to imagine if you're on the side of Secret, though, it feels good to draw out these timeouts so close to each other. You know that the pressure's getting to them. You see how they're playing in the round, and now you got to imagine that they're probably a bit flustered during the timeout. I mean, one of the things that we got to talk about with the coaches during some of the timeout episodes, didn't quite make it into the final cut, but was also about just how precious the timer is in a timeout, right? You don't get to just sit around and discuss things. It's about just sending a message, getting maybe one piece of feedback back and forth, and then you got to move on with a couple extra steps of plans and really set up your players for the mid-rounding, the round-to-round adjustments, everything in just a span of 60 seconds. So curious to see if Ewok's going to be happy with the message he was able to share.
It's a hell of a lot easier when all you need to tell your players is turn your brains off. So.
Some teams just have it easier, man.
Let's see if any of it's lost in translation here from Ewok to the rest of RQ. As, again, I mean, Alt Economy is swinging back around here
for Secret at the moment. A couple crucial ones nearly there for RRQ. That Hunter's Fury, that Thrash, just single charge away for both those players. As, I mean, Jeremy, he's like, well, where's the drone? The wall goes up and then the drone comes out. Where's the drone?
Well, then 0 Point also only tagging the 2 members. So RRQ, it looked like their original plan was to try to pressure the operator, then send the main forces into A, then kind of rotate back around, but gets spotted out early, so you have to reset. Now it's just death ball into A site. Now no command available for the retake, and the pit too if they want to use it for the defuse. So RRQ, they got to decide before they go in, are we pushing out or not? Because you're not going to have much time to decide afterwards.
Invested bite goes down, and DG just out of range of that Mosh. So just tucked away here at backside. Finds that one tap on the Champion. Does get flushed out there as Flipshider's able to find the kill, but Borkum quick to reply. Playing up on the back Raptors. Gets that headshot now. Drops down, looks to take a much more aggressive position. Swings back out. Is able to find Xpero. Finds Elby Moore, and that is the cleanup. Timeout be damned. Team Secret once again just swoop back in onto the site. The fuse is theirs. One player lost. Cash aplenty. And now we are tied up at 10-10.
Once again, I mean, Team Secret, right? They had the things like the null command. Sure, you have the operator on the side, but you have the Blade Storm. Everything is there for a potential retake.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that was kind of the deal breaker, because otherwise Jemkin's position was pretty good to give them time for a good post-play scenario. NDG making sure that he becomes the wild card for Team Secret, and now they've tied it back 10-10.
Caution here.
I mean, the first time that they've had the lead since round 5 here, Team Secret.
Oh, Jeremy. Couple shots across, straight down to 85, but still alive. Noting a multitude of players there. Hit now, just invested Borkum, wanting to make this B side of the map completely unassailable for them unless they go under tube.
I really like this pit.
He's lurking through this one.
Oh no!
And this could be catastrophic. 2 players already down. Sparrow jumping back, answering spray, trying to find anything that he could possibly get, but for whatever reason, Spike now stranded. Does get picked up. Jeremy aware of this, sends out some shots, and Borkum, he'll find him in the end right as he exits.
Here.
Flipshider on the other side. Jeremy would love to try and confirm as to whether or not that spike is still on the ground or if it's been recovered. They just know that Flipshider was in the radius of that 0 point. In the garage here for now.
Flips is just waiting for someone to peek out, but again, there's no reason to. So it looks like it's just going to be a save here if they can help it for RRQ, but not exactly a safe position for it either.
Not at all. Jemkin now sat back here in the attacker spawn. See, spots ahead of one. He's able to go ahead and take that down. But I don't think he has. Maybe he has no idea that Envy is just on the opposite side. And VC now getting ready to push. There's the swing out. Shot goes a little bit wide. Jemkin will be able to find Envy, but Borkum will get himself a third as Team Secret regained the lead 11-10. Game plans here for RQ just not coming to fruition. You know, we've seen teams in the past, you know, a pit comes down. It's like, okay, well, they won't expect us to try to flush them out of this one. Team Secret, they expected it. They were absolutely ready.
Yeah, I love the extra touch to keep Jeremy in there. Right, that way the Viper's pit can still be safe. You can still make sure that you hold a cheeky spot. And overall, they still had the Killjoy set up all on A. They were ready to stack A if there was a rotate. Team Secret is looking better and better round to round. Multi-step flowcharts here for the defending half.
Results still not coming through quite just yet.
Monster on the loose.
There's one. Thrash try to lead the charge. I mean, yeah, just bringing it back around for the quick recovery. Take a couple extra steps forward here. But I mean, this is right now a game of inches by RQ.
Yeah, doesn't give you much though. Sure, Hunter's Fury on both sides. But you have so much to clear. Shock Dart's not clearing any of it.
Yep, still 2 nanos available, but just on the outskirts is that wingman with a Hunter's Fury as well as that Sync Bite lobbed in. Plant cannot come through, so now going to be scooped up. Flipshider be able to put the spike down. 5v5. RQ looked to try to retie things here at 11-11.
Jemkin was spotted when he tried to push out of Rafters, so we'll see. TS is wise about his position once again. It's going to be the same spot. The flash is good.
Flashes in to Borkum. Doesn't manage to stay alive. It's a little bit of damage, but then also comes back around, finds Estrella. Elmimore catching the lurk forward. Gets rid of Jeremy.
Last player
Should
standing.
absolutely have heard NDG. Yep, they know exactly where he is. The drop down. It's a matter of whether or not he can try to clutch this one out, but time is going to be dwindling. Have to get himself onto that spike pretty much right here, right now. Can still do some significant damage, though, as he finds flips. Xfero will bring that one to an end. 11-11, we are tied up once more. Make a wish. So once again, have no idea who is going to be taking this map win, who's going to be winning this series. Both teams just fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret, I mean, they seem to have a couple extra steps to try. I mean, of course, they have to come a longer way here to try to retake the lead, or at least keep it tied up. So a couple extra rounds, right, where they're one step ahead, but not enough to stay ahead fully in the half. Now, Hunter's Fury still online for Elmimore. That's going to be huge here for RQ. They're also just 1 point ahead in terms of getting close to that lockdown. Now, you know, if you're RQ, I would love to see them still send the Hunter's Fury, as I was saying that, regardless of waiting for a potential lockdown in the next round.
Not the way that you want to start things off.
Deploying drone.
Flips dead. So much of your util, your corner checks gone. Your quote-unquote easy plant.
Now, something we haven't seen either team really do is try to clear out the util on B, get the plant, and aggressively push into B. Now, part of it, of course, it's not the KO get-go. You don't have as much aggression, but that has made it difficult for both teams to try to hold on to this B side in a very stable manner.
Scanning ahead.
Dart out, wall goes up. Welcome again.
Early lurk from Estrella.
Sends that as Xfero moves forward, does get the plan across, and NDG going to be taken down. Estrella with that lurk, as you were mentioning, does come up with a huge pickoff. DG's been the one keeping the team honest. Oh, he saw the gun barrel, but Jeremy still just continuing to swing out. Finds the punish. That's the Viper now gone. Lockdown does buy space and time here for RQ, but now a 3v4 to try to keep this defended. They don't have very much post-plant utility aside from Elmimore with this Hunter's Fury.
You got to rely on that. You just have to get to that match point.
Nowhere to run.
Fair point out, there's the Hunter's Fury on the back and held to half in Be Gone. Jemkin able to pick off Jeremy moments before. Xfero goes through this time. No NDG to keep tabs on this. He finds the kills in RQ. They get themselves up to match point.
Despite the situation, one of the more calm rounds we've seen from RQ. Very just cold-hearted in terms of what they needed to do for the win condition. First of all, an early alert. They know that they've been getting picked off if it's late. Second, they go for the Hunter's Fury. Jemkin still covering the Sova as well, but understanding that the half could have been done, they send the flank once again. And now finally, that counter timeout from Team Secret. But it almost looks like it's Ewok's timeout. He's going at it on his screen.
Oh, I mean, at this point, both teams going to be giving it everything that they have. RQ, a good recovery despite the very rough beginning of that one, losing out on Flipscheider. It seemed like maybe that was going to cost them dearly. That alert from Estrella, even though he doesn't get the, he does get taken down by Jeremy, he can try to keep that off a little bit more honest. Pick on the NDG, he's been the one that's been responsible for keeping track of those flanks coming through. Allows for Xfero to find an immense amount of value there right at the end of the round. Now Secret needed this one here to push us into overtime. The desk was talking about how likely it is, but ults, none available for either team.
All of it used up. NDG just about the closest one. Of course, Flip's close to the Thrash as well, but 2 points, not something that you can really bank on within the round. Not something you want to greed for sure.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
Lockdown from NDG could be there if he finds some solid impact. And now it's just going to be playing back, like you said, going aggressive, trying to hunt to be able to get those charges online. Could very well be your undoing, so see if they just come to him naturally.
The early Nano Swarm used in you know, in mid towards Boiler, but the turret this time sitting in kitchen, right? That's plagued them a couple times. So Team Secret just trying to make sure that they're not caught off guard. This way they can focus a little bit more on the site, only worrying about under tube. This time, a very classic 4-1 setup. Still a full minute on the clock. This is exactly where RQ wants to be as the attackers. Meanwhile, on Team Secret, starting to get a pretty decent read given the utility usage.
Dizzy up over the top. Rotation's not yet beginning here for Secret. As they are going to be, they're very wary about this potential lurk forwards. They actually have double coverage. Watching out for Xfero, but he is playing so far back.
Yeah, a lot of utility still in the hands of Team Secret to delay the plant. I think that's what they're banking on.
Nomimore has now dumped everything. There's Amashi into the back here, trying to flush them forward. Well, flushes them forward enough that they can get an angle there on that wingman, and Jeremy's patience has paid off. Xfero dead. Flash out, drop down off top of yellow. See that position, but the spike gets planted all the same. But the man advantage is there for Team Secret.
Thrash online. That's the biggest hope right now because you can't go for another lurk after Jeremy stays alive.
Flashes out. Flipshider going to be taken down. No chance of using that one again. Fragment down. Invi finding the kill. The swing out. Jesse Bash gets the headshot. We are tied up once again, 12-12. The disc prophesized it. The teams have delivered overtime here in our opening series of the day.
What patience from Jeremy. Just the fact that you have full faith that it has to be this, because if it was a death ball, if it was a 5-man, surely there is more action. Surely there's something more going on B. That there just wasn't. They stopped at yellow. They didn't attempt the plant. They didn't attempt to draw more utility. So I will still stick around. My teammates still have utility to delay, and it pays off. Tenfold for Secret, now bringing it back to overtime.
Overtime to settle it all. Another timeout awarded to both of these squads. Let's see who has to pull the trigger on that first.
Another round to go A for Team Secret. Yeah. Looks like that's going to be the plan.
That's why you got 4 players from RQ on that side of the map right now. It's Jemkin. See the flash, quick clear out on the dart. Won't note him, but with a 0 point, they have a pretty good idea.
Team Secret's been very good about denying any access to pipes. RQ, I don't think there's a single round where they were really able to hold on to it. They've tried to contest for it a couple times, but they've always had to kind of go to their next step B. This time it's going to be that mid-hold. Xfero has found some success with this during kickoff as well.
They very much want to make sure that they got rid of this alarm button, but it was recalled by Xfero. It's very nicely timed. Figures, well, if I place it again, yep, they'll hear that, but maybe I can draw even more utility out of them.
And now with the alarm bot, he can try to stay focused up on the window, trying to play anti, it looks like.
DG just going to be creeping back, and now this does lead Borkum over towards that piece on the map. And DG gets the headshot in the end. Straight up at top mid, pushing up over, trying to see if he can get a spot, but he's already dipped out of there. Kill cannot be found. Flash is now dumped, and that is drawing all the attention from RQ back over onto the A site, including Flipshider.
Oh, what a fake. What a sell. The mosh, it's not going to be enough.
Not deep enough.
Oh.
Doesn't even find the angle. Even on the back end. An alarm bot would have gotten taken down, but yeah, just didn't throw it far enough. Now RQ. How did they get themselves out of this hole? Team Secret in such a strong position. Kurt set up, Dizzy up over the top, not finding much. You get the ping across there, NDG and Jeremy both being revealed, and Jemkin able to find 2. Borkum answering back, finds Flipshider. Jemkin, so much more work to be done. Drone at the ready. Gets one, pulls out the knives, finds Borkum, can he get the ace? He absolutely does! Jemkin bails them out of such an absolutely horrific position to get the opening round win in overtime. Show me again. These two, okay.
But, and from there it's just absolute focus.
Unbelievable.
Fuck!
Send that out. Let it be heard.
We were all thinking it. He's just the one that said it.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, what a bailout for sure, because they got played on the map. They just absolutely got handled on map control.
But Jemkin, that might have been the round that everyone's been waiting for since they heard the announcement of Jemkin being signed. Things like that.
Secret, can they continue to push back and persevere? Tying this up once again, or will RQ finally be able to break away from them and get that first win here of the season, of the year? They're on the dartboard. I'm still going to be noted, though.
Poison's off.
Backs away. For now, still no forward presence. This time, though, RQ, they're playing this one out patiently, and that does keep Jeremy tied to that A site. He's suspecting that there's going to be that lurk once again. Now they all start working their way forward as NDG nearly caught with util in hand. Drops down, but it's Pharaoh still finding him. Borkum dead. The plant now in a 3v5 to keep themselves in this matchup, in this overtime. Otherwise, RQ, they're looking to close out the series right here, right now.
Team Secret, they feel pressured. There's always been a lurk, so they want to push in fast.
They know that Jeremy's far forward. In the Cloudburst here, the swing out. Jemkin puts him down. Estrella going to be traded. Jesse Bash able to find Elmi Moore. 2v3. Spray through the box. Bash, a great read. Finds it. Now he's in onto the spike. Slipshiner, the last one standing. Forces him off of it, and he gets the headshot to put him down. RRQ, 14-12. Pushed to the absolute limit, but still standing tall. They get the victory here, their opening series of stage 1.
Very different opponent for sure, but it's been a long time coming since RQ's felt the confidence that they can close out a best of 3. And while it took overtime, today they do it. A couple of rounds where sure, the overheating comes through again, a little bit of turmoil in the game plan, but they calm things down. I mean, everything that you hoped for when this roster was announced, the rebuild, Jemkin, that amazing ace to really bail them out and keep them in the lead in overtime. And then a great call, a great finish by the IGL as well. From Flips, RRQ put one on the board.
What a series between these two teams. I mean, all the credit to Team Secret, playing that one close, you know, if not dominantly there, on split as well. The map that we thought, you know, once we went over there with RRQ out in front, this was just going to be a 2-0. They managed to show that, yep, they can, you know, reinvent themselves on that map. They can find wins after so many, just, at this point, years. You know, it's been basically a year since they had a victory on that one. They managed to make it happen, and they just never really gave up. But fortunately for them, is RRQ standing just a bit taller here today with that win on Icebox. But there's plenty to break down, so we're going to go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk.
After 260 days over that, RQ finally have their first victory, and much deserved. We went into overtime, but Jemkin ended it all with an ace. And Valdez, will you join me in praising Paperthin a little bit here in his predictions?
It's pretty smart.
Heck yeah. Yes.
The overtime, the RRQ victory, he saw the lines, and it actually happened. I mean, Team Secret, they really showed up today. I really have to give them credit, especially, you know, through 3 maps. They got it really, really close here on Icebox, but RRQ, I think, you know, you're talking about the Jemkin ace. It's just a little bit of the, you know, the nail in the coffin right at the end there for the side of RRQ. When it mattered most, he was able to step up, and so many of these rounds were so close. I mean, it easily could have gone either way, but man, RRQ just barely able to clutch it out at the end.
Yeah, this was an insanely great map. I mean, these two teams always go back and forth. It feels like every match RRQ plays is extremely tight. And once again, you know, in overtime, just like kind of what we saw in LCQ last year against Zeta, it doesn't go nearly as long, of course, and they actually come out on the other side of it, but a lot of good things in some ways, but I still a lot to work on for RRQ. I'm very happy for Team Secret in the sense that they bounced back really nicely here after a difficult first map, had a great second map, kind of lost a little bit of their grip coming into the tail end of this one. But my concern now is that after such a rough week for Team Secret, like, how are they going to bounce back after this? Because it's been a really, really challenging week for them.
Yeah, that's a great question, but we did see exactly that happen in kickoff too, and they do manage to find a way to bounce back, and they did with a vengeance. And I think the real question is, like, how do they get over that finish line? They do bounce back, but it's not quite enough to cross over, and I could say the same for RRQ.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think there's a lot to work on for both of these teams. Yes, it's very close. They know each other very well, but there's still a lot of mistakes that I'm seeing that need to be cleaned up on both ends.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest match rather, to be honest, from both sides. I mean, even for RQ on that second map, which was their choice, it was like really rough on the attacker side. They really couldn't get anything going, and Team Secret really shut it down. That felt like the first moment that Team Secret were, hopping into the lead, taking control, and we really thought going into this icebox that they were going to have a chance to pull this one back. Kind of happy that I didn't flip-flop, even though it was so close. New me here for the new year still. And yeah, I think that it's still early on, still the beginning of stage one, and we have a lot of hope for, honestly, both of these rosters, but at the end of the day, RRQ wins this one, but it was a really close match.
Yeah, RQ does also continue the trend. They did not let their team down in the championship point build up. So Omega team gets another point towards championships. And here we go into overtime. RQ loves their overtimes. I feel like this is just a little trend for them.
They do. And part of the problem that we end up seeing is that, like, post plants were really a struggle for both sides. Like, RQ is doing a good job against Team Secret. Team Secret is doing a good job against them. And that means that's a good thing. That means that they kind of have an understanding of how both teams want to get themselves into place. They're finding good timings, good flanks, able to kind of get ahead of ultimates or utility and stuff like that. That's fantastic. But that also means that, like, post plants need to be a lot cleaner on both sides. Because usually if you get that plant down, like, that's the advantage now on your side. And neither team really able to fully capitalize on that.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of messy moments in the post plant on the A site, even when Team Secret were going there over and over and over again. Sometimes they would hold it down and it would be easy, but sometimes it was just like all over the place. So you can see the MVPs here, both the Jet players, Jeremy and Jemkin. And yeah, I think Jemkin really did a good job to top it all off with a cheeky little ace there with his ultimate, and just did a great job.
I like how Jeremy overall has been stepping up. You mentioned this the last map. We see it again here on Icebox. This is the performance we want to see from Jeremy moving forward. And, just the rest of the team synergy. Really, they just need to keep their energy up. We've remarked on this in the past, that Secret can be a little bit of a emotionally impacted team. I think this applies to all teams, but we've seen it from Secret. When they're feeling down, it really shows in their gameplay. When they're feeling great, well, all the numbers go straight up.
It's hard to find an emotional leader because in IGLs, for the most part, in Valorant, you're going to have guys who are pretty even-keeled, right? And that's what you want. I mean, John QT, FNS, like all these names that you think of. Boaster's probably the exception to that rule, right?
Yeah.
The guy who's got a lot of personality. But when he's playing, he's different. You see it when he's in the server. So that's what you want. So you need another guy like we saw with Zelsis, with Sentinels, that someone who can boast you up. And Envy can do that, but he has to be popping off. And today was kind of an up and down day for him. So Jeremy, though, really solid. I'm really happy for Jeremy. I want to talk about him just a little bit because I was really worried about him coming into this year. He was a little shaky at times last year, and he tweeted something before this year that made me really concerned. He was in like Diamond in his ranked games or something, and I was like, oh no. I was like, what's going on? But he's looking great. He looks fantastic. I mean, he is a really shining light for this Team Secret team so far this year.
Yeah, and with that, though, we are going to go to the RQ side, their duelist, and a couple of words from him together with their interviewer, Jen.
Thank you guys, and RRQ and their long wait for the win as they land 2-1 W against Team Secret today. I'm standing here with RRQ's Jemkin now. Massive congrats, Jemkin. The team really wanted this win and needed this win, and it surely is nice to win, right? How do you feel?
It feels really good because in kickoff we had like 2 really close games, so we finally win. Even it was close, but still we're happy. It's our first win as a roster, so yeah.
I want to talk about that ace on the OT because, you're usually very stoic, but even you got excited after that ace. What was on your mind as you were popping people's head?
I don't know what happened. I think I killed 2 or 3 and I popped knives and I just killed 2 the smoke. 2 more and I don't know, and it just happened.
Right, you just shoot what you see and that's ace. Okay. Now, Ewok actually earlier today said, I'm tired of saying that we've been unlucky and it's time for us to pick up the consistency when it comes to communication and, we need to win. And I guess that you guys put in great effort into grabbing and maintaining that consistency. So what have the players specifically worked on to make sure that that consistency is there and you guys are communicating through thick and thin?
I think it just in scrims you're trying to focus on it specifically. So if you're gonna practice it, it's gonna pay off. Of course, in officials, and in officials, they always try to remind each other that we need to communicate. And yeah.
So practice makes it perfect when it comes to communication as well. Now, Xfero and Elmimore, they had a role swap, but they were on the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to the changes that they made. So whose idea was it initially to have that role swap, and what were you guys expecting from implementing this change?
It was player idea because I think they're gonna be more comfortable on this. So of course we tried it first, and yeah, I think we're gonna be even better with this.
All right, and you guys also have that match coming up with Bleed on Sunday. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
Just perfect, any normal match.
Okay. All right, I love the confidence. Congratulations once again, Jemkin, and thank you for the interview. And that was Jemkin with the post-match interview. I'm going to toss it off to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we have Global Esports taking on DRX.
Patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Tara.
let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を 文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific 2024. It was a really close series between RRQ and Team Secret going into overtime on map 3 Icebox, but RRQ closes it out for their very first victory in over 260 days. And, you know, honestly, that might have been just like bad luck with the draw. But let's talk about this next matchup. It's going to be super exciting. We got Global Esports here, and I think they're getting ready for an interview with Jen.
Lightning Fast, I'm going to talk to you for a second. Hello. Tough loss against Zeta, but no time to be sad. You guys are going up against DRX today. What's the game plan?
Oh, can't reveal the game plan now, right? I mean, it's just stay confident in ourselves and also just follow the game plan.
All right.
Yeah.
GE fighting.
Yeah, always fighting.
All right. Winning. Okay.
All right, first of all, I like their jerseys more this year, and Lightning Fast will not reveal the strategy just yet. But
How could he?
Yeah, I know. Why wouldn't he share them? But he was fantastic as a Sage the other day when they were playing against Zeta Division. We saw a promising Global Esports.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we saw good moments from just about everybody on the team at some point. I mean, I know Blaze King tweeted afterwards that he was disappointed, but I thought he had some pretty strong showings. Lightning Fast, probably the best we've seen him in VCT Pacific so far, so a lot to be hopeful for. If you're a GE fan, we may actually see them challenge DRX today. I know you talked about it earlier that DRX is, in fact, taking them very seriously. They're very worried about their opponent today. That's how highly they rate them.
Yeah, Lightning Fast was great. Russ was also fantastic. I think that might need a little bit more of a well-rounded kind of performance from everybody in that fact. I think that those two were kind of the standouts, but definitely I think they have more in store than they have shown so far.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is a good first showing. There's a lot more to work on, but let's hear a few words from DRX.
Hello, Buzz. Just a quick question. Great game against Team Secret. Would you say percentage-wise that's DRX at its 100%?
On the Secret, maybe 50%.
50%, okay.
Yeah.
What about today?
And today, probably 49%.
Well, you only need 49 to beat GE. All right.
Maybe for GE, 50% is too much.
Okay, all right, spicy. Well, good luck and thank you.
Oh, Buzz does not mince his words. But here is DRX's roster. Now, this was a bit of a surprise showing for us. Bane joined the roster and did quite well on the Omen.
I was very impressed. I mean, the game plan, especially on Sunset, was not super aggressive with him or anything. It was very conservative, where they were just saying, stick in the back, make sure your util's good, back us up, play for trades, and he was perfect with all of that. But then on Lotus, he started to get aggressive with Buzz, trying to take space on A Rubble. So really, that's about all you can ask for in a debut from a player like this. You know, he's played in other regions and stuff, of course, as well, but he really stepped up.
Yeah, also I think in terms of debuts, it's really nice to get a performance like that under your belt where you're like, hey, I can play on a big stage in front of a lot of fans, and I did my job well. I wasn't, amazing. He was great, but he was, just kind of doing his job, and everybody else also having a great performance here on the side of DRX. Maybe we didn't give them enough credit, but definitely look like a very strong team right now.
And we do have to mention Foxy9. He played the Sentinel role the other day, and that was a bit of a surprise, also how well he did as a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, I think this seems to be a little bit more comfortable for him overall. You've seen him bounce around a couple different roles, of course, playing some KO in kickoff as well. So I liked it. It felt like he was able to kind of play for himself. He's able to make his own decisions a little bit more, kind of trust his natural instinct, something that, led him to some level of success as a duelist. Eventually that started to kind of fall apart as DRX tried to integrate more and more with him. But as a Sentinel, you're a little more free to kind of do what you want, to control the map, to take the space as you please for the most part, and that seemed to suit him nicely.
Yeah, he had a lot of really lovely multi-Ks, to be quite frank. Together with Bane, a lot of us were not sure how DRX was going to perform. You could see it in our own talent predictions. A lot of us had question marks, and it's not because we think DRX has, fallen from the graces of one of the best performing teams here in Pacific, but rather there were just so many changes happening. We weren't sure if they were going to adjust in time, but they completely proved us wrong in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you keep the core together, and the guys that are being called up, they played well, so it's kind of like a win-win situation, right? The guys you expect to play well are playing well, and then you have the other guys to back them up and do just that, as we're seeing some of the highlights over the course of their last matchups. DRX getting the better of them back then. We can take a look here at the stats between Lightning Fast and Bane as well. You can see Bane, in a couple of map wins. Of course, he's going to have pretty high KD, but overall, I'd say a good start for him.
Yeah, and you can see that, Lightning Fast is really putting up some good numbers as well. That average damage per round is pretty solid. So both players kind of stepping up into their roles, having solid starts to the year. Yeah, it didn't go GE's way compared to DRX, but I don't think anyone should be super, concerned about GE after seeing that first match against Zeta. Zeta's still a really good team, even with 2 rookies on that squad. We know what they're capable of. They won LCQ in Pacific last year. Certainly with GE kind of completely changing most of their roster and everything, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, but definitely progression, and that's what you need to see after kickoff.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have progressed, and yes, is this so different than last year when we saw Global Esports facing against DRX? We still have question marks about this. It's not a sure win for DRX, who was nearly undefeatable early on in Pacific last year. And now we're looking at the data only from kickoff between these two teams.
Well, I think, it should be really interesting. It's, I think, a decently favorable map pool here for DRX. They've been perma-banning Icebox so far. Well, the one time, I guess perma-ban is it's a bit early to be saying that, but they banned Icebox, so that seems to be if they're the DRX that we know and love, they're just going to keep banning the same map the whole split anyway. So probably going to ban Icebox, which is GE's map that they won over Zeta.
Yeah, and I guess the other question is, do we see the Lotus coming out again? Do Global Esports, give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, well, they're pretty good on this map now, and try to take it away? It's going to be another one of those maps that we will have to see, especially as one of the maps that Global Esports has banned out a lot so far.
I mean, Paper Thin, you also bring up a good point that maybe DRX just follows DRX things and continues to pick and ban the same maps, use similar comps. Maybe this is what they need to change up. And now we're going to go into our map ban picks here. We got Coach Termi and Coach Spin.
Kind of curious if Sunset's going to come through again. Looked pretty solid overall for DRX. So look at this. Termi is not wearing a suit jacket. Mark this day on your calendars.
Yeah.
He's here to
it's
play.
Happening. Yeah.
Just looks.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Just looks, I don't know. It's not what you would expect.
This is awkward now. I don't know how to feel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a glitch in the Matrix.
We can see his elbows now. What?
Oh, there's that Icebox ban.
Yep. Okay, so, Ascent. Okay, so GE, kept it close with Zeta on this map, but that's pretty interesting that they're going to want to lean into this again to try to go up against DRX. Who's look, nobody's like blowing everybody away on Ascent in Pacific, but I'm curious.
Yeah, they choose the attacker side, and then DRX are going to go back to Lotus as the ban was bind from Global Esports. We saw they were pretty strong on this map against Team Secret, and they're going to give it another go on this one. So not too surprising there either.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked that you get rid of Sunset here. You saw what DRX is capable of on it. You don't really want to mess around with it. DRX doesn't want to deal with Split either, and it's going to be a breeze. It's that last map, a really interesting one. You don't get to see it all the time with these two teams, so pretty curious if we can get there.
Ascent is an interesting pick for this first map, and it's by Global Esports. This was map 3 that they played against Zeta the other day, and they lost, but it was close until something went wrong with Global Esports, and it's almost like they're kicking themselves and they just want to redo, because they had that potential. They had that potential to win that match against Zeta, so maybe they're thinking, you know, look, we need to fix that mistake last time on Ascent. And the last time DRX played, it was in kickoff against Talon, and that was a classic comp, and they did end up winning. So
yeah, like they're good at the map. Like it's a map that we've seen them so many times throughout the years play. It's just the real question to me is it just going to be the standard comp that we always see with DRX on that map? Are they going to try something a little crazy again? You know, in the past, of course, you know, triple initiator and things like that, but that's a long time ago. Doesn't seem to be the DRX. The modern DRX doesn't really do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so as you can see here, it's a very
mirror matchup, right? Like
mirror matchup with the comp that we all know, the Ascent comp.
It's the Ascent comp, right? I mean, it's an old map. The teams have kind of figured it out, unless they really want to do something crazy, as Paper Them was talking about. You're not pressured into really doing anything crazy, but I do want to say that for Global Esports, this is going to be incredibly important because, you know, you got to get it started off strong on your map pick. You leave the Ascent, you go for it here as the first map, and maybe they're the ones to kind of mix it up, or maybe, you know, as you mentioned before, Victoria, maybe they just want to go back and kind of get revenge for losing on this one, where they felt like they were in a good spot, and I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see how they do look on this one against DRX, who are coming off a hot win up against Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, it's so interesting now because during that DRX Team Secret match, a few of us actually had predicted Team Secret.
Yeah.
And we saw the performance today. We saw their performance 2 days ago. I think this is, I don't know if it's just Team Secret or if it's DRX stepping up, some combination of both.
Yeah, it has to be a little bit of both. I mean, I think all of us were more of the what Team Secret showed us at the end of kickoff looked really damn good. So we were banking on them to improve on that during their time off. Not necessarily that DRX had slid. It didn't help DRX that, you know, Flashback had an issue and had to leave the team for a brief period of time. And you have to bring in Bane with literally just a couple days of practice. That plays a part in it, of course, as well. But you got to credit the DRX coaching staff. I mean, I think they get a lot of flack online that, frankly, I don't think they deserve. I think they're pretty darn good. They do a good job, especially with new players, getting them integrated into rosters. Yeah, sometimes it's up and down, and yeah, you want to see them do better at international events. I get it, I do too. But you know, they're still a really good team, and they still have really good fundamentals.
Yes. They do need some time to rebuild, and like you mentioned with Bane, only a couple days ago, he was just, or maybe a week, 2 max, that he was inserted into this team, and that could come into play. Even though they did well the other day, this could come well into play here against Global Esports. With that, we are going to go into our second series of today, DRX and Global Esports. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
All right, thank you guys very much for setting the stage for us here going into the second series of the day already. Kicking things off, a 3-mapper. Will we get that one in this series? I do not know, but I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because obviously DRX, a great showing as Des talked about coming out, but the question marks are still there, right? Obviously, you know, Bane having to come in last minute, it could work both ways, but it definitely can be a double-edged sword, especially when you go to maps like Ascent, right, that are just age-old and you really have to have everything drilled in. Whereas GE, I mean, if you're picking Ascent voluntarily against DRX, surely you feel like you've actually had a lot to learn from that match against Zeta Division. You want to clean that up a little bit more and see how much you can prove.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I want to see from GE coming into this is a bit more assistance alongside Polvi, because we know that this guy has the firepower. He has the ability to go in and just shake things up. But what we were seeing a lot from them versus Zeta was him just kind of going in by himself, unassisted, no flashes, no nothing really to try to back him up. I think that if you just simply start giving him some more tools to work around with, to really empower him, that is where you can see Polvi start to take over. But obviously for Global, the odds are stacked against them. The desk talking about it. DRX, with the iterations that we've seen here, the changes in the team, they have always remained a constant near the top. This was the first time that we get to see them, you know, basically excluded from an international event. And, you know, having spoken to the team, that they took personally.
I mean, I'm sure, right? Obviously, when we had kickoff, Stax was in that interview saying, you know, for all the Korean teams, don't even think about doing anything as long as DRX is in Valorant. And then Gen.G thought about doing something, and they went in and did it.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's not a great feeling for a squad that was so storied in Korea and pretty much untouchable since the very first Masters Reykjavik. So GE, again, they're going to have to battle against Titans, but of course, GE, squad full of a lot of veterans. So they've met each other before in various capacities. We'll have to see what they've gathered, because here was what I took away from their opening match against Zeta Division. While sure, Zeta came out even stronger, GE, first of all, looked a lot more organized than they did at kickoff. They were at least able to prove to us what they wanted to do, what the ideas were. Again, maybe a little bit of that execution like you mentioned, especially in terms of setting up their star duelist Polvi. We'll see if that comes into play.
And I was talking, of course, I always run into Ken Yang. He seems to seek me out, but saying, you know, last year, one of the toughest matches that we had was against Global.
True.
We're not taking any chances coming into this. I was like, well, it is a very different looking team, but it's good to have that approach, to have that mindset. They'll be taking a couple extra moments here on stage in the huddle. Make sure that everybody is prepped up, vibed up, and ready to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned the setup for Polvi, but I think it goes both ways. I think also important for Polvi to kind of recognize what the tempo for the rest of the team is, right?
Sure.
Even if you think it's the right call, if the comms aren't quite there, you can't just rush in and say, I'll create space, because sometimes, especially a squad like DRX, where they know exactly what angles to cover, things like that, going in alone isn't going to work. Even Paper Rex, they used to not be able to do that against DRX. It was only when they started working as a team that they took down the Giants of Korea.
Let's see how they do fare into this one. As I think what we can safely anticipate coming into our opening map, which is Ascent, is that Polvi's going to be back over onto that jet going head-to-head alongside Buzz. Could very well be an explosive matchup to keep our eyes on as we go into this, but I'm curious to see if there's going to be any kind of differentiation.
You know, I do hope one of these days that Stax will bring back the Phoenix, now that Phoenix is starting to show up here and there, but
it's been like twice.
I know, but for the time being, it's going to be the age-old compositions. Obviously, a lot of kind of new highlights just because of the roster and the role swaps here for DRX, and Bane will be picking up that Sova, so that was a big question as well. He picked up the Omen because he wanted to play double controller on both of the maps that they played in their first match against Secret, but now that it's just going to be the one Omen, Mako will stick to that. And Bane, I mean, Sova's the next role that he's played a lot of, so it's definitely not a completely foreign concept. We'll see how well he's tuned in terms of timings, though.
I'm sure that Stax is more than happy to not have to go for the Sova. Was looking all right at the back end of kickoff, but everything before that was definitely rough around the edges. But here we go. We are ready to jump into the action for map number 1 in our second series of the evening. Global Esports versus DRX. DRX going to be first here on the attack.
Wow, yeah.
As the fans are here in the audience.
They've definitely filled up. We saw a lot of people filing in during that break. Now, one thing I also want to mention is Bane was playing quite actively, quite aggressively on that Omen. And sure, you know, while it wasn't all 100% clean, it helped create a lot of space. It helped create a lot of combos, draw a lot of aggro for DRX when they were playing the double controller. And when you're playing that Sova, you can't do that. It's not going to be as beneficial, especially on a map like Ascent. So curious to see if just the extra couple days was enough to get their comms in order.
Now, Just flying down, looking to try to clear out any kind of KJ util that would be here in mid. Polvi. Tailwind popped. Wants to go on a bit of an exploration mission here as smoke dissipating back over here on Cat. That's going to be Buzz taking down a Russ. Russ finds that opening kill, gets himself a second. Polvi now striking. Also finds Stacks. And going to be taken down suddenly. It is just Mako. Does manage to find one. Ghost, very long range. Spike now stranded. Let's see if Mako got a magic he can potentially work here. As does just only have that one paranoia right now as far as util is concerned.
Yeah, and the positioning's pretty good for Global Esports. They've got, you know, a double stack. They've got the cross right now. Lightning Fast is very low, so if he gets taken out instantly.
Yeah, stiff breeze.
Yeah, gets
all that it would
spotted,
take, but yep, just giving information to his squad. Mako now, I'm not sure if he saw both, but also they're right here around the corner. There's the paranoia. Tries to bait him out, gets the headshot. It's Lightning Fast gone, but now this is where things become a little bit more complex. Smoke down. Reload, the push out, there it is. Noted and taken down. Global will find themselves a pistol round win, starting off Ascent with a nice little victory.
So DRX, I mean, they try to pressure mid, try to make sure that they're clearing any potential killjoy util. They pressure it to make it look like they're going mid. That means that defenders have to back out of market, and that gives them time to push up all the way up through Cat, near the tree. They even had the Sova on the lurk, ready to send an arrow in, a dart in as well. But the call is just too fast, right? You hear a little bit of that utility, the paranoia is huge. The energy's there for Global Esports. And Polvi, he was calm this time. Didn't overheat, waited until Bane showed himself, provided a little bit of extra damage. Very good pistol.
All right, well, I mean, 0 point out. Buzz able to find one with Lightning Fast, claiming 3 for himself. Will end up falling, and Stack's just going to be scooping up that spike, but weapons, getting that proved to be a little bit difficult, but we'll just
Here.
taking an inch off of him there. Shots just moments behind Stacks. Lucky to still be alive here as Polvi goes for the reload. Jump shotting. Scoops back in. Does need a little bit of damage there from the recovered Bulldog. Stacks is just going to be looking to make the most out of this opportunity. Grabs that orb. What they do from here, that is the question. It's still a bit of a rough position to be in. Surprisingly passes the weapon over to Foxy despite the fact that he is lower in HP. Granted, I guess going into the Outlaw, yeah, wants him to be able to swing off the flash. 0 point won't get the catch. Scope in, there's the kill, and there's the second.
And that's what the Outlaw was built for. All in all, I mean, DRX, you know, on their end, not necessarily doing a lot of damage to Global Esports, but they were able to take away a couple things, right? A couple kills. You get the ult point as well for Stacks, trying to get close halfway there for the null command. So considering the round, not the end of the world, but Global Esports, the aggression that they have in mind, going for these hard reads off the bat, the round start, it's good for now. But again, you cannot go through a full map of Ascent with just plays like that. You have to start getting ready for those mid-round calls.
When we go to the bonus, let's see what Global can get done for themselves as Lightning Fast. Stinger in hand on a very far forward push. Russ there to try to back him up and spray across. That's 2 kills found. Buzz and Mako both taken down. Looking for a little bit more. Stack's going to eat some damage there and doesn't offer that much else up in reply. Lightning Fast going to be there at 85.
I mean, this is kind of disastrous already for DRX, to be quite frank.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't really have any control of the map. Of course, you've given up mid entirely. There's the Outlaw. Now, Foxy9 does have full armor, so he won't get taken down in a single shot, but he will be at risk as he can't trust that turret just yet.
0 point out, landing, checking over towards market, nothing spotted. Polvi. Not able to scope it fast enough. Great swing from Bane. Gets the headshot, does take him down, and that brings it now an equal count. 3v3, and well, now the advantage there for DRX is Foxy gets a very clean headshot. Lightning Fast having built up the ult.
30 seconds left.
Get himself situated over here on the B site. Now Swarm still in play.
Paranoia as well.
Benkai grabs that Outlaw. Still wary about somebody pushing up into mid. In the meantime, everybody's just working their way past that Nano Swarm, and Lightning Fast kind of slipped the net here. He's going to find out very soon. And Spike does get planted. Swing in. Foxy
Last player standing.
find that kill, but Spike
Down
needs to be
B.
planted now. Just a second to spare as it does go down. Now try to force him off the corner.
Planted.
Foxy eating a bit of damage. Down to 62, but Benkai not reading the timing. Solid round from Foxy9, but still An even more solid one from Global Esports. Yes, they cannot convert that bonus, but they still do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, 3 guns down, armor off of 1 extra member as well. Sure, you give up the plant, so the creds flow in for DRX just enough to try to have another shot at stabilizing. But overall, Global Esports, they should feel good about the default that they had, the ideas that they had. Lightning Fast going right up close against that one-way. It's just these kind of mini trap plays that they have prepared, and now they'll finally start to back off. You've got that alarm bot in market. You've got Polvi just peeking out in mid. Still sticking with the Outlaw. Be a bit of a mystery there, though. DRX going to be wary of that. 4 members with full armor.
Weaponry-wise, though, or it's just, kit-wise, DRX still with a decent advantage here. I mean, half armor on everybody aside from Polvi. See if that comes back to bite them as Stacks will command online. Everybody from Global shifting over towards Cat. See warning pings coming down. Aware that there could be some kind of deep lurk getting set up here from Global Esports. Smoke will come in. That'll be no command buzz. If you can get that tailwind off just in time. Checks the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Door now shut. As Fragment denies any potential peeks, and Stacks is just going to be planting right here outside of Hell. Double pump. Oh, the jump. Polvi. Lucky to be alive. Void's getting taken down there. They very much have Buzz noted, and yep, spray through on the Odin. Bane in the meantime also down to 10 HP.
The lurk from Foxy9 is going to be a crucial one as soon as that door gets broken.
Flash is sent up and over the top. Polvi does manage entry for 1. Takes out Stacks. Benkai now finding Bane as well, just spraying into the smoke. He himself low on health. Buzz finding 1. Gets that kill. Swings back out. Is able to stabilize the spray. To find Benkai and tie things up at 2-2.
Polvi, a heroic attempt and a good setup here for the retake. They break the door, send the utility, and Polvi flies high. He's able to land on Jen and pick up 1 kill, but after that, of course, right by the door, it's still enough members of DRX to stabilize, and Foxy9, he starts swinging as soon as that door gets broken, and that means that Lightning Fast can't come in for the extra support.
See, though, it's, a scrappier buy into yet another one. Marshall picked up here by Polvi. The call is Wiley, just try not to buy down too low. Russ will invest, leaving himself with about 1,000.
Lightning Fast getting pinged far back means that they should feel a little bit safer close, but they know that he could have crept up. And that's one of the things, while they don't have to use that play every time, it's done enough to force DRX to respect this one-way a lot, buying them quite a bit of time at the early part of the round.
Flash in, nothing spotted there on the peak. Widely. DRX just looking to pull away and maybe just see if they can set up a trap. It looks like they really just want to continue to play this ambiguously and allow for Lightning Fast to try to scale up and gain some space here, but it's not biting on it. It's playing back here within the site. Yeah, patiently and allowing for DRX to come to them.
Creeping out now just to try to gain space on a on a broken round like this would kind of be the death sentence for you. So I love the patience from Global Esports. They do have the stack going on A.
Oh, what a shot. Russ, that investment so far paying off. Does find that instant dump onto Buzz, taking him down. Jet out. Sand does need a bit of damage from the fragment, though. Softens himself up a bit, but now, TP across the map. Polvi trying to get there in time to be able to intercept this one, but looks like he's just going to miss the angle. He could have put that spike down on the floor, but the rest of the team very disconnected. Plant now coming through. Bane in the meantime. Very big lurk. Back over on that A site, hearing these rotations coming through is Foxy9. Tagged, taken out. Polvi pumps there on that Marshall, able to find the kill, but now Bane looks to strike. Finds 1. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fishing, but I'm not sure if he's going to be rewarded for it. Will won't even try to go for that final shot. Will just go ahead, put the bow away. Stacks in the meantime. Going around in main. He's looking around the sides of that smoke. Paranoia flying Mako's way. Manages to dodge on that one. Lightning Pass with a quick 180. Turns back. Gets a headshot there to take down Stacks. Mako now finds 1, finds the other. The 3K for him in the round for DRX to move up.
Ooh, DRX, they're able to stabilize. I mean, the multi-layered lurks there, they're able to use it from the shadows. And of course, Stacks still going the far way around the rotate. Bane still sticks around. And while it can feel like it's a little bit haphazard at times, they even had things like the Hunter's Fury coming online with a kill.
So all things part of the plan at the end of the day. Even if Mako had been taken out, Bane, of course, arrives in time on stairs. So each of them understanding the win condition. But overall, I mean, GE, the reads they're having are correct. That should be the scary part for DRX. A couple more of these, and this could be, again, similar to that split that these teams faced off on last year, where it went to just so many overtimes.
Flash in. Russ doing all of that, has to back away. Again, you can see, DRX very much just fighting to stop these peaks from coming out of main now, since those first 2 rounds. Lockdown at the ready.
Yeah, B's been cleared out with the drone, so they know that the ult orb was taken. Should be wary of the lockdown, so starting to empty the site. I like that they're trying to pinch onto mid.
Polvy dead, Buzz. Strike a little bit faster. Oh, onto the corner. Finds Russ as well. Lightning fast on trying to hold his ground. Does manage to get Buzz there on the tailwind forward. And Stacks will get picked off. Benkai rushing out. Does manage to find him. It's going to be a 2v2. Spray across. Spike in the hands here of Foxy. Will be able to get that planted just behind the gen. It's Benkai looking forward, but Mako privy to this, expecting it, now having it confirmed. Blaze King, what can he get done?
Trying to wait for Mako to refill the site. That's all.
But has been spotted. Oh, the spray down comes through. Blaze King, keep them in with an advantage. Mako now, see if he can try to clutch this one out. Blaze King at 34, Benkai full HP. There's a push forward though, the headshot comes through. Mako just standing tall. Oh! Snappy with the follow-up. A clutch here again from Mako. 4-2 now as DRX starts stretching a lead.
You know what you see, though, at the end of that round, is this is the power that players like Mako have, is the opponents start to play scared. They know the clutch is such a real possibility. It's a 2v1, and sure, one of you is low health, but you just send the full health guy to try to clear everything first. I mean, I get it. I get exactly what's going through their head, but that's just what happens when you've got a player like Mako who's able to clutch up any situation. They start to play into his hands just a little bit.
Feels like it's been a while since we've had this.
Yes.
Mako. We got some glimpses of it at kickoff, and widely I'd say last year, we didn't have that same clutch prowess that we had come to anticipate from him in the past. This is a very hot start for the gentle giant of DRX.
To be fair, also Ascent, no comp changes, right? The map hasn't changed. It's the same style through and through, so it could just be that regardless of which players are on the stage, Mako knows exactly what his job is. It's a comfort zone for him at this point. As the desk talked about, very still awkward to see Termi in a jersey.
Yeah, I can only assume that he spilled coffee or something on his clothes.
Oh,
or the dry cleaning wasn't ready, something like that.
Could be, could be.
Either way.
Although Termi feels like the guy who would have like 10 of the same suit jackets and shirts lined up.
Yeah. Oh, which one do I go today? Beige or cream?
Well, GE, again, the round-around reads have been fairly good. Just, here. The last 2%, 5% on the execution, making the difference here. Once again, early mid control. Now a little bit greedy on this one, but they've already taken their positions. That's the good news.
Russ sat ready, play anti-flash. Now turns his sights back over here towards tiles. Does he decide to strike?
Oh, Polvy's the bait.
Polvy's the attention. Does he get the transfer? Yes, he does. Russ able to find 2, but Mako and Foxy9 find one apiece as well. Now Stacks wins out the fight versus Benkai. Like you said, the reads looking good overall here for the side of Global. There was a solid gameplay in here, but the counter swings in from the Omen and the Killjoy here from DRX. It's a bit too good. Blaze King now, 200 credits. The noted in hand. He's just going to be keeping it that way. Sat back now on the B site. We'll wait for that spike to go off.
The other thing to consider here is the fact that all of the good reads that they've had, the solution has been kind of these curveball plays, right? The bit of aggression, kind of these trap plays where as best as you can get them here on Ascent with the compositions that you have. And at this point, DRX, they're building a tolerance towards it. And of course, this is a team that is used to playing against things like that and knowing how to overcome it with basic fundamentals. We're starting to see the consistency come through for DRX. So I would love to see GE have a little bit more depth because, again, the reads are good. The game plan overall in the right direction.
but maybe just a bit more variation. That's what could bring them home a couple more rounds here in the first half.
Well, now up by 3, DRX. Looking to start running away with this one. Global Esports, something else to try to slow this down. The attempts are good, the ideas are there. Execution just been slightly lacking, like you said. I think building up a tolerance is one of the best ways that you could describe it here for DRX. Step by step, getting an idea of what GE's priorities are round over round.
Now another null command in the pocket for Stacks. So this is a round where, again, they can play it slowly, check every corner, and then once they're ready to go, pop that KO ultimate.
Oh. A little whoopsie on the shock dart from Bane. This Blaze King, no ambiguity here.
Just trying to push him away from here.
Will be dash at the ready, got the reveal on the one, swings out. There's some decent damage across it. Bane now down to 35. Oh, Russ nearly caught out in the open. That could have been catastrophic. Still has an immense amount of util to try to offer up, and even a null command, should they be able to find some kind of pick, get a recovered weapon, and think that they can win out the round from there. He does stay alive for the time being, wraps all the way back around and towards mid as Polvi. Just pivoting back and forth, watching main, watching towards tree, but
they
there's
got
the
the
pull.
pitch ready.
Mako, turn, finds one, looks for the other. Polvi with a nice headshot is going to be able to take him down, and he will recover that weapon. Blaze King sat here in the sight, does find one, gets the dink across, he's 3 HP. Remaining here on this Sova. Can they risk trying to get the res? Looks like they are going to do it. Bane pick him up. Buzz, knowing that Polvi was going to be grabbing that Vandal, just watches for it, takes him down. Benkai now last man standing versus 4 with a Stinger in hand to see if he can do any damage.
It's going to be a rough one, but if he can get the kill onto Bane or Foxy9, get the rifle, that'd be the best start. It's Crossfire's there.
Yeah, Crossfire is set up, and Foxy will be able to hound him down. The 6-2. And Global, couple decent picks, getting rid of Mako there. Putting Stacks down, but given the ult, just can't confirm that as a kill.
Okay, Operator online, which means, for the most part, the types of plays that G's been doing, not going to be part of the playbook anymore. This, by the way, great heads-up play from Bane.
Nice!
But we'll see. Do they set up for the op and then try to shift their weight to the other side, or is it much more going to be kind of the standard spread out defaults with the op helping cover one portion of mid? For now, it looks like that's the answer. I mean, look at this though, right? DRX once again, they just want to make sure Lightning Fast never ever considers pushing up on A main. They want A main control every single remaining round of the first half.
Have they considered this? Tuck in. Buzz spotted him on the drop down. Polvi aware of it, does go ahead, dash away, keeps himself safe and elusive for the time being, but Foxy9 in the meantime able to find Russ. Finish. Still just holding down, making sure that Benkai cannot try to push out of B main. The buy committed, but DRX in such an entrenched position. It's one of those tough moments where they may just have to make the call to go for the save early.
But look at this, Foxy says no saving for you. I mean, he's gone all the way through the B site. They're going to commit the lockdown to this, and they are going to have no idea that Foxy has made it all the way through their own spawn.
But DRX, they're not moving. Buzz is still sat here. He's waiting to see if he can take somebody down on the entry. He is going to be able to find one, but Blaze King will then clean him up. Mako in the meantime finds Lightning Fast. So everybody else tucks back away. Foxy9 now getting ready to strike. The reveal out, swings down, finds him. Benkai already trying to hightail it out to safety. He will be able to do so. Foxy9, I think, got to die. Yep, he gives his life to the cause there to pull off that flank.
I mean, you're so rich right now. DRX really just trying to ruin GE's first half for sure. I loved that call from Foxy because the thing is he got that kill early on against Russ, so you know they're well aware of your lurk. So rather than just playing for the chances, he wants to absolutely ruin any hopes that G will have of trying to climb back on the defense.
7-2.
7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row, as you say. Ever since the bonus. The GE need to find something. Need to find some wins before we switch sides. I think about Pacific Ascent. I think about the defending side. I also, a lot of times, think about DRX, their flood retakes.
It's not going to be an easy one, even if, you know, they have to work with Bane getting used to the team right now on the Sova. Quite frankly, they probably have a pretty condensed version, a little Spark Notes version of their playbook at this point. Just follow the flow chart.
Calling down. Knife deployed.
0 points sent out. Check and see if there's going to be anybody lurking over by Wine. No, it's clear for now. Inching their way forward.
Nice and steady. Now, retakes very possible with the null command and the Untitled, even with the Waker weaponry here for GE.
Look at Foxy, though. Still sat here in B main, looking ready to try to intercept onto those 2 players. Here's them starting to rotate out, and there's the first one. Found off screen, Polby dead. Clean time back here on the side. Russ trying to duke it out against Buzz. Just take him dangerously low. 13 HP remaining there on that Jet. As Foxy now just keeping Blaze King completely locked in this B-side prison.
I mean,
you want to help your friend? You want to go to the A site? I don't think so.
You gotta feel for Blaze King, man. That is, this is just the worst.
Okay, well, he will be able to scare Foxy off now.
I mean, sure,
but it's just, it's so much time bought, and Blaze King doesn't want to carry that Singer forward.
Exactly. Wow, I mean, I'm impressed by Foxy9. One of the things that I think everyone around the world agreed on was that he would overheat. He was that typical star potential rookie that used to play Duelist, was a solo queue demon, and then he would overheat. He would overheat again and again and again. Ever since he's become this kind of steady Sentinel, not only does he not overheat, but he's gotten even craftier.
Yeah. Very nicely played there. As well, Blaze King, he's able to upgrade his weapon, but he's the only one carrying it forward. Is, Russ getting traded out at the very end. Able to maintain control of that weapon. Well, Global now calling the second timeout here in this first half.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely want more on your defending half. Sure, it's Ascent, but when you go to the attack, at least you have the initiative. You're going to be able to control the tempo a little bit, or at least that's, of course, a little bit more likely. So trying to right the ship before you get there, you'll have halftime to discuss the overarching plan for the second half. If you can get to 4-8, not all hope is lost, but anything less than that on Ascent starts to feel like absolute miracle territory.
Yeah, running it back from here. I mean, we need to see immediate change is the thing. This round, this timeout, it has to lead to something tangible. Because if it's okay, it's it's into the next one. That's where we get to see the fruits of the labor. Well, the DRX are now at 9.
Yeah,
it's already to pivot here. So 8-4 already a position that you do not want to be in, but they do have some tools to try to make this work.
It's so unfortunate though, right? You look at the ults. You've got the Hunter's Fury, one away from the lockdown. DRX can just buy time again and again and again, get the orb, and then launch whichever ults they want to crush this timeout's value.
Opening spray, flash, connecting there on the pole. Now they know, he's pinged. He's got to just make his exit. Quick updraft. Will stay sat right in front of market doors here. So a parting shock dart just to try to clear any HAU till that might have been lurking forward. Turning sights now back over to mid. Will go ahead and take note of him. Now he's just got to hightail it out of there as Bane watches him escape.
Good adjustments from both sides. A good read from GE on what DRX is going to want to do after B main was shut down. But immediately DRX, they go for an early rotate through mid.
Oh, well, Russ able to turn away from that one, able to find a second kill. Buzz and Stacks take it down. Bane finds that one, but Foxy pushing forward. Knowing lightning fast position.
You should run.
Let's take him out. His lockdown now going to be invested.
Spike planted.
No health here on Bane, but so much space bought by this ult as well as time. Mako, a rare look with him having an Odin in his hands. Just going to stay tucked here at Hell.
Oh no, he's going to become an Odin user. He's going to feel the thrill, man.
Dart out, repositions. Paranoia now sent. There comes the spray.
Oh boy.
Yep, it's immediately rewarded for it. 30 bullets remaining. I mean, even the op just to try to fish him out of here. But it's just impossible. The Global They will be sent packing once again as DRX will now move up to 9.
Yeah, again, the immediate reactions, the calls from Russ are pretty good, I have to admit, right? You shut them down on B, you're still holding it with the op. Polvi tries to retake control of it, so now you smoke off mid, you drone it, you reposition Polvi towards mid. They drone it, but you still think that you're able to slow it down, and that's when DRX throws a curveball. Sure, you shut down the initial part of it, but then Foxy9, the late delayed push from main, and we saw it in the back of that screen. Mako still Shrouded stepping in as well, just to be able to trade should things go awry. There's just too many layers to DRX right now.
This is how you know that Mako's an honest person. He closed things out with that Odin, didn't take it forward. Not carrying it forward into the next round. Says, okay, this is just the best tool for the opportunity that I have right now, but I'm not that kind of gamer.
You know, one day he'll see the light.
That's the darkness. You are the Sith, whispering into his ear. Buzz on the entry, though, turns back, finds lightning fast, swings back Jen. Benkai in hell is able to find one. Russ with a great approach, though. Swings out, Benkai getting one. He gets the other. It's looking like a decent chance now at that 9-3 half here for Global. Benkai at 5 HP, but just Foxy and Bane now remaining. All the veterans have been eliminated. Drone to check. Benkai spotted. Try to see if they can flush him out. Shock Dart would certainly do the trick.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Wants to figure out which lineup to use here.
They kind of whiff on him, though, but it's going to be the Nanoswarm, actually, that does take him down. Still, a 2v3 with an operator on the opposite side, as well as that Odin up in heaven. They're inching closer and closer, getting ready for the peak. There's the flash. The setup is good. Vayne now with everything to do, with no tools with which to do it. A double stack Odin op on heaven with Russ down in front. It's just not quite possible. Will get taken down. Global finally able to break that win streak here in the very last round of the half, but 9-3. The DRX are in firm control here on Ascent.
9 rounds in a row since DRX bought rifles. I mean, that is just insane, no matter what you think about the relative strength of each team. So all the credit to DRX, especially once again, considering that the initial reads from GE seemed really solid. A lot of teams would fold under that, right? You start to think that you're getting red. They're always prepared for you. Starts to shake things up, but not DRX. I mean, for one, they've played on this map so many times. They are the protagonists of so many impossible map wins on Ascent, going back and forth. So,
oh yeah, I mean, you think about 2022 champs alone.
Yes.
The number of overtime performances there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Korea on the verge of having a heart attack during that event. But
it wasn't just those of us in Korea, my friend. There was palpitations in Istanbul that evening.
I'm sure. Well, it's been a while since we've seen that.
A dab, yeah.
Yeah, lots of fans here. I'm sure a lot of fans also kind of just happy to see a rejuvenated DRX despite the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly had caught a lot of people off guard with the way that they were looking. Fans very much so rallied up there in the audience. Just considering the changes, you know, flashback this young, incredible-looking prospect not being able to play for, you know, we don't really know how long.
Well, but Bane, I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to for this team to be able to play to their comfort, and I think that's the most he could have hoped for now. Bane will still have plenty more chances for him to shine all the way through. I mean, once again, you have to remember, if you haven't been following, Bane was the original guy that DRX said, this is one of the people that we want to grow to be the future of DRX Valorant. He was on the OG training squad. Now finally given his chance on the big stage.
Oh, the flash recon timing is looking good, but Benkai find Buzz, good covering fire there as Polvi will be able to take out Foxy9. Bane a little bit of whippy, trying to tuck back inside of the smoke, get himself around the corner, but cannot do so. Let's end up falling. Benkai with 2 here in this pistol round. It seems like Global may just be carrying forward the success of the squad from last year when it comes down to pistols. They look for that 2-0. Snacks now rotating back around, Ghost in hand, smoke blooms, clears out on the dart, pushes in, gets the dink, but cannot confirm the kill. Plenty of damage dealt, but Polvi pushing forward in mid will intercept Mako before he can activate his clutch powers. And that will be Global picking up a second pistol round win for themselves, rather.
Yeah, like you said, all things as they should be. GE winning the pistols. DRX still in the lead on Ascent. But we'll see. I mean, GE last time, they obviously smooth sailing up through the anti-eco and then 9 rounds in a row. See if they can do it. The trading, you know, the comms seem to be on point that time at mid. Povey able to kind of hide out and trust his teammates to cover enough time for him to re-peek.
No investment here from DRX. Never really a team that tries to go for any kind of forced buys. As Buzz does try to take some very aggressive early space. Gets punished for it. A very small amount of damage there on the Lightning Fast, who is still going to be sitting pretty there outside of A. Povey with that Outlaw. Able to take it down with Bane. So already key advantage is found here as looks like the call is just made to say, like, okay, let's rush him down, see if we can get any value here. Reload from Foxy9, cuts back around the corners, trying to get these right clicks woven in. Had he been able to connect on the Lightning Fast, they may have been able to find themselves a second kill, but that's going to be Global. Picking up 2 in a row once more. But this is where things started going wrong for them in the opening half. The rifle purchase here for DRX.
Yep, and it's once again going to be all full armor, so that Outlaw not going to have as much value. Obviously, it's still going to be good if you get the headshots. We'll see if he's able to do that. Now on the attacking side, sometimes it's going to be up to Povey to get those peaks.
Quit placing swarm grenade.
See what the call's going to be, but right now, 3-2 split.
Scanning ahead.
Benkai and Povey off over near B lobby. Smoke down, taking a peek in towards tree. Nothing really going to be spotted though. Povey looking like he's still going to try to lead the charge with that Outlaw in hand. Drone in the meantime coming through. Mako just back really quickly, clearing that one out. Sends down the smoke to try to get some delay. His fragment will land there. Forces him off the angle for the time being.
Yeah, the paranoia a little bit early. It did allow them to get all the way through tree. The window is broken.
Gonna have to use that like a shotgun if you want to try to find value, but as he tries to swing in, Buzz will get on top of him. So finds those 2 kills. TP to the side, Lightning Fast around the corner, but a little bit late to pull the trigger. Buzz able to back away.
Yeah, the wide angle, now the double as well. You're in tree. Lightning Fast just waiting for them to come through, but the thing is the main force can't get in unless Lightning Fast can do something about it.
There's the reveal, just pings down, trying to go ahead and get him through the corner, and eventually Bane will be able to do so with that wall bang, forcing him out into the open. The 5-member strong here versus Russ, he will be able to get one to deny it flawless, but DRX, once again, get rifles in hand, get themselves around win, and now are up to 10.
All right, GE, still just enough room for them to try to go for a comeback here. Buy up the rifles, we'll see what they can do. Now a lot of focus has been spent taking over mid-control early on, both in the pistol, and once again here on the bonus. Eventually striking for that pinch, but not enough to really pressure that. Wow.
Into the unknown.
The op for Povey.
Yeah, this is a very bold attempt here. Right now,
I mean, it's
okay, 3-man
surely
push out.
unexpected, that's for sure.
Just looking to clear some of that KJ util. It's like, are we just going to have a 3-man main push tiles crunch attempts from DRX? The answer is no. They don't identify that this op is in play. They might still suspect it.
Take flight.
Yeah, I'm curious. If they do suspect it, that'd be
Hello.
incredible.
Ships in the night. A little bit of added info for Bane. He does get the spot there on the bad guy. What is that?
What? What?
Excuse me?
No, he had to have seen him jump. He had to have seen him jump peek and then shot him through the wall. There's just no way.
We'll have to see that one on a replay. Either way, what an opener here. As Russ is trying to calm this one over. Gets a dink across onto Buzz as well, down to 42 HP.
One suppressed.
Alarm bot will remain standing, but I don't think that Global are going to be too bothered by it. Foxy now, just a Guardian in hand. The only one on this A side of the map. Mako rotating all the way back across. That smoke
30
there.
seconds left.
These nanoswarms, they might be behind just enough time though.
Clear out there on that. Even yeah, the nanoswarm's not going to come into play now. Povey able to find the shot. Foxy9 going to be taken out.
Scanning ahead.
Global in such a good position where DRX now make the call that they're going to have to just hold on to these weapons. Everybody getting tucked back here in B site. Benkai spreading across. I think spotted, but they're just like, just don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean,
let's hold on to the weapons. Don't shoot at them.
DRX just happy to let that pass by if you're not going to hit the first shot. And Benkai probably at a certain point will be scratching his head because it just doesn't make sense that he hasn't run into him yet. But all in all, definitely a desperate round win that GE wanted. A flawless, like you said. And the op, really paying off. I mean, again, even if he did spot the jump,
I have
an
to see that
incredible
back.
shot.
That's just nutty. For some reason, I'm like, I feel like it was just a read. But it feels impossible for it to just have been a read.
I mean, it's a very, the thing is you hid the op for so long, right? So I can't imagine that it's a blind shot, but hopefully we get it in the replay. Either way, a very impressive opener that allows GE to stay on the board and keep the operator. Now that DRX knows the element of surprise, the tempo, it's not really going to catch them off guard too much, but
oh
no way!
What? I mean, okay, he saw him jump, but he just fully expected that he was going to continue strafing.
Absolutely fucking slapped.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's not like he was scoped in and he just goes for the flick. He just remembers where the jump was. And these are the moments that the fans of Polvi have been clamoring for. You know that the talent is there.
That is nasty. Buzz now trying to get himself covered. He's able to find one. Russ quick to trade it back. Silva for a jet. Polvi still in play. Omp still in hand. Tailwind going to be expiring though. Mobility cut down. And it's Foxy looking to take some forward space here in B.
Doesn't need to greet it too much. He's got his util to fall back on. So for now, just having an off angle, given the timing, but surely at a certain point, I expect him to
Stax is not going to do it again, Polvi. He's watching and waiting for it.
The thing is GE hasn't cleared the alarm bot. They saw it that last round. They never really cleared it. So they'll have to pressure that if they want to force someone to watch for mid.
Bane with a drone. Doesn't get the hit there. He spots out one. Is Russ wary about a potential aggro push out towards Gelato here. But Mako, for now, just playing this patiently, still tucked away inside of Wine. As there's the creep up, alarm bot spotted, cleared. Benkai
30 seconds left.
adding to the chaos and ambiguity here as DRX trying to assess what's happening. But yet, like you say, 23 seconds now remaining in the clock. And they very much suspect Mako's position, and they will be able to drive him out very easily.
Right, tree's been cleared out. Double gets tagged, but they filled the site already. Only 12 seconds.
12 seconds. Spike still needing to be brought forward. Foxy9 able to find Benkai. Spike just now getting closer. Odin in play. Swing out. Op shot going to go a little bit wide, but lightning fast finds the headshot. Just less than a second to spare. They managed to get the plant down, and now Foxy with 10 HP has to deal with 3 players. He can't even deal with the first. Polvi will get the headshot. Global Esports, they start running things back.
And it all started with this operator. I mean, it sounded like one of the craziest buys we've seen, but it allows him to get into absolute reach. We'll see. It looked like the timer might have stopped. We'll see if it's going to be a timeout. Of course, GE doesn't have any more, so DRX will have to be a little wary of if they want to use it or not, because it gives the opponents an opportunity as well.
Let's go, guys! Come on!
Here the vibe is getting built up here on the side of Global Esports, but yeah, we do have a timeout called from the DRX camp. Termi and Glow wanting to get involved, seeing how these last couple rounds have been getting away from them, because, I mean, you know, at the start, yeah, it was the beginning of that 9-round streak for them in the first half. This one, they got the bonus, and that's been it.
Yeah.
The follow-up 2 rounds, so Global now with a way back into this game, just 3 rounds separating.
Now we'll see. My curiosity is what's Global's adjustment right after the timeout? What do you expect their answer is going to be to the attacking operator? Because DRX, they're not one to just hang back with no information. They'll have to get information one way or another. But what is it going to be? Is it going to be something like that tiles crunch? Some form of aggression just to try to shut things down? And then make sure that they erase half of the map. And if that's the case, where does GE expect it to happen? Because right now, obviously, the value not quite there for a full buy. So DRX, if they're going to do it, it's going to be a bit of a hodgepodge version of whatever play. So it won't be this round, but perhaps something they're keeping in the pocket for the next.
Hero rifle handed over to Buzz from Foxy, who's just playing pretty much naked, doesn't have anything to work with here. As Polvi will take a bit of damage. Just Tail went forward. Yeah, he's still looking to take space, and he will be able to find him. Russ and lightning pass over, getting involved, find Mako, Bane, and Buzz all gone. Off the back of that aggression, the opening pick is good, but the follow-up significantly lacking. And now it's just the aforementioned Foxy9 with the classic in hand to see if he can do any additional damage. Benkai low, was tagged up a bit. The drone chasing forward, force him back onto the site as they have no idea where this Killjoy is.
Yeah, but they'll just keep the main forces in mid. If they get spotted here, they can always go around the other way. Now, this does give a Vandal.
He finds the kill, doesn't take any damage either.
I mean, it makes the plant safe, that's for sure. And your creds are fine. That's not the problem. The problem is this just enough that Foxy9 needed to do something about it this round?
Trying to figure out what position he's going to come from. He's trying to jump over top of the turret. I appreciate that effort.
Yeah, but do they know that he's already passed it because the turret activated? Not sure if they would have heard the drop for clear.
Well, he finds one. Gets tagged down to 20, though. And he's got to be wary about those market stairs, so he does a little bit more damage, but cannot find the round win. It would have been an absolutely monstrous clutch there. Instead, it is Global continuing to run this back. Now 3 consecutive, 5 in this half. 10-8, and the ult economy in their favor.
I mean, still very well prepped here on the side of GE. Sure, Polvi gets stuck a little bit, but they don't panic. They still understand that they have better control of mid, that they can still trade out. And now another op, but this time on both sides. Buzz looking to combat it.
Here.
Pushing up behind the drone. You know the turret's going to be situated. Polvi just holding a hard line. Who strikes first? It's Polvi. Sees enough. The elbow sticking out. Buzz taken down through the corner.
I mean, Buzz kind of going for the idea that they're not going to expect me to be here, but I also don't want to trigger the turret. But Polvi definitely the advantageous angle there, given the distance. Spots his elbow first.
Bane getting flashed in. Widely, Global maybe just pivot over towards the A site, as it will be Blaze King rotating back through attacker spawn to join in with the rest. DRX have already adjusted a bit by positioning 3 players on this site. Foxy with a lockdown, trying to slow things up, but there's the pop on the ult as Fury opened up. Blaze King fishing for any kind of tags he could get. Polvi in the meantime, though, finding stacks out on site. Knives now pulled.
30 seconds left.
And there's the TP. The pump fake is lightning fast.
Good.
Shifts it right back over to B. Knives drawn, but Foxy with a headshot, able to find one. Plant coming in. Oh, snapping from Bane. Locks in onto Benkai's head. Swing around the corner. Bane finds the headshot on the lightning fast, and now somebody's got to defuse this spike.
Oh,
is they're going to make it happen, and Russ, I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time. He cannot. Mako guns him down from market. And oh, the crumble there. I like the idea from Global, but they're just not ready for Bane to be in this position to win out on those fights. And without having anybody in position to try and deny that spike defusal, it just ends up falling apart.
This is one of those things where, I mean, you wonder if GE had to do that, because you hear the rotate out, and sure, now you know that they're going to have some fair numbers on the side of A. Foxy, I'm just saying, holy crap, you were damn good, Bane. But with a little bit more flair.
A little bit more spice on top of it.
But, man, again, the idea is cool, but it's like, do you always have to go for the cool idea? You would have still had the numbers advantage. Benkai still could have cut off the rotate. And it's one of those things where you wonder, if you were confident that you can win the fights no matter what, just by having equal or one extra person, then is there ever a need for that over-rotate? Does that become when you start to overcook?
Cost them dearly. DRX now one step closer to closing out this map, but Global still very much with a fighting chance. Buzz pulling off the angle here in mid. Repeats it. Oh, instantly does find Benkai.
Blaze King pushes them back, though. They've already crept in all the way. No noise made.
Still suspicious here at DRX. Smoke thrown down from Mako. As Buzz finds another. Blaze King now dead. Trying to linger his way up. In through Big Main. Well, the tension tied over towards Heaven. Foxy9 able to easily strike. Cleanup will come through as Mako gets 2 on the back end. It's a flawless now as DRX finding their footing once more. They take this up to map point.
Match point.
Man, all it took, one incredible round from Bane. And then GE, this time they try to take the fight, but it's just not there in time. I mean, of course, Buzz picking off 2 people already makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think Benkai might have been fishing to try to clear out AJ utility that sat there in mid. But just having those tracer rounds come across. Buzz knows the general direction to look in, knows that there's going to be someone there. Just follows the bullets, finds the kill. Now he's looking to try to hold things back, as this time Polvi going to be at a major disadvantage.
Yeah.
Buzz, he's able to capitalize.
And this time it was kind of the reverse situation. Polvi trying to find the off timing, but the angle advantageous for Buzz. The drone clear immediately in mid to see if there's any reaction. They know that they haven't exactly committed to one side or the other. Now you've still got the Killjoy setups on A and mid. You've still got all the ultimates you would want, quite frankly, for a retake. So DRX, one of those rounds, classic Ascent round, where there is literally no reason for them to do anything about the information. They can just wait.
Benkai with the op, looking like he wants to move in and challenge. And that he does, but he's going to be taken down. Tailwind up and over the top. Buzz gets himself sat back here in the sight, lightning fast, now being hounded down as Bane with the Hunter's Fury. Crashes across and he makes him crumble. 2 players left. Try to keep themselves alive in this game, but the odds, the deck, it's all stacked against them at the moment.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
I mean, they got a sprint and Mako's waiting here. The paranoia alone will be enough, I think, to draw out the round.
Spots one. I mean, he knows that they're being ushered towards this side of the map. Lockdown invested. Blaze King is able to find one. Stacks gone. Mako just pulls back over, waiting as they have to break through the door. The time's dwindling. They're blind. Got nowhere else to go. A fragment forces him back before the moment. Runs with a headshot, finding one, but it's already over. The spike cannot be planted as the cleanup will come through. DRX pushed around a lot more than I think we might have anticipated. So credit where it is due. Global putting up a hell of a fight there in that second half, but DRX still come out with a win on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we talk about was it overcooking or not, but at the end of the day, the real truth is if it wasn't for Bane hitting 2, 3 incredibly crispy shots to get there ahead of the entire map, then GE may have gotten ahead. The momentum seemed absolutely in their favor. DRX not really having a clear idea until that round win to regain their confidence, to be able to hold the angles that they want, to throw GE off kilter a little bit. So props to GE, but it's a win for DRX.
That it is, and we have got Lotus on the horizon, but first we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
Well, GE was certainly fighting, but DRX continue to win on Ascent. Was their, I mean, not their map pick, but GE definitely was fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically a pretty good map for DRX. Obviously, a slightly different look to the team, but kind of a similar feel to a lot of what we've seen from DRX in the past, where they're able to string together insane amounts of rounds on this map. I can't tell you how many times, you know, casting DRX over the years that I've seen this, so not too surprising to see it go that way necessarily, but I'm really happy that there was a fight back from GE, that they didn't just give up, that they just didn't roll over. So for that, in and of what it is, that's good, but it's the exact same scoreline they had against Zeta, 13-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to feel a bit bad about the way they lost. You know, giving over so many rounds in a row, as you mentioned, that's kind of DRX's thing, but at the same time as Global Esports, it's like, it felt like there were too many rounds in a row, and then eventually Polvi was just like, okay, I'm going to take the op, and I'm just going to kind of run at them. And it worked for a while, and it got a bunch of rounds back, and definitely got some momentum back for Global Esports. It was actually kind of surprising, because the rounds that DRX were winning were very one-sided. It wasn't, you know, close back and forth, so I was actually a bit surprised to see Global Esports, how well they fought back, but just wasn't enough. I think DRX just the more solid team this time around.
Yeah, there were moments here where Global Esports, I mean, you just saw these rounds slip from their fingers. The ideas were really good, but there was just moments of discoordination that cost them the round. DRX, on the other hand, continued to look great. And Bane, you know, their newest player, only being slotted in maybe 7 to 14 days ago, looking like he's been with the team this entire time.
Yeah, really solid performance on the Sova, that one round where he got the 3K, you know, the recon dart to make sure while he's defusing that he's safe, and that actually reveals the player to give him the kill. Really good stuff. Yeah, the coordination looks really, really solid. I was really impressed with some of the communication, especially on their attacker side for DRX, with the way they were able to spread the map. You know, again, Foxy9, your MVP for this map, had a round where he gets a pick over into B. That opens up that site. They're able to TP Mako over, you know, get the plant over on the other side. So that just shows to me that they're flexible. They're having good ideas. Credit to the whole team there. Stacks as well, kind of maneuvering the map really nicely on that attacker side. So That's really, really good. But yeah, GE, there are a few rounds that didn't look as good. I think particularly the round where Polvi had the Blade Storm and he pushed all the way to a spawn, and then Foxy gets him on the ramp.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. I think there are some rough edges still for the GE lineup. You saw that, yeah, they got the pistol, got the second round, and then it was, I think it was 9 rounds in a row for DRX. I mean, that's just, it's a bit much. And there were some, you know, clutch Mako moments and some, you know, some general DRX moments that you would expect from them. You know, Buzz lighting it up a couple times in a row, and I mean, there were some really insane shots like that one from Polvi through the wall, which just kind of blew everybody's mind, which was also really cool. But again, you know, you can do the cool stuff, but it's really going to be consistency that gets you across the board when you're talking about, you know, potential to go 24 rounds before you go in overtime. So didn't quite see enough of that from Global Esports, and some of the solo pushing wasn't doing it for me either.
There was a particular moment when Foxy9 was the last man standing. There were 3 left up. They got that plant down, and even then, you know, I think this is a testament to DRX and maybe even the individual players. It was very feasible and for Foxy9 to take that 1v3.
Yeah, I felt like he could actually win that. I mean, when he gets the gun, right, he kind of tricks the opponent Sova into over-peeking an angle because he dodges the Owl drone. And then he's able to just get a gun, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, he's got an opportunity here because they had it planted. They had all this time in the world to plant. Instead, they spent all their time, GE, looking for this last player where they could have planted and then looked and then figured it out. They know they have the numbers advantage. You might as well try to get that plant down and then deal with it after that. That is, like, things like that should, a team like this with these players who are, like, a lot of them have IGL experience, they should have been figured out and should have been dealt with sooner.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully they figure it out in time for Lotus, which is DRX's pick. And you know what? They're pretty good at it.
Yeah, DRX are quite good at this map. Achilles was talking about it the other day where at first they were not, and it was banned a lot, but eventually they kind of got some learnings in. They had some good results on it, and eventually they just became pretty strong at it, and kind of the DRX way. You see on the other side that Global Esports banned 3 times. The one time they played it was a 13-3, so not the best results. And just hoping that they have this prepared, because I think especially when you're banning binds, you might expect DRX to pick Lotus. So I think coming into this one, you got to be ready to play DRX on this map. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, definitely not. And looking at these agent compositions here with their double controllers, and if they have that Cypher into, I'd like to see that again, actually. But who knows? It's a fresh new season for Pacific, and both of these teams have been surprising us every single game. Now, I do have a game for you guys. It's game time again. Hopefully, we actually have results this time so we can up rank or D rank and you know.
I just want to rank up,
Yeah.
you know, this is what I'm
like
all about.
ties. Like, I don't ever vote for ties when I play ranked.
No one likes to draw.
Yeah.
We want the R, or like take the R. So, the question is, how many kills will Buzz, DRX Buzz, get on the second map? Is it going to be more than 20 or 20 kills and less?
20 or less.
Do we know how many got on the last one?
No idea.
I think it was about 20. Not 100%
It's a
sure.
little bit less
That's
than
the question, right? It's.
I know how many he got yesterday, but I don't know if I want to give away my secret knowledge.
Oh.
I know how many got on Lotus yesterday.
Oh, you're
so.
playing. Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
not going to be a team player. We're
No.
not going to rank up together, kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. It's going to be like that.
That's right.
All right.
It's going to be like that.
I guess we're playing against each other. We're not on the same rank team.
Why? It could be. It could be great. Okay. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna. Now I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous. I feel alone. Ready? The reveal in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Okay.
Here's the thing. He got 18 kills on Lotus yesterday, so I'm going to say he's going to do better than that. I think he's going to pop off here. I think he started to get angry there at the end, like angry Buzz is best Buzz.
Yeah.
And like he started to get kind of diffed by Polvi a little bit, and then he's like, nope, I'm grabbing the op, and this is over. He did lose one time, but after that, you know, he kind of started to take it over. So I think it's angry Buzz time.
Interesting take, but Valdez, tell
I mean,
Paperthin why he's wrong.
20 is a lot. Also, it's 20 or less. So even if he does get 20, doesn't count. Actually, we win at that in that case. And I just feel like we talked about this a bit. If it doesn't go to a lot of rounds, it's very difficult to hit that amount of kills. So DRX looking pretty dominant on Ascent. I would imagine that the second map as well is going to go their way pretty heavily.
Well, I'm counting on Foxy9 to take all of Buzz's kills. That's why.
That helps too.
So it's not going to happen. We're going to go to agent picks now. This will help determine a little bit more of what's going on. Okay, this is different. We've got the fade on DRX, which they did not show during kickoff or, you know, the last time that we've seen them play Lotus. Actually, it's just a mirror.
It's mirrors.
matchup.
It's
a mirror.
mirrors again.
It's a mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. I like that. You Snow White, you. Or the Queen,
Who's the
rather.
prettiest Lotus of all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is interesting for Global, but it is kind of like sort of the expected comp these days. I mean, you know, again, a lot of teams kind of shifted into the fade because it helps you take control of some of that space, especially on A, Rubble and stuff like that, a little bit easier. I think it makes it a little easier to deal with some of the Cypher utility too, so not too surprising at all. I get why everybody does it.
All right. We are going to go into Lotus, our second map of the last series of today. Over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, here we go into Lotus. As the audience still very much geared up here for a DRX win. Things got very, very close there on Ascent. Now we move forward here into Lotus. Global able to watch DRX play this in the opening series. No changes to be made. Same composition here from DRX. Global looked to match.
Yeah, Global just taking on that, you know, if it becomes a meta comp, it's probably for a reason. It's going to be a fast push out.
Oh
The
my
C's
God.
was good. Oh.
So very aggressive here from Mako in the meantime.
One enemy
Pushing out
remaining.
alongside Foxy9 through B. Find the kill, and now Blaze King turning back and wondering where the hell his team went. Does manage to line them up for a moment, but only able to confirm the kill onto one. 3 members still strong. DRX still take their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, they were playing pretty active once again last time on the Lotus. Doing so same again, right from the pistol for DRX. Now, the thing about the fade, obviously, they talked about it briefly on the desk. You know, not only does it help with a little bit of the util, you know, synergy on things like Rebel or even Mound, as we just saw with this, but it's a lot of the fact that also the flashes aren't as big as they are on other maps, right? There's just so many nooks and crannies where you can play anti, you can go for the repeat, things like that. So you'd rather have the extra prowlers, the extra drone, basically, to help clear things out.
Well, Foxy gonna get pushed back there. One of his nano swarms taken out by the paint shells. Turret's still situated on that left side entry. Poison orb to try and dissuade as Mako moves over and reinforces this position.
Bring them down.
Next, hearing some classic shots there outside of B. Sends a prowler. Door gonna be tapped. Benkai still lingering around though. Trying to tool around with some information here.
Yeah, just gonna constantly.
Oh, well, Mako able to find Russ. That Spike now spotted outside of the door. Re-peek in. Fast does collect this, but looks like again, still gonna start working their way forward in towards the C site, but the Poison Orb comes back up for Mako. Snakebite to try and delay.
Oh, as he just lost control of A as well, right? So there's just nowhere really for GE to go. Sure, it's an eco, you're not really meant to win it, but you do want to do some damage, even if it's all classics.
He's playing a very aggressive position.
30 seconds
And I
left.
must have caught a brief little glance, or is just playing off that timing on the wall. It's Buzz now tucked in behind the box. Spots 2, catches 1. One comes back up and lightning fast attacked low. Looking for the readjust. Benkai is able to find one. Finds himself a second elimination with the classics. It's going to be a weapon recovered as they shift their way over in towards B. Decent damage dealt now here by GE as they look to hold for this plan, but Book drawn off of it. And I think might have just missed the timing to be able to close this one out. Instead, will look to try to deal damage. Ultimately will fall, but that being said, the damage again, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up the Vandal. In some worlds, obviously, taking the Vandal over to the next round also wouldn't have been bad, but they had the opportunity to try to go for the plant. They took it. A little bit extra damage. Drop a Bulldog, drop a Spectre. It's not too shabby. But Bane, it's plays like that that we saw even in their match against Team Secret. Just a little bit more heads up, a little bit more process elimination. And Bane also seems to kind of be the vibes guy as well for DRX, even there, you know, just telling everyone it's fine. And he's the newest guy on the team. So you love to see it. I mean,
so is Elsis.
Exactly. I mean, I'm getting similar vibes. So just because Buzz also posted after their win against Team Secret that, you know, they were just all smiles and laughs, and he seemed to infer that it was thanks to Bane. See if that comes into fruition
speaking
again.
of Bane, another catch there on the Blaze King. Playing fast, wanting to just clear out the turret, but now he's out in the open. And even with just a frenzy up close, Mako will be able to take him down. Another bit of that investment here left on the floor inside of Global. And it's Foxy. Thought he was just going to stay planted in that corner. He's like, I will replace my turret.
Well, 2 members down. It's both of your smokes. This is an uphill battle for GE.
Bring them.
Oh, and the timing couldn't be more perfect for Stax. Gets the read. You sub the alarm bot as well. It's a little out of range for now, though, so Stax just going to back away as they've decided to double up on C-site.
Buzz able to draw some attention over towards Baby Door, finds one on the entry, but they know where Stax is. Paint shells keep him at arm's length. Let's move on and try and check, and yep, does get a quick tap. Polvy trying to challenge in, and Stax swings right back into that crosshair. Does end up falling, but now Polvy on his lonesome. 8 bullets remaining here. In the mag, pushes out. He'll get taken down. DRX going to be converting this bonus now as they move up 3-0.
Lots of, you know, econ loss here for GE. And the defaults as well. I mean, they're not even really being given a chance to showcase how they want to move around the map. The initial scuffles really coming out on the short end there for GE. They'll get one more shot.
Bane's 5-0 and 2 at the moment. It's just not giving them any wiggle room towards this A side of the map. And without having that space to work with, to freely float back and forth, makes it a lot easier for the defending team to just really figure out where you're going to end up and what your options are.
Now it's going to be a push out again on the C side. C's combo with the showstopper.
Good for it, nothing spotted. Polvy in the meantime able to find Mako. As that's just going to be them rotating their way in towards the B site.
Showstopper no idea.
Yeah, nothing spotted. And lightning fast playing and carefully playing it patiently. He's going to be rewarded with 2 kills. Ends up falling. Foxy in the meantime finds Blaze King. Spike now situated there on B. Orb snatched up. Foxy worry about this push from behind. Alarm bot is set up. Polvy now does trigger that one, so has to back away.
Foxy 9 now wary of his own flank, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. He's just got to pick and choose. Now it's going to be up to Stax to draw a little bit of that attention. It's just enough.
But Foxy somehow gets the entry. Russ backing up far too much. Wolfie tucks away. Full HP on him. 60 health between the 2 players. Can he try to get them both? Finds one, but cannot get the second. Foxy 9. Another multi-kill round, a 4K for him to get DRX up to 4. And that is, again, just a gut punch here for Global Esports.
Absolutely. It's these newer guys on DRX that are really continuing to breathe life into them. Not to say that they were in trouble or anything like that, but they're the ones that are really securing the momentum for this Korean squad. And even here, just patiently waiting. Old Foxy 9 might have tried to ego peek one of these first to try to dwindle the numbers. This time Stax forces them to jiggle out with the Prowler. Yeah, just saying that's me. Yep. And he's proving it so far here in Stage 1.
It has been an insane glow up. I mean, we saw glimmers of it when he first joined the team last year. A couple of those moments. I mean, his debut map, he finished things off with an ace on Ascent. We know that he has that explosive firepower, but then it was just so lacking. It was so inconsistent. And granted, it's only been 2 series so far, but with his seemingly full-time transition into being this Sentinel player, it has just been providing us with an absolute renaissance performance for Foxy 9.
It's very similar, in my opinion, to Meteor as well, right? Someone who felt that.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll just hold on to this util.
Blaze King. All right, he'll draw out the Paranoia. which isn't bad. That gives him an opportunity to try to retake Rebel if they so choose later on.
Foxy in the meantime, waiting to send this out. Does so. Paint Shell's not available, so can't just try to bank those into Waterfall to get a quick clear on that lockdown. So instead, it's going to have to be a full exit call from Global. Completely forced away, ushered ever closer to Bane's open, welcoming arms.
Oh, and look at the setup from DRX. They know time is low. The best option is going to be B-side. Otherwise, they just have to play for delay.
Needed that kill. That does draw attention from Mako. He shifts over. Stack's now the one who has to try to hold the line here. Sees the blast back forward, but Benkai instantly trading that one out. Finds the kill. Buzz able to get him, but Bane gone. Buzz in a very rocky spot. Ends up falling as Polvy's able to take him out. Spike gets planted with 7 seconds to spare, and now it's all on Foxy and Mako. The two players that have probably been the most clutch here today for them. But this time in a 2v4.
It's going to be a tough one with only 2 people, though. One of the reasons that it's going to be always so much easier to go for the retake here is just the number of entry points that you have. But now process of elimination in favor of Global Esports.
Want to try to wait out the smoke, but the time is just working against you, so it looks like ultimately the call will be made to back away. Foxy, the most in danger. We'll just wait to see if anybody tries to come through, hunt him out, but we'll just be able to drift back. So Global here in round 5 will be able to get themselves on the board. And overall, it's a relatively clean round as well for them. There's Benkai lost there. They don't have to commit too much else to that, and they have some crucial ultimates getting ready to come online, including now that lockdown.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Now kind of taking turns against DRX with the ultimates to try to see if they can climb back in. It's not too late just yet. 4-1 score line. Still plenty of room for Global Esports to try to overcome that lead. Nightfall on top of the lockdown, and then soon after, the pit. Hopefully if they can get a couple kills on the way there, the cycle looks very complete. Now, obviously DRX, they're not too far away either, but right now you just got to focus on your own game. Couldn't get rid of the haunt, so giving up Robo Control once again. Now, Blaze King last time he was succeeding in up 2, drawing out the Paranoia, and things like that have to continue if Global Esports want to feel like they have any semblance of control of this map.
Foxy just waiting out the haunt. Drifts forward, gets himself in a little bit of a less common angle. And now just going to be backing down the ramp around towards Waterside as quick clear on the Prowler, not given the opportunity to really check over towards Switch, but Stacks, knowing that there's going to be presence just outside of B, probably enough for him to play off of.
This is a much earlier than usual Prowler here, so DRX should be prepped for this.
It's Paranoia through, set up for the haunt reveal, and there it is. Catches them both. Gorgeously done off the back of the Paranoia, and Buzz is able to collect 2. Nick by now thrown down. Stacks does get traded out, but Mako quickly equalizes, and now it is just lightning fast, but doesn't have the spike. Granted, yes, he does have his ultimate, but 1v4, do you really want to try to commit to it? Well, after getting a kill on the Foxy 9,
no
a bit more willing to do it. Gonna try to 2-man stack it. I don't know if it works that way. Either way, Mako going in for the challenge does back off.
Yeah, I mean, if he had gotten that second kill, maybe he
work
tries
with 2?
for it. Because I think with 2, it's a little iffy.
Well,
it is up
either
against
way.
the wall. It is
10
up against the
seconds
wall,
left.
so we'll see. We'll have to see, but I guess we won't find out.
Yeah, architecture maybe could have worked as a 3rd man in that one, but not going to get to see the attempt at the tech. Lightning fast. The rest of the team will just make the call to go for the save. So DRX can't fully clean things up, but will continue on their merry way, 5-1.
And the thing is Global Esports, right? They try to draw out the Paranoia. They succeed, and they're expecting the peak off of it. So you had Blaze King past the Paranoia, ready to set up the crossfire. And unbeknownst to them, it was actually the DRX just waiting for the haunt.
Don't leave him hanging.
Oh, Bane.
Don't leave him hanging.
Bane's just grinning out there. He's like, yeah, I'm having a good game. Heck yeah.
Well, the desk was talking about angry Buzz. Maybe we see a little bit more anger in his play after not getting the fist bump there from his teammate.
Imagine that's what Buzz says immediately in a timeout. He's like, Termy! Bane just won't fist bump me back.
Now Termy's calling and he's just like, Bane, you need to fist bump your teammates.
It's the first step to becoming a pro Valor player.
Yeah, it's a team game. I'll bench you if you don't do it. Well, Global looking to pump the brakes here and see if they can do to try to get themselves back into this one. Because, I mean, while yes, we do typically see somewhat more success on the defender's side in Pacific, or at least that was the case in the past.
Weirdly so.
You still need to have a relatively strong attacker side. And I mean, even at kickoff, the times that we did see Lotus, which was quite frequently, it actually had started trending into more of an attacker's map.
Yeah. And the thing is you might, sure, maybe it comes down to a couple of those fights, a couple of those trades, but if it feels like you're not able to take control of the map on a 3-side map as the attackers, that spells trouble. Sure, it's DRX's pick, and they looked pretty solid on it, even against Team Secret, knowing that they didn't have too many days to practice together. But GE, of course, no strangers to the map, sure. Changing their comp to the meta one.
Away at the ready. What's the call here? No showstopper available. Polvi still 4 charges away from that one. Already used one of his blast packs as well to try to clear out some of this KJ util. Buzz in the meantime. Trying to chase forward, seeing if he can find anything. Looks like Polvi just going to go dashing forward. Tiny amount of damage taken there as Mako. Ramsey's not finding anything, but Benkai comes away with an elimination. Mako now pulling off the angle. Spots him though. Knows that Polvi's going to be playing close, but his attention pulled in a couple different directions. Cap now onto the door, the swing out, Bane taking it aggressively. He's able to find that one, but Buzz here inside the site knows where Russ is approaching from, sends in the paint shells, but can't quite get himself situated on the platform fast enough. Does end up getting taken out. A 1v2.
Oh, wow.
The ult's still going to be committed here, but Mako gets out in front of it.
Yeah, and he notices it's still not planted, so already the movements from Bane as well, all the way to the A site. Can Russ pick and choose to isolate the 1v1s? Tree seems a little too obvious. He's going to go for the heaven fight first.
He's trying to make up his mind. Unavailable, but doesn't want to expose his position, but it doesn't matter because Mako dropping down has already spotted him out. That is going to be now 6-1.
So
Timeout
this
for GE, not enough.
Round was a good example of DRX trying to get ahead of GE, right? Because the biggest problem for GE was they just can't retake that Rebel control. So after a little bit of pressure on Mount, things go silent, and they want to make sure that they have no option but to eventually go to C. So instead of giving them the opportunity to set up for something on Rebel, it's an early showstopper to really push them out, force them towards it. There you go, Bane. He's picked up on it. Fist bump comes out right away. But
that's what Termi was saying in the timeout.
now, I would love to see, some early blast packs, things like that to take control. Now, this may not be the round 4, though, with the paint shells.
And Nate in a decent position gets some damage across there as Buzz swings the corner. He's able to find one. Prowlers chasing. Now the swing in. Buzz catching Blaze King on the attempted exit. Expose him down. Well, yeah. Bane does get traded out. It is still such a monstrous advantage here for DRX. Players now completely trapped. Locked over here towards their spawn. With not much other recourse other than to try to once again maybe just push out in towards A.
I mean, yeah. It's one of those where none of the choices feel great, but you got to do it. Either way, you're already too far behind.
Seas does miss. Benkai staying safe. Swing on the corner. Benkai will be able to take him down. Can use up that Odin, which still could very much come up the works here for DRX. They get closer to the site. Clear out on the turret now. Yeah, suspecting, okay, we're being pressured from behind. We have to just keep pushing forward. Realistically, how do they make that happen?
30 seconds left.
Just throwing the C's into Baby Door to try to distract him towards the B side, but DRX does not bite. They still hold on to B with Voxy9 there.
Oh, man, out, not able to get that deep enough into stairs. Bounces off the top there. As Stax just repositioning, says, you know what, I don't want to get wall banged. Benkai will just have to hold on to this one. Be the last one remaining. Fortunate for him, given the weapon, no one really is going to come hunting to try to take him down, so we'll be able to retain this into the next round, but that's about the only silver lining there is Global continue to bleed rounds.
Well, Bleed's not playing today, but... It's looking rough. It's looking rough is really the best way to put it, because this time they tried to get aggressive early on into Rubble, and I like that they did it. Even though it didn't work out, that's more credit to DRX. I like that Global did that. It's just that just because it doesn't work, if you shy away from it, now you're constantly giving DRX more opportunities to stay one step ahead of you. And with the Stingers, again, Global feels like their hand is forced a little bit.
Oh, TP to the side. Lightning Fast, not going to get red there. Just find one, but no one bullets. Sends out the Paranoid, trying to buy himself some space. He's back around and also is able to get himself an upgrade. So overall, probably the best start to a round that we've seen for Global. See if he's going to be able to put that to use.
Yeah, but look at DRX immediately, right? The one way to make sure that they maintain a little bit extra time on mound control, they're not going to check for it, but they're just trying to delay. They know the weaponry is still weak for Global, even with one rifle upgraded. And the only other thing they still have no information about is going to be this B side.
Colby kind of getting a sense of that there with the jiggle, but Stacks does find him in the end. Prowler to check. The rest of the team now working their way up past mound towards the C site, but Smoke looks to try to deter them even further. Fast considering the teleport there for a brief little moment as Benkai now going to be dropping that lockdown in. It's like King's coming in. Pain. Oh, hear it.
It.
Yep, taking some damage there through the corner, but cannot clear it out. Push forward now here onto the site. Mako desperately trying to find a kill before that lockdown comes through, but he cannot. Softens up a couple players, but that is about it. It now comes through, and this is completely to just cut off access to Waterfall. Doesn't cover this plant at all. Stacks lurking forward, finds one. Cannot get the kill there onto Blaze King. Foxy now on the hunt, though. Does go in, drops the pit. Noted on the opposite side. Swing through, tries to set up for it, finds a headshot, and Russ has 5 HP. Spots him, and he cannot get the adjustment. Oh, man. Russ narrowly coming away with it. Gets them their second round victory, but by just a hair.
Absolutely needed round victory for GE if they want to have any chance in the second half. It all starts with Lightning Fast being able to take down an early kill, pick up a rifle. And sure, B main gets shut down, but they still held down control. So again, that's one of the biggest kind of MOs of Lotus on attack, right? You always want to have an extra backup. It's 3 sites. You should always have at least one more area to go to. And this time, they were able to make that happen.
Attack off here from Colby. Again, going to be looking to try to work this in for the team. Heading now over towards C. Very forward, aggressive space taken here by Russ. Full mount control here in the hands of Global. They're still very much assessing where they want to go with this. Bane hit some early damage here.
I mean, especially with that kind of weaponry, Mako surely not going to show himself. So GE, they're spending a lot of time, but they've regained control of B main, and they're starting to pressure A Rubble. An option to rotate to B site is very available in this round.
Good timing there on the jump from Mako to get himself away from the paint shells. A showstopper now. Coming through here from Colby, but he's taking so much damage. Spots Mako, he's going to be able to find him. Down to 11, but the rest of the team are coming up with the goods. Stacks and Foxy9 now eliminated Buzz. Intercepting, trying to challenge against Blaze King, but ends up losing out on the fight. That means that Bane is all on his lonesome in a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
And Bane's done some incredible things before, but a 1v5 ace clutch would be
with
the absolute best thing in his career. Now, we talked about, Colby perhaps needing a little bit more support, whether it's because of his teammates or whether it's him slowing things down, but this time it's perfect, right? Even though the nanoswarms, etc., keep him at bay, the showstopper gets the kill, and immediately the Shroud step from Lightning Fast to refill the top of the box so that they still have the high-low setup. Things like that, the tempo starting to come together, albeit a couple rounds late for Global Esports.
This is a hell of a hunt that is happening here right now. And Polvi does need to be careful. If he dies out here, which, okay, he won't. I was going to say, if he dies there, they lose the operator.
Yeah,
he is good for the shot. That's going to be a flawless for Global to get themselves a 3rd round win.
Out of charges.
A lot of these rounds all day or all night tonight for GE coming from that attacker operator. Yeah, really fast backup from Lightning Fast there to make sure that they hold control of the site.
Well, a Bucky for Buzz.
Ooh. Oh, well, considers the upgrade, but just wants to make sure that they have enough money in the next rounds.
Let's have a showstopper to go alongside that. That ends up coming into play, but for now he's looking to just get pushed up right outside of A main here.
I mean, this is a situation where if they, get any type of contact, could lead to an immediate showstopper for Buzz. Help push out, help force them into C site.
Right in alongside that toxic screen. Starting to get brought back around, but looks like Blaze King gonna go ahead and investigate outside of B a little bit more. Stacks and Bane are set up, but just 2 sheriffs in their hands. Prowler from Russ, the check would be huge and would definitely help confirm the Bucky. But Buzz dodges it. But absolutely dodges it now. Sheriff shots. Not quite able to find the line up there for the second one, but Polvi and Russ taken down. Bane trying his damnedest, can't quite find it, but showstopper out. Lightning Fast going to be taken down. Mako finds Benkai, and this round is completely out of Global's control. Buzz now has the operator in his hands. They know that Blaze King is in deep.
Now just trying to group up for the 2 members here. The Op, meanwhile, on Rubble, just going to make sure that he finds the other potential exits. Now Blaze King should have an opportunity to get the plant down on A.
But the rest of the players, Foxy and Mako, they could just go ahead and divert, grab these weapons for themselves outside of B main.
Spike planted.
Looks like Mako will just stick with the Stinger. Foxy now, though, Vandal in his hands. Just around the corner is Buzz. That Op at the ready. Blaze King inching closer towards him. Corner and Buzz. Stoic holds it. Gets himself a 3rd kill here in the round. As DRX will go ahead and wrest control away from Global once more.
I mean, a lot of things kind of went poorly here, but it's got to be... I want to see the moment before that, but I imagine it's the one-way that messes up the Prowler just a bit. Buzz probably dancing back and forth in between it, and the Prowler goes right by him. The surprise Bucky gets the value, immediately upgraded, and of course leads to a showstopper.
Out of the toxic screen, whichever one.
Sure.
Just dancing around that, just having the timing perfect to avoid that Prowler.
Well, all rifles. GE, one more. They could try to continue, try to bring back the pistol wins here. Bit of a backup there for Buzz to help hold the long sight lines.
Oh, Buzz decides to go for the op in the end. He scoops that up, and Mako. Quick shot, quick early start here. It's going to be Polvi taken down. TP in, spotted, has to be canceled. And what do? Wilson scrambling back over towards A, where they just haven't been able to establish much control across this map so far. Bane again in a very forward position. Unspotted, Buzz there to back him up. Toxic screen gets raised, but Buzz is out in front of this one. We'll be able to catch them early. Nearly finds himself a collapse. Oh, TP across. They're not ready for Bane. Paranoia now sent Prowler in. Benkai gets taken down, and it's all on Russ. Knocked down to 83. Stacks scoops up the op, and he puts it to good use. 9-3 at the half once more.
Bane just plays at such a high tempo on this Omen, on Lotus especially. And I don't think that's a lot of people, something that a lot of people are used to from DRX. But Bane is honestly one of the core reasons why GE just could not wrest a Rebel control from the grasps of DRX. We'll see if it's different on the defender side, but it's a little easier, sure, because you can throw the initial util, stop them at the choke point, and at least be the one who's holding it. But you gotta imagine DRX won't let them get off that easy.
Certainly not. I mean, nothing about this has been easy so far here for the side of Global. Another 9-3 half for this squad. We saw the rally back attempt. They got themselves up to 8 on Ascent. Can they do it here on Lotus as well? And work cut out for them right now here in the coaching booth.
Yeah, you can see Spin really racking his brain here, trying to make sure that all of their eggs are in order for GE. You had to have expected this draft for sure, just given how they looked against Team Secret, right? You came in with the meta composition. You were aware that you might have to play it, but surely this wasn't the scoreline you expected at the half.
DRX fans leading the chant once again. Buzz up to 14. See if he can hit that 20 mark for the Analyst Desk's minigame or not.
It's really a matter of how fast do they get to 13 at this point. Only 4 rounds away from it. But if GE, if they can start to climb back, if they can maybe even overtake them. In fact, Buzz might get the 20 kills, but maybe lose them out.
And a loss, yeah. Definitely, that would certainly lead to angry Buzz. It's Polvy back across, paint shells out, but Buzz hot on his heels, sends the nade in, got 2 players contained, and Blaze being spotted there on the swing in, but Russ managed to push out, finds him, but solid trade back. Out of bullets, so as Foxy9 gets up on top of Blaze King, taking him down after they lose out on their IGL. Suddenly, it is just Benkai. He's just sat here within the nano. Foxy will be able to clean up 3 in the pistol. 2-2 across the series in that regard as DRX now move to double digits.
This is one of those score lines where it's rough, but you're on the defense. You just got to let it go to 11. Surely you just stick with the eco here. Then you throw everything you got on the buy round. And I want to give props. Holy.
Oh. Nice.
Damn, yo, Buzz has got something to do tonight.
Just that explosive hype and then Bane just not being there for the fist bump. Oh, the irony.
Well, forward position's taken here. Polvy, quite a bit of damage there on the exit. Lightning fast, trying to play lurk, play around that Viper wall. And he just gets flushed out, spotted, killed off.
Now, what I was going to say before Buzz rudely interrupted me was that I actually did want to give the credit to Buzz on that entry, right? He doesn't chase for the kill. He makes sure he spams out Heaven so they can't get a peek either. So he makes sure that they hold control of the site. Sure, he goes out eventually, but that gives enough time and space for his teammates to trade.
A quick jiggle from Russ, spotting him, but it's away. Polvy now trying to hold the line. Does get some solid headshots. Think across on the Bane as well to knock him down to 47, but kill cannot be found. Baby door broken. Dominated there by Mako as he finds Blaze King. It's on Benkai and Russ to see if they can deal some additional damage. Sheriff in the hands here of this fade. Benkai just with the classic.
Yeah, sure, Benkai gets around, but he's not going to be able to do too much. And Mako's position right now, wrapping all the way around, knowing he has all the time in the round.
He's playing it quietly, playing it patiently. You can tell they suspect that there's going to be someone there. But maybe not necessarily here in stairs. Russ watching for it, though. Never mind. Does have the read, and now that he grabs that Vandal, could just opt to save this one and send Benkai into the spike.
Placing sentry.
Yeah, trying to see if they go for the exits. Russ actually just wants the kills, it looks like.
See if he's ready for him. As Benkai will just get engulfed by the explosion. Foxy will take that Vandal away from him. Now recovered by Stacks. 11-3. No force up, like you said, just opting for the save. But this has to be the turning point.
Absolutely. It has to be everything. They have to go on a streak here. Ooh, a little bit unbeknownst. Right under the rock. See if they can go for that streak. All right, everybody matching up to rifles. Meanwhile, the Odin comes online as well for Benkai. But GE, I mean, they're taking mountain control with the one-way, but absolute free control of Rubble. The Odin pushes him back.
Bane lucky to get away with his life there. 23 health remaining on the Omen. Haunt out, not going to be spotting much of anything.
Yeah, just a bit of a delay there after the Odin to see if they've hidden in any of the corners that you could help spam a little bit further. So just holding them off on Rubble, you've got mound control. There's the gunshots in B main. The thing about this mound control from GE, right? You're not entirely that safe. If you want to go for a pinch under the door, you still have to worry about the entrance from C main, and vice versa. So they'll go for it, and this is Foxy9's cue.
And it is. Nade out. Mako swinging, just lets the nade bounce right off of him. Doesn't manage to find Polvy, but an advantage to trade up there, but now equalizes. Bane is able to find Blaze King with that low HP, and fast trying to take down Foxy9. Cannot get that a limb. Spike dropped here outside of B.
30 seconds left.
They're just setting the poison orb to try to grab this for themselves, but Z's goes in. But a further delay found. Prowler on the chase. Mako makes his way across. Now hanging back, rotation. Benkai trying to get himself into position to intercept these players, working their way over onto C. The potential for the wall bang. There's the spam, and Mako gets taken down. Very little time remaining. The spray just a hair off, but eventually is found, and that will be the round taken here by Global. Benkai, well aware of their limitations, of their HP bars, and he uses that Odin to absolute perfection.
And I mean, especially also now that you get to keep it. That's the big thing. That alone helps you control whether it's rubble and whether it's the C site from inside. A lot of control now from one person. The anchor truly coming alive here for the defensive team of Global Esports. For now, it's still going to be the A setup, so they still want to pressure C a little bit aggressively with the one-way.
Quick clear on the Haunt. No reveals found. Triple stack now, drifted away from, just going to be leaving Bane.
Toxin screen down.
Looks like everybody just going to get collected up towards this A site. See if they can try and displace Benkai.
Toxin screen down.
A little bit of reinforcement. Blaze King joining him over on this side of the map. Russ not too far off either.
Overall, the hold so far on A, the positions are good. And you still have C mound control. So GE should feel comfy. Right, the alarm bot's still alive. The nanoswarms are still alive as well. The problem is obviously this nanoswarm close to tree. That one may not actually find the value if Benkai gets swarmed upon. The reload can't stick that.
Plenty of bullets to work with here for the moment. As Buzz just jumping. Quick little hop right in front of Blaze King. Finds the kill. Stacks got Benkai in the meantime, so now the Odin left on the floor. Mako lurking forward, lightning fast, not ready for it. Russ is able to go ahead and trade that one back. Man advantage here for the side of DRX on this post-plant setup.
I'll find you.
Try to see if he can get any tags. Won't be happening. Only one, so sure, you expect that. Now they're suspecting the crossfire as well. Polvi.
Okay. Good swing in, but Russ takes an immense amount of damage, now down to 11.
No util. Just
Sword
has
with
to wait
there.
for contact.
Awesome, but this puts that much more pressure here on the Polvi. He swings in, but now he's going to be taken down, and now there's a paint shell available as well. Lobs it in right on top of the spike, and there's just no time left. And Russ can't really get himself out of this situation either. Fully committed, down on side of the site. Stacks will get the final kill. Avoids the spike eruption. That is now match point in the hands of DRX.
Just, again, one of those maps where it's a result of a really rough first half. GE not even being given much of a chance to try to catch on to things. I mean, it's not over till it's over in VCT, but right now it's looking rough.
What is with these delayed screams? He's so quiet. He was building that one up.
Charging up, yeah.
Just DBZ'd that thing.
Oh, man. That's funny.
You got to charge up for the scream rather than scream to charge up.
Yeah, there you go. The smile is wiped away from the faces of GE. It's unfortunate because you think back to that Ascent. They started off so strong. They started off with so many good ideas, even in the rounds they lost. But then they come to Lotus after trying to catch up on the map 1. This time, couldn't even find the ideas. Quite frankly, it felt like they couldn't even find the pages to start writing. DRX just keeps shutting it down.
They do. And I think just given what we've seen from Global across these last 2 series, with the now necessity that they feel of banning Bind, it just works them into such a tight corner. It's very reminiscent of RRQ last year, where they were really going for Lotus. Those first couple times they played it, it did not work out. Then they were forced to ban it the whole, basically rest of the season until they had reworked it. And it really limited what they could do with the map pool.
Now, hopefully we don't see that extend all the way through. Granted, each stage is relatively short.
Okay, well, not cleared, but damage also not found there on that spray. Play back behind Architecture, keep himself protected from these wall bang attempts as going to be all 100 bullets expended. Reload now coming through. Nightfall going to be committed here. Answering one does come out. Gets the catch on to 3 players on the side of DRX. There's a buzz for now. Just staying tucked. Blaze King in the corner. Finds Mako trying to look forward. Gets that kill. Upgrades the weapon. Bulldog now in his hands. Russ as well. Catching Foxy9 swinging out onto the site.
A huge flood, and they still have control of a link right by Baby Door. So if there is a fast rotate, they'll know about it. If there's a slow rotate, they'll have the numbers advantage. So GE should be content. As long as they don't get antsy, could be a start to a bit of a comeback. Obviously, it's a long way to go, so can't fathom that would go all the way.
Taking their time with this one. Just keeping that door rotating
30 seconds
constantly.
left.
But hearing that noise in my sleep.
Honestly, I should make that my alarm. Probably effective.
Oh, well, okay. Break through the door, and Polvi just going to be absolutely decimated there.
I mean, that opens up a bit of a chance. If Buzz, sure, only 9 HP, but if he's able to get a kill here, that really limits the retake.
Buzz trying to swing out, not much HP to try to work with. This is now all on his stacks. And, well, there was a millisecond where I was like, oh god, he's going to mow them all down. And gets the one. Global will hold on by a thread as they pick up their 5th round victory here in round 17. So more yet to be played. 3 players still alive. A couple ults on the way. How long they're going to be able to stretch this, but nice little lurk from Blaze King's what really started this off.
Yeah, they seem to have really good understandings of how to hold these angles around smokes. Saw that on Ascent as well. The G fans aren't done yet. Haven't given up hope just yet, but of course, we'll have to see how much further they can go. It's a long haul up. The econ is good enough. Showstopper available for that Outlaw.
Jump across. Oh, Polvi just swings right into it. I guess maybe not registering what weapon he had in his hand. Either way, does get traded back swiftly as Lightning Fast wants to take a very forward aggressive position. Stacks rotating back. No prowlers to use. It's not like this is going to go scouted either way. So Lightning Fast will be able to just go ahead. Himself back over towards C.
Yeah, that was so risky because there's no further backup. So if he dies there, then it's an extra rifle on the way.
Well, that's him at 10 HP now. And that should be enough encouragement, I think, for DRX to continue pushing towards C site, especially if they get the read that he's going to be the only player here trying to defend this. Russ now joins in. Let's have a seize to try to slow things up, but
lockdown online, though, with that orb.
He's available, and it certainly could come into
You
play.
should run.
And it will. Now invested. Nanoswarm cleared. Lightning Fast. Trying to get tucked over to the side, but has to take the shot. Oh, a blind fishing shot from Stacks. Finishes the job.
So quick on that.
30 seconds
I mean, the
left.
from the shadows was the plan. I actually liked it from Lightning Fast.
Oh, Russ with a nice angle does delay. Finds Mako. Now Benkai trying to get himself into position where he can once again utilize this Odin. Bind thrown in. Bane TPing back across. Himself to safety. All from Stacks needing to deliver. Bane needing to find some headshots. They're both so very low. There's a swing in, and Russ this time will be able to win it out. Bane trying to get an angle, thinking maybe Benkai was going to interrupt that spray. He does not. He continues to hold M1, and once again with 3 players left alive, Global clean up another round victory.
They're staying in it. Lockdown comes online for Benkai as well, so a couple more options. Pit for Blaze King. But again, Lotus is one of those maps where an early pit doesn't always feel so great. Let's wait and see what the call is.
Just the leg spotted before the smoke bloom. More than enough to be able to find Stacks with that low health bar. 4v3 in ult count. Showstopper still available from Buzz. Still 3 away from hitting 20.
They are mine.
Once again, same default for GE. Fight for mound control. A little bit of extra support with the Killjoy util to block off main.
Oh, Buzz taken down. No clear on the haunt. And a bit reminiscent of DRX versus Secret, where they're just not clearing those recon arrows. The haunt goes ignored, and Plus gets picked off first and foremost. So another solid beginning to the round here for the side of Global as shots through the wall. Bane just getting tagged up a bit.
So although Yuto's still alive despite all the spray, sure, Baby Door being broken, but you've already given up B main control. You still have C Mound. You basically have a way back in through 3, if not 4.
Foxy breaks things open a bit here for them. Spike now ushered forward, getting planted by Stacks. Lockdown invested. Lands through. Hit now, dropped. Polvi on the flank. Showstopper at the ready. Taps the door, looks to jump the corner, sends it in too deep. Then gets hounded down. Oh, it went cruising right past Stacks and Foxy9. Sync bite to try to hold them at bay. Sees out looking for the grab. Not found. But Foxy now on the lurk. Spotted, immediately dealt with as Russ finds the kill. Pit invested. There on the Prowler. They look for the hold here.
Bane
on this defuse, but the cleanup is there. The Pit now dropped. It is all on Russ. Time is ticking. He just doesn't have it anymore. That'll be it. Stacks will swing back in. He'll give him the fair fight. And he'll be able to win it out. 13-6. DRX close out the series with a win on Lotus.
Yeah, very clean map overall. Sure, GE, they fight back a couple of the rounds, so I think obviously GE, they still have the mental endurance to try to stay in the fight, try to course correct no matter the scoreline. But honestly, it feels like they should have been able to try to do a bit more on Ascent. Maybe that would have taken us at least to a third map. But Lotus continues to be a strong suit. Any of these maps with 3 sites, DRX is going to come prepared with how they want to operate it.
Yeah, I think, again, some decent ideas, especially on Ascent, put on display there from the side of Global Esports, but just couldn't quite connect all of the dots. We can see the outline of what the picture's supposed to be, but it's just not all fully fleshed out quite just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're a GE fan, you have to give credit that things look a lot better, right? We're seeing the picture, and honestly, some of the rounds, the execution is good, but of course, right now, DRX looking just as strong as ever.
Well, they do a solid victory here for the side of DRX. We'll go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk now to break down the action from that series.
DRX continues to be undefeated this week 1 of stage 1, looking solid, looking like the DRX we know and love.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is mostly pretty clean. I mean, other than probably the second half of Ascent, this was all DRX all the time. Really handling their opponents very nicely. Really just kind of out-skilling their opponents, in my opinion. A lot of this just kind of came down to raw mechanics, it felt like.
It absolutely did. I mean, even in the end of Lotus here, there were a lot of moments where we saw very aggressive plays from the defensive side, from the attacker side, from the side of DRX. I think they knew at a certain point, like Foxy9 was going absolutely ham in this map as well. Sometimes almost too ham, but it didn't really matter because he was getting away with it over and over. And he had a fantastic map alongside the rest of his guys on DRX. So, yeah, definitely one of the more close, or not close, I should say, maps here we've had so far.
Sorry, I was just watching Foxy react there. There were some really funny reactions as well, with Buzz like popping off and then Bane just being really confused as to who was popping off during it. But I mean, yeah, it was overall really good here. Buzz taking a lot of space, being really aggressive at times, something we kind of saw the last time they played Lotus, but this time it wasn't. It was even more aggressive. Like, he was pushing into their spawn, but Lightning Fast had a good game today, I thought. He did a good job handling some of that aggression, so credit where credit's due. He played pretty well.
I mean, Global Esports, this has always been a tough opponent. I don't care what team you are. If you're going against DRX, it's always going to be a bit tough. And this is exactly why. Even with these last-minute swap outs, Bane coming in only like a week or 2 ago, they're looking really solid, and I think this is a really good sign for them to contend for that crown once more. Take it back from Gen G as the Korea Kings.
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect from Bane and even, Foxy9, but it seems like so far it's all good. I would say that it's a good look. I don't think they've really been challenged too much just yet. So we'll have to wait and see if that can stick, that kind of power, that kind of confidence once they do go up against some of the really strong teams in Pacific. But for now, looking good, building up that confidence. This is the perfect spot to be in as a newer player in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, very promising. And I have to talk about our game. Our rank.
Yeah.
So, the buzzkill. Sorry, the buzzkill for
Look,
Paper.
I think he ended up being the top fragger for the team.
Yeah.
Just wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
It went a little too quickly.
These games make it a little bit different when we're watching and reviewing it. It suddenly...
What we cheer for becomes very different.
Yeah.
And the Korean casters are playing this too. So because there was no...
Thrifty.
Thank you. So we get to double rank.
Oh, good.
Production made these rules. I did not make these rules, but I like the rules. All right. So do we want to up rank first, or do you want to?
Let's down rank.
No,
first.
just down rank me. Just get the bad news out of the way.
All right. Oh, straight up.
Oh, that feels.
I'm gonna make
gross.
sure I get on Buzz, and I'm gonna tell him that I believed in him.
They just won too fast,
hurt me.
right?
He hurt me. Yeah, they went too fast. That was really the issue.
Yeah. Look at that,
Straight up.
diamonds.
Wow.
Look at that.
I feel like this is cheating.
Shine bright. Well, that was great. I love the games. And you know what? Buzz was well on his way there. And those last couple rounds that Global Esports had, he kept getting Odin down, right? There were these moments where we're like, okay, maybe there's a little hope for Paper Thin.
He also had that one round where he got a Bucky kill, then he got the Showstopper kill, and then he picked up an Operator and got an Operator kill. So that was kind of, trading up a little bit too much in that one round.
That's like an escalation.
My hopium was at an all-time high during that round, and then it just quickly crashed. He was still quite good. It just wasn't enough. But I think there's good ideas here for GE. When they get the power weapons in their hand, they do really well with them. Polvi does play kind of a unique style. He's not like as up in your face as like something with the Operator, but he plays really aggressive with it. He likes to get it on the attack side. The Odins went well for them once they could get into them. It's just getting there sometimes has been kind of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely struggle a bit on Lotus, but Ascent was great. Good ideas there, and I don't know what to say. I'm still kind of on Buzz's kills, but it doesn't matter because DRX won Lotus.
Yeah.
And they were well prepared for it.
Everybody played good on DRX today, by the way. Like, it wasn't just a one player kind of like running things over. Like, everybody had really strong performances.
Yeah, you can take a look at some of the stats here. I mean, even some of the top guys on the side of Global Esports also having a pretty good performance when it does come to numbers. Like, even Blaze King with 11-5, definitely much better than the first map. Like, there are some good notes here on the side of Global Esports. It's just... it's DRX. They're a really strong opponent. It's difficult, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of what Global Esports have in store. But just gonna have to wait until next week.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, DRX does still have its core roster that's been there since the beginning of time, and Global Esports' roster.
Prehistoric roster.
Yeah.
So good sign for Global Esports. I know we keep saying this, and honestly, it's not just it'll be okay. Global Esports. I truly see the potential of what they're doing here, and I like it. I like it overall for Pacific. We want all the teams to level up, and they are, and they're proving it.
I think a lot of fans at home probably have been watching GE this year with some frustration, and I get it, and I'm with you. Because I would like to see them do better, but I think something that is kind of going amiss here is that they are reading their opponents pretty well. They're making some pretty good decisions sometimes. It's just, right now, it seems like they're not quite up to the same pace of play and some other things that the other teams are. Like, frankly, they just got gun diffed by Foxy9 a couple rounds that really swung things in DRX's favor. So, you got to look at some of the good ideas that they're doing where they're hiding in places where nobody's expecting it. They're getting into positions with their Operator and stuff like that nobody's expecting. So the ideas are good. It's just, taking that next step, improving on kind of your overall skill level behind some of the good ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. These solid ideas, you can see what they're trying to do, but the coordination isn't at 100%. It's like they need a couple more reps of this to really get it down solid. But I like it for global esports, and DRX, I'm very happy for them as well. I think a lot of us are a bit worried in the direction that they were going in since last year. So now we're starting to see the rise of them, and even we mentioned this before. The DRX CEO Ken Yang was concerned about global esports and their ideas being not a little bit, but very much out of the box, hard to predict, hard to prepare against.
Yeah, and that's why I think, once DRX get challenged a little bit more in the future, it is going to be interesting to see how some of those younger players do step up to the plate. They have played up against Team Secret and Global Esports so far, but, Gen G and T1, a couple of the teams definitely on the opposite side that they will have to play up against, and so I'm going to be very curious to see how those matches are going to go for sure.
Do you think it's going to be unstoppable for week 1 for Omega Group? We're finally going to see DFM play. They're the last team from the Omega Group we haven't seen, and Gen G, the last team from the Alpha Group we haven't seen yet. Do you think it's going to be a full Omega week 1? Do we want to play a rank-up game with this?
No, A, no. B, no. My answer is no to both of those questions. Okay. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think DFM's probably going to lose tomorrow. I did pick them once in kickoff because I thought maybe they could turn it around and get a win, but I'm still not convinced with this new DFM roster that they have what it takes. Even with some of the changes they've made, I thought were positive changes, still isn't enough. At least, who knows? We'll see. Maybe they figured it out.
Yeah, over
I
the
love
last
it.
couple weeks.
I'd be so happy.
Yeah, a lot can happen in a few weeks.
It's not an easy match, though. I'm kind of with paper thin on this one. I think if you're looking for hope on the side of DFM, it's probably not tomorrow, but it's going to be nice, regardless of if they win or not, to see kind of how the roster shakes up and how they do play, what they've done over the last couple of months. And hopefully they have something good for us, and they can show us and give us a nice upset. Otherwise, it might just be what we expect.
And we can do more predictions then. But that, we're going to go to the stage, talk to our winners from DRX. Jen is on standby with our MVP right now.
Another W on the board for DRX. I'm currently standing down here on stage with DRX's Foxy9 for a quick post-match interview. Now, massive congrats, Foxy. But Ascent, I'm going to be honest, closer than we expected. So, were you kind of caught off guard? And how much did GE surprise you with their anti-strats and, how much they were challenging you today on Ascent?
오늘 어센트에서 상당한 접전이 예상 외로 펼쳐졌던 것 같은데요. 좀 깜짝 놀랐을 것 같기도 하고 준비 잘 해왔다 이런 느낌이 들 것 같기도 하거든요. 경기 치르면서 어떤 느낌이었나요?
저희는 이제 지희한테 솔직히 말해서 카운터 잘 가져왔다라고는 솔직히 생각 안 했고 저는 솔직히 그 정도까지 생각을 잘 못하는 사람이라서 잘 솔직히 그냥 그런 느낌 잘 안 들었어요. 근데 그냥 저희 할 거 하는 대로 하던 대로 하니까 이겼던 것 같습니다.
지희를 우리가 카운터를 준비를 좀 안 해온 것 같다? 아니면 지희가 그만큼 안 해온 것 같다? 그만큼이라고 못 느꼈다?
그만큼 했는데 근데 잘 못 느꼈다.
I did notice that they came in heavily prepped with a lot of anti-strats, but it didn't really throw us off guard, or it didn't really make us sweat. I just feel like us playing our own game was the secret to walking away with the win on Ascent. Now, I kind of want to talk to you about your strats in terms of Ascent, because you had the other 4 players stacked on one side, and you were kind of isolated in B all by yourself, but you were able to, pop off and have your key moments as well. So what was the game plan overall? Was it just, your teammates kind of having that full faith in you for being able to have your pop-off moments and have a monster match, shut people down on B by yourself? 이제 어센트에서 1사 운영이 보였단 말이죠. 또 폭시나인 선수가 굉장히 좀 상대 선수를 잘 드리블 해주고 또 굉장히 폭발적으로 막아주는 느낌도 받을 수 있었는데 어떤 전략이었을까요?
그냥 저희가 솔직히 뭐 딱히 맞추긴 했지만 그냥 그저 하던 대로 하던 것 같아요. 그냥 하던 대로 해서 잘 막았다. 뭐 딱히 막 잘 준비해왔고 막 그런 거 저는 없었던 것 같아요.
No, it was just us playing our regular game just like any other day, and I think it's just it came down to us performing very well, really feeling it on the day as well. Now, Paulvy's operator, starting from that glass cannon in the second half, it really gave you guys a tough time, but it was you and Bane who were able to shut that down. So what were the reactions from Buzz, Mako, and Stax? They were pretty happy, right? 이제 막내 라인에서 또 폴비 선수의 오퍼레이터 운영을 잘 막아줬습니다. 형들의 반응은 어땠나요?
이제 그냥 재성아 뭐 평소대로 잘하고 있다라는 반응이었고 솔직히 그리고 이제 폴비 선수 오퍼레이터나 아웃로 정말 잘 소화하는 선수거든요. 개인적으로 폴비 선수 스나 엄청 잘 쓴다고 생각하기 때문에 개인적으로 리스펙하는 편입니다.
Well, they were just saying Foxy9, always being Foxy9 today as well, just having a really great game. So a lot of compliments from them. But I really do want to mention Polly in the sniper rifles with the operator and also Outlaw. I would like to give him a shout out and show him so much respect for being able to pop off on those operator and Outlaw. And lastly, next Saturday, you guys are facing T1. So anything you want to say to T1? 이제 T1을 상대하게 됐거든요. 한마디 해주시죠.
이제 같은 한국 팀이기 때문에 솔직히 저 개인적으로 자존심상 이기고 싶고 그리고 이제 저희가 연습을 한 기간은 좀 많진 않지만 그래도 저희는 주어진 상황에서 최선을 다해서 꼭 좋은 결과 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Well, it's a Korean team versus Korean team. Of course, it has something to do with ego. So if you really do want the win, I don't think there's plenty of time to prepare for that matchup. But we would like to try our best and make sure that we walk away with a win next Saturday as well. Well, thank you, Foxy, for the interview, and good luck next Saturday. We'll see you back here next week. Thank you. And that's all we have for day 3 of VCT Pacific Stage 1. And tomorrow we have the last day of week 1 coming up with Gen G taking on Talent and T1 versus DFM. So we'll see you soon.
planted.